Commissioners, and welcome on this Tuesday, December 6th, public hearing of the Landmarks Preservation Commission. I'd like to take attendance. Chair Srinivasan.
Here.
Commissioner Bland. Here. Commissioner Lutfi. Here. Commissioner Chen. Here. Commissioner Devonshire. Here. Commissioner Goldblum. Commissioner Voss. Commissioner Chapin. Commissioner Shamir Barron?
Here. Did I miss
my.
me?
Yes. Oh,
I'm
sorry.
Hi. It went by that fast. I'm usually
Thank you,
at the end.
Commissioner.
I'm here.
Good morning, Commissioners. The first item on the Research Department public meeting agenda, LP 2582, 601 Lexington Avenue, also known as 601 to 635 Lexington Avenue, 884 to 892 3rd Avenue, 139 to 153 East 53rd Street, 140 to 160 East 54th, and 619 Lexington Avenue. 601 Lexington Avenue, formerly the Citicorp Center, and St. Peter's Lutheran Church, Manhattan Block 1308, Lot 1001, 1002, 1005. This is an item proposed for designation. It's a late 20th century modern style complex designed by Hugh Stubbins and Associates with Emery Roth and Sons and built in 1973 to 78. Matt Postal, research staff to present.
Good morning. At the September 13th, 2016 hearing, 4 people testified in support of the designation of the former Citicorp Center, including representatives of St. Peter's Church, Manhattan Borough President Gail A. Brewer, the New York Landmarks Conservancy, and the Municipal Art Society of New York. In addition, the principal owner, Boston Properties, and the Real Estate Board of New York submitted written testimony in support of designation. The former Citicorp Center is a major example of late 20th century modern architecture. Designed by Hugh Stubbins and Associates, an architectural firm based in Cambridge, Massachusetts, in association with Emery Roth and Sons of New York City, this early mixed-use complex contains 3 interlocking buildings: a 59-story office tower, a 6-story retail and office structure, and St. Peter's Church. The complex is located in the East Midtown section of Manhattan on a block bounded by Lexington Avenue, 53rd Street, 3rd Avenue, and 54th Street. Commissioned by First City National Bank, now called Citibank, the 915-foot tall tower is one of New York City's most recognizable skyscrapers, important for its slanted top, super columns that rise more than 100 feet, and generous public spaces. It plays a major role on the Manhattan skyline and was one of the first major structures to employ energy-saving techniques. Each of the 24-foot square columns is centered beneath one facade using bold cantilevers to open up the corners of the site where the church and plaza are located. The facades are exceptionally smooth and comprise ribbon windows that alternate with aluminum panels. These silvery panels disguise much of the V-shaped bracing designed by the prominent structural engineer William LeMessurier. The roof slopes at a 45-degree angle. This conspicuous feature was initially conceived for terraced apartments, but was later reoriented to face south and considered briefly for use as for solar panels. Though the economic benefit of using solar panels proved unfeasible in the 1970s, various energy savings techniques were adopted, some of which had a dramatic effect on the building's appearance. A pioneering effort at sustainable design, the bank estimated that the tower used 42% less energy than comparable structures. The Citicorp Center also makes innovative use of zoning incentives that provided floor area bonuses for public space, including a spacious sunken plaza and various interiors that are not part of this designation. Commonly referred to as privately owned public space, or POPs, The layout, design, and maintenance of these amenities were reviewed and approved by the City Planning Commission. The sunken plaza, partially tucked beneath the tower, was planned to enhance connections to the 53rd Street subway station, a heavily used transit hub that provides access to both north-south and east-west subway lines. These POPs remain under the jurisdiction of the City Planning Commission, and with its approval, have undergone alterations. Stubbins, in consultation with architect Edward Larrabee Barnes, is also credited for designing St. Peter's Church. Located at the southeast corner of 54th Street, this low-rise structure has a prismatic form with a large skylight and sloping granite walls. Dedicated in December 1977, the church is justly famous for its jazz ministry. Since the mid-1960s, it has sponsored such programs as Jazz Vespers, All Night Psalm, Midnight Jazz, and Jazz on the Plaza. Many funerals and memorial services for prominent musicians have taken place here, including events that honored Thelonious Monk, Miles Davis, and Dizzy Gillespie. Completed at a time when very few large buildings were being erected in New York City, Citicorp Center received considerable attention from the press and architectural critics. In the New York Times, Ada Louise Huxtable called it a suave blockbuster, and Paul Goldberger viewed it as a remarkably intelligent synthesis of a number of architectural themes. Reporter David Dunlap later described the church as New York's most architecturally successful post-war sanctuary. Boston Properties acquired Citicorp Center in 2001. The complex was renamed 601 Lexington Avenue in 2010.
Thank you, Matt. Lisa?
Great. Thanks, Matt. I just wanted to add a few words. Commissioners, we're so pleased to bring forward this final East Midtown Initiative item for a designation vote today. The LPC's Greater East Midtown Initiative is part of the administration's multi-agency effort to plan for the district's future. 11 of the 12 properties identified through that initiative were designated on November 22nd, and today we are bringing forward this final one, this great major work of late 20th century modernism. I just wanted to bring to your attention that the designation report for the former Citicorp complex addresses the fact that many of the building's public spaces and some of the architectural elements were designed with the approval of the City Planning Commission in exchange for the granting of floor area bonuses. These spaces remain under the City Planning Commission's jurisdiction, necessitating a coordinated review in the future that recognizes that context.
Thank you, Lisa. Are there any questions? All right, well, I'm delighted as well that we're bringing this complex, the former Citicorp Center, to vote for designation. And as Lisa said, with this designation, the Greater East Midtown area will have 12 additional protected buildings under our initiative and 50 iconic landmarks overall in the district. As this area in the future will embrace change, these landmarks will clearly represent the development history of the area and establish a historic narrative that will complement and enhance the vibrancy and dynamic nature of the district. For this building itself, I think it's clear it really is one of the great icons of the 1970s, and it really did establish a new vocabulary for New York skylines. So, yes, does anybody want to say anything else? All right, so I will then read the motion. I move that the Landmarks Preservation Commission designate 201 Lexington Avenue, formerly the Citicorp Center, and St. Peter's Lutheran Church, 601 Lexington Avenue, also known as 601-635 Lexington Avenue, 884-892 3rd Avenue, 139-153 East 53rd Street, 140-150 East 54th Street, Borough of Manhattan, as a New York City landmark because of its special character and special historical and aesthetic interest and value as part of the development, heritage, and cultural characteristics of the city, state, and nation, as set forth in the designation report for LP 2582, dated December 6, 2016. I also move that the Borough of Manhattan Tax Map Block 1308, lots 1001, 1002, and 1005 be designated as its landmark site.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application is approved. I just want to also congratulate and thank the commissioners, but also our Greater East Midtown team for basically finally sort of accomplishing our goal. And as Lisa said, this is really a critical piece of the agency's initiative. I want to just again comment on the fact that this is a part of a multi-agency effort for the area, and with this designation and the additional 11 buildings, we have made our commitment and accomplished our goal to designate these buildings prior to Department of City Planning certification of their rezoning, and this will ensure that historic preservation is a robust element for growth of New York City's premier central business district. Thank you all.
Okay. Commissioners, we are very pleased to bring forward 2 items for the public hearing in Morningside Heights, the Cathedral Church of St. John the Divine and the Cathedral Close, and the proposed Morningside Heights Historic District. The cathedral and its close is one of the great religious complexes of the world, and the proposed Morningside Heights Historic District includes the neighborhood's finest residential architecture, which developed very rapidly at the turn of the last century. Together, these proposed designations include the most significant residential and ecclesiastical architecture in the neighborhood. The Commission calendared the cathedral and the close on July 19th, 2016, removing the previous calendared site that did not include the cathedral on that day. So with that, Research Department public hearing, agenda item LP 2585, 1047 Amsterdam Avenue, also known as 1021 to 1061 Amsterdam Avenue, 419 West 110th Street, Cathedral Parkway, the Cathedral Church of St. John the Divine and the Cathedral Close, Manhattan Block 1865, Lot 1, 10, 30, and S801. This is an item to be heard, a complex of 7 buildings in various styles, including an unfinished cathedral church designed by different architects in the 19th and 20th centuries. Donald Pressa presenting.
One of the great religious complexes of the world, the Cathedral of St. John the Divine and the Cathedral Close, serve as the seat of the Episcopal Diocese of New York. Along with the cathedral, the auxiliary buildings are not only considered one of the crowning glories of Morningside Heights, but also constitute one of the outstanding ecclesiastical ensembles in the city. Here is the proposed site, outlined in red, which was calendared on July 19th, 2016. After a brief summary of the site, I will review each building in chronological order. In summary, the complex consists of the Cathedral Church and the 6 buildings that form the close, including the Leek and Watts Orphan Asylum, the St. Faith's House, the Choir School, the Synod House, the Deanery, and the Bishop's House. The entire site of the cathedral and close was originally occupied by the Leek and Watts Orphan Asylum, which sold the property to the Episcopal Church in 1887. One building of the Leek and Watts Orphan Asylum was retained, the Greek Revival style building seen here that has served a variety of cathedral functions over the years. Built in 1838 to 42, it is the oldest building in Morningside Heights and one of the most significant examples of a Greek Revival style institutional building surviving in New York City. It was designed by Ithiel Town and built by Samuel Thompson. The first building that the church began constructing on the site is the cathedral itself, which is the centerpiece of the complex. In 1888, an architectural competition for the new cathedral was held and won by the architectural firm of Hines and Lafarge. The winning proposal was an eclectic design incorporating elements of the Romanesque, Byzantine, and Gothic styles. The first phase of construction began in 1892 with the laying of the cornerstone and continued to 1911, when the crypt, the choir, and the crossing were completed. Changes in taste and the death of Heinz in 1907 brought about a new French Gothic design for the completion of the cathedral by architect Ralph Adams Cram of the firm Cram, Goodhue, and Ferguson. Work resumed in 1916 according to Cram's design. During this period, which continued until 1941, the nave was completed and joined to the choir by a rough-finished crossing. The imposing west front was added, and the north transept was begun. Work resumed once again in 1979 on the towers of the west front. Although the cathedral is presently unfinished, it remains one of the largest churches in the United States and the world. Its monumental size, which takes advantage of its lofty location above Morningside Park, coupled with its fine detailing such as arched buttresses topped by finials and arched portals with life-sized figures on pedestals, creates one of the most impressive architectural statements in the city. The first new building on the Close to be built after construction began on the cathedral was the collegiate Gothic style St. Faith's House in 1909, designed by C. Grant Lafarge as the home of the New York Training School for Deaconesses, an independent Episcopal institution founded in 1890 that was granted a location on the cathedral grounds by the trustees. Next was the choir school of 1912 to 13, also designed in the collegiate Gothic style, but by the firm Cook and Welch. It housed the school that was founded in 1901 in the Lincoln Watts building in order to educate boys who would sing in the cathedral choir. Synod House, built in 1912 to 14, was the first of the cathedral's auxiliary buildings designed by Cram, Goodhue, and Ferguson. It's designed inspired by French and Spanish Gothic sources. Built specifically for the purpose of hosting the convention of the Protestant Episcopal Church in 1913, its auditorium has been the site of numerous religious gatherings. Among its most notable features are the grisaille glass windows executed by Charles J. Connick and the main facade's architectural sculpture by John Evans and Company, both master firms of Boston. The deanery, designed by Cram, Goodhue, and Ferguson in the French Chateauesque style and built in 1913, served as the home of the dean of the cathedral. And finally, the bishop's house, built in 1912 to 14, also by Cram, Goodhue, and Ferguson in the French Chateauesque style, is the residence of the Bishop of the Episcopal Diocese of New York. In conclusion, the 7 buildings of the Cathedral of St. John the Divine and the Cathedral Close present strong architectural statements, both in their individual designs and their contributions to the ensemble. The designation of this collection of significant buildings captures the essence of one of New York City's most historic and instantly recognizable locales. The Cathedral of St. John the Divine and the Cathedral Close represent more than just the individual buildings, but an interconnected complex steeped in special history and a spirit that continues to evolve as time advances.
Thank you, Donald. Are there any questions? Any questions? All right, we can take testimony then. The first speaker is Reverend Dr. James Kowalski.
Thank you. Commissioners, good morning. I'm Jim Kowalski, the Dean of the Cathedral. We're approaching the 125th year of the beginning of the cathedral's construction, as just referenced. Its first cornerstone laid in 1892. The crypt, choir, and crossing weren't completed until 1911. Then the next major construction, its iconic nave, wasn't completed until 1941. Then occurred a long post-war pause, with construction resuming on the front south tower in 1979. The landmarks designation process has had similar starts and stops since the beginning of landmarking in New York City in 1965. The process began in earnest for the cathedral, I think it's fair to say, in 2002. Cathedral trustees and our consultants have worked closely with the Commission staff to understand the ramifications of landmark designation. Repair and restoration of the cathedral interior and exterior and other buildings on the Close in my tenure, some 15 years, and since the devastating fire that occurred in December of 2001, have totaled well over $60 million. The trustees of the Cathedral Church of St. John the Divine now embrace this proposed landmarks designation of the Cathedral Church and the Cathedral Close, recognizing it as a next step in celebrating and providing ongoing stewardship of the cathedral's great architectural legacy, its impactful history, and its continuing evolution as a religious institution that serves its neighborhood, the city, the nation, and the world. As one of the five largest church buildings in the world, it hosts approximately 1 million visitors and worshipers every year. The Cathedral Church is the mother church of the Episcopal Diocese of New York, the seat of the bishop, and also houses a congregation. The Cathedral Close is home to the Cathedral School, to adult and children in trust, a preschool, after-school, and summer program, and the Textile Conservation Lab. We have some 30 services every week, a soup kitchen that serves over 25,000 meals every year. We house other programs that provide needed help for the Morningside Heights community. We host concert series, lectures, art exhibits. These attract New Yorkers from all 5 boroughs and people from all over the world. And we continue to constitute an eclectic ensemble of buildings designated in different styles by many distinguished architects. The cathedral itself is famously unfinished with a non-existent north tower, an incomplete south bell tower, and partially constructed crossing and transepts. Although there have been a number of master plans proposed for the cathedral complex over the years, none has been fully implemented. So the evolution of the cathedral and its close has been episodic. That unfolding expresses the cathedral's expanding mission, priorities, and dynamic theology. This fact is particularly evident in the landscape of the Close, which is inhabited by sculptures, playgrounds, gardens, artistic and environmental exhibits, pathways that have changed variously over time. There's no functional distinction between the cathedral interior and the Close landscape with regard to how they both express and serve the cathedral's mission. We expect and hope that the cathedral and Close will continue to change over the coming decades and centuries. The restoration and continuing maintenance of the cathedral and of these historic buildings on the Close is costly and challenging, and we have had teams of experts to assist us. And the construction of these 2 residential buildings that we have on the vacant perimeter sites has created a financial anchor to build our endowment, to address deferred maintenance, and to provide some resources for the program mission budget. During the extended period in which the Close has been calendared, the cathedral and its consultants have benefited from the expert guidance and advice of the staff of the Landmarks Preservation Commission. We're mindful that this guidance and review will be formalized with this proposed designation. We are also confident that the Commission's designation and consequent regulation will further the preservation of the historic cathedral and Close buildings. Doing so acknowledges the importance of allowing the cathedral to express its mission and serve its communities amidst changing mission and the evolution of those programs. We appreciate the honor of designation and the deliberate and thoughtful process of the Commission's consideration, and look forward to working with the Commission and its staff in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dean. The next speaker is Susan Rodriguez.
Good morning. I'm Susan Rodriguez, a partner at Eniad Architects. Our firm has had the honor and privilege of working with the Cathedral of St. John the Divine for more than 20 years. During this time, we've assembled a team of experts in the field of architectural history, design, preservation, landscape, and structural, mechanical, and civil engineering, including Silman and BCA. We have worked closely with the leadership of the cathedral to support their stewardship of the historic buildings and grounds of the Close. Our team's work has been grounded in extensive research about the historical and technical issues related to the planning, design, and construction of the Close. Through our research, we have examined the shifting vision, layers of authorship, and incremental construction which have evolved over more than a century into a rich and complex ensemble of buildings and landscape. Today, an architecturally unique and invaluable precinct in the city. Still incomplete, the continuing evolution of the cathedral will be informed by this context and the wide variety of architectural styles, materials, and range of programs that define the vitality of life on the Close. Guided by the cathedral's mission and programmatic priorities, our work has involved setting the strategic direction and long-term architectural vision for the Close, while also addressing unexpected conditions and urgent repairs to keep the Close functional and accessible. Establishing priorities with the cathedral has been essential given the scale, complexity, and associated costs related to maintaining, modernizing, and enhancing the cathedral. The cathedral and its staff have supported our efforts to do the necessary work in a manner that respects the architectural and historical significance of the Close. A broad array of projects have been completed over the years, and we have worked closely with the staff of the Landmarks Preservation Commission, who have provided expert guidance to us through the pre-designation process. We look forward to our continued partnership moving forward. In conclusion, to many, the Cathedral of St. John the Divine is already considered a New York City landmark. Each project that we've undertaken has operated with that understanding and a deep appreciation and respect for the historic context that we are working in. Today's hearing initiates the formalization of that status, informed by a process that has been years in the making. It's been a privilege to work on the cathedral and its Close. It is eminently deserving of landmarks designation, and we are very pleased the trustees of the cathedral are supporting designation. It is an important step in securing the future of this important, sacred, and civic place in our city. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Elise Quaisbart.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Elise Quaisbarth. Higgins and Quaisbarth has had the honor of working with the Cathedral and its team during this designation process, and we are delighted to be here today with everyone saying yes to the formal recognition of this important New York City landmark. We are also humbly pleased that our research and our participation has helped inform the process. The Cathedral of St. John the Divine is an ongoing monumental undertaking that is significant in the cultural and social history of New York's rise to prominence. The cathedral's design and construction process has a rich, complex history that has been well documented. While much effort and art went into the design and construction of the architecture, the planning for the interstitial spaces between the buildings was functional, ad hoc, lovely, but not comprehensive. Even when plans were approved, they were often quickly modified or eventually not acted upon. The site, acquired by the cathedral's planners in 1887, had previously been occupied by the Leek and Watts Orphan Asylum. Its building, famously slated to be replaced by the South Transept, stands now as a reminder of an important earlier history. The guidelines of the first cathedral design competition in 1889 did not address the construction of other buildings on the Close, but the earliest competition entries made clear that such development was in the minds of the architects and the cathedral trustees. As the construction of the cathedral progressed, numerous plans for the erection of affiliated buildings were considered, and several were eventually erected. In succeeding years, the trustees contemplated a number of potential sites on the Close for additional buildings. For example, a 1920 plan adopted by the trustees showed 2 buildings located just off Amsterdam Avenue, and clergy housing was contemplated in the 1960s. More recently, perimeter areas of the block have been developed. In contrast to the cathedral, it appears that the Close did not have a plan for its completion. The Cathedral Church and its affiliated structures are served by functional roads and walkways. Placed among these are lawns, gardens, playgrounds, parking, and other open spaces with attendant fixtures and furniture. The Close has been and actively remains a site where a miscellany of artistic, religious, commemorative, and programmatic objects have been installed over time, sometimes temporarily. These features and surrounding spaces, while defined in part by the arrangement of closed buildings, have historically exhibited flexibility to evolve in concert with successive visions of the church building itself, and of the cathedral's growing and changing accessory needs, and of the public proclamation of its mission. Like the institution itself, the Close of the Cathedral of St. John the Divine affords an oasis of contemplative calm with an overlay of energetic dedication to its growing garden in keeping with its stewardship of its famous buildings. These installations, whether ephemeral or semi-permanent, cause the cathedral to hope for regulatory empathy and flexibility as the liturgy and vision for community involvement respond to changing needs. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kelly Carroll.
Good morning, Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. Despite 3 hearings in 1966, 1 in 1979, and 1 in 2002, the Cathedral of St. John the Divine, nor its Close, has ever been designated an official landmark site, despite what many people believe. HDC has long supported the Morningside Heights community and its decades-long wishes to designate the cathedral and its Close. The Close is such an integral part of this ecclesiastical complex that the community did not want the cathedral designated without it, and for good reason. As HDC testified last in 2002, there may be room in the cathedral Close for additional structures, but those structures must be designed and sited so that they do not compromise the cathedral itself. These decisions, we feel, are best made by the Commission after adequate public review. Without designation of the entire site, and with designation of the cathedral alone, we are troubled by the possibility of the designated landmark being hemmed into the extent that its preservation is in name only. It is unfortunate that the condominium developments within the Close have been completed far ahead of the cathedral's own repairs and completion. These 2 high-rises now occupy the Close, which are out of scale, clash in materials, and have troubling proximity to the old cathedral. That said, it remains the largest Gothic cathedral in the world, and its sheer mass, made of solid stone, is a nod to the cathedrals of the old world. Just like its European predecessors, which often took hundreds of years to build, this cathedral has entered its 3rd century unfinished. It is comforting knowing that future work to this monument and its campus will benefit finally from the Landmarks Preservation Commission's oversight and be spared of any more aesthetic erosion. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Mark Levine.
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for allowing me a chance to speak. My prepared remarks concern the Morningside Heights Historic District, but I want to go on record expressing my support for designation of the St. John's Cathedral and Close. And I'm gratified that the cathedral leadership is in support of this designation so that at last we can protect the incredible historic legacy of this campus. Now, as for the Morningside Heights District, Morningside Heights is defined by its history more than almost any other neighborhood in New York City. Its status as a bastion of public institutions dates from 200 years ago, when the New York Society Hospital's Bloomingdale Insane Asylum relocated there. Today, Morningside Heights is home to more world-class academic, cultural, religious, and medical institutions than any neighborhood in America. The broad stock of residential buildings in Morningside Heights was erected in a remarkably compressed time period from 1900 to 1915, as the subway arrived to the neighborhood. The result is a coherent fabric of architecturally impressive apartment buildings along Riverside Drive, Cathedral Parkway, and Broadway. More modest middle-class apartment buildings sprouted up during this period along Morningside Drive and adjacent side streets. Housing for lower middle-class families was built along Amsterdam Avenue and nearby side streets. Morningside Heights' unique architectural identity has survived remarkably intact into the 21st century. This historic legacy is woven into community life there for local residents and is a powerful draw for tourists from around the world. But that unique identity is under threat like never before. The combination of skyrocketing land values and the ever-increasing need for space by growing local institutions has created significant development pressure in the neighborhood. The recent construction of a large apartment building adjacent to the Cathedral of St. John the Divine, just one of many examples of the kind of modern development which is chipping away at the historic character of Morningside Heights. A plethora of historic districts in Hamilton Heights, Central Harlem, and the Upper West Side surround Morningside Heights on three sides. Our neighborhood thus stands as an island of vulnerability amidst the better protected areas around us. That's why we have so passionately pursued this historic district, as a means to protect our rich architectural history. The Morningside Heights District will have other benefits as well, including elevating the profile of the neighborhood as a destination for history-minded tourists. It's no wonder then that the residents of Morningside Heights have responded with overwhelming support for this proposal. That support is a reflection of the merits of the proposed district and is also a testament to the 2 decades of advocacy by the grassroots leadership of the Morningside Heights Historic District Committee. I also want to note that while approval of the Historic District would be a great step forward towards the goal of preserving Morningside Heights, it leaves out many vulnerable parts of the neighborhood. I therefore look forward to continuing to work with the Morningside Heights community and LPC on additional designations in the future. Again, I appreciate this opportunity to submit testimony in support of the designation, and I thank you for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. I just want to clarify that after the hearing on St. John and St. John's the Divine and the Close, we will be having a hearing on Morningside Heights Historic District, and we will enter the councilman's testimony into the record. Thank you. The next speaker is Andrea Goldwyn.
Good morning, Chair Srinivasan and Commissioners. I'm Andrea Goldwyn, speaking on behalf of the New York Landmarks Conservancy. The Cathedral Church of St. John the Divine is one of the most significant buildings in New York, with extraordinary architecture and a compelling role in the city's history and culture. Despite the fact that it was and continues to be unfinished, it was first proposed as a landmark in the Commission's inaugural year calendar in 1966. At the 2002 hearing, we supported designation along with the owner and elected officials, and we're pleased to do so again. We thank the owner for their stewardship of this extraordinary structure and continued support of designation. We thank the Commission for bringing the cathedral back to a public hearing and urge a swift designation vote. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Laura Friedman.
Good morning. Commissioner Chair Srinivasan, Commissioners Chair Srinivasan, and is Sarah Carroll here? Yes, there you are, and the LPC staff. My name is Laura Friedman. I'm the president of the Morningside Heights Historic District Committee. I'm also an owner and resident of over 40 years in Morningside Heights, and we're here today, we the committee are here today, to speak in support of the designation of the Cathedral of St. John the Divine and the Cathedral Close. We're sorry to say that the present stewardship of the cathedral chose to obviate its responsibilities of protecting the grounds of St. John's in its entirety by participating in the building of 2 atrocious buildings that are an affront to our beautiful community. I think we can easily say that the 2 residential buildings on the land owned by the cathedral are the Penn Station of Morningside Heights. They have galvanized and created a degree of preservation awareness as only such a thoughtless set of buildings could. The action of this current leadership of the cathedral has organized our community in support of historic designation as no leaflet or petition ever could. We thank the Landmarks Preservation Commission for protecting the magnificent cathedral and what remains of its grounds. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Gregory Dietrich.
Good morning. My name is Gregory Dietrich, and I'm a resident of Morningside Heights, the principal of Gregory Dietrich Preservation Consulting, and an advisor to the Morningside Heights Historic District Committee. I'm testifying in support of the proposed designation of this landmark site. As a 20-year-plus resident of the Heights, well, today's designation hearing is bittersweet to me, to say the least. So first, let me touch on the bitter, and then follow with the sweet. LPC's interest in designating the close dates back to 1979, and again in 2002, before being thwarted each time by a high-powered board of trustees who successfully prevailed over the city. The last debacle occurred in 2003 with the proposal to designate the footprint of the cathedral, which not only generated volumes of testimony supporting a larger close designation, but also was ultimately rejected by City Council on the basis that the larger close merited designation. In its place, the Board of Trustees drafted a restrictive covenant that led to the more limited designation that is the subject of this hearing. Today, the experience of the cathedral has been severely marred by a 20-story glass tower in the southeast parcel of the former close, which looms higher than the cathedral itself when viewed from the south. And more recently, by two brutalist towers in the north parcel of the former close, whose combined mass obscures the majority of the cathedral's French Gothic-inspired north facade when viewed from multiple angles. These out-of-scale developments on the historic close are a testament to the destruction that can be wrought in absence of local landmark protection. So now for the sweet. Today's designation recognizes that in spite of these intrusions, there is still a there. This includes the Heights' oldest surviving building, Ithiel Town's Leek and Watts Orphan Asylum from 1843, to the iconic cathedral and its eye-filling ensemble of mostly early 20th century period revival buildings designed by a cadre of distinguished American architects. Together, these buildings, with their landscape courtyard and an exquisite open-air pulpit by Howells and Stokes, convey a distinct sense of place that is unrivaled of anywhere in New York City. I thank the Commission for taking this monumental first step with this designation, and I look forward to future designations to ensure that Columbia President Seth Lowe's vision for the Acropolis of the New World is not further debased.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Any more speakers? All right, we can close the hearing. Are there any comments or questions? Do you have any comments? Yes. John, go ahead.
Sure. It's hard to let this moment pass. I accept the bitter and the sweet, but I'm going to focus on the sweet here. I'm impressed by and I'm grateful for the fair analysis and the constructive, cooperative attitude that we have now from the Dean and the Episcopal Church. I have several perspectives on this. As a Columbia grad, I've always appreciated the role that the cathedral plays in the neighborhood, architecturally, socially, and culturally. In 2000, 15 months before the fire that was referred to earlier, I was married on the altar of the cathedral. The cathedral, therefore, plays an important role in my personal life as well. From those perspectives, and from the perspective of an LPC commissioner, I thank the cathedral for its respectful approach, and I hope that they can expect from the Landmarks Commission that we will be equally respectful of their ongoing needs and challenges in the future.
Thank you, John. Yes, Diana.
Well, I suppose I should add a personal note myself. My husband's grandmother, who was 102, 101 when she died, we had the memorial for her in the chapel in St. John the Divine. So I have special memories as well, John.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, I just want to echo some of the sentiments that John just said, but to really thank the leadership of the cathedral. They've been very, very open and really worked with our staff over the years, but together I think we can all move forward. We can lament about what happened in the past, but there is still no doubt in my mind that the complex, the close, and the cathedral and the buildings are incredibly important to the city. And together, the designation of both will establish the right setting for its protection and preservation and the Commission's ability to regulate it in the future. So I'm very encouraged by a lot of the testimony and support that we've received today, as well as from the commissioners, and we look forward to bringing it to vote in early next year. Thank you.
Next, Research Department public hearing item, LP 2584, Morningside Heights Historic District, an approximately 115 building district that reflects the residential development of Morningside Heights, primarily comprising residential buildings with some institutional buildings, largely constructed between the 1890s and the 1920s. Marianne Percival, Research Department, to present.
Good morning. The proposed Morningside Heights Historic District consists of approximately 115 buildings in an area stretching from West 109th to West 119th Street, Riverside Drive to Amsterdam Avenues. These buildings reflect the transition of Morningside Heights in the first decades of the 20th century from what had been a largely rural area into a cohesive residential district comprised primarily of apartments and flats buildings, along with a small number of row houses. And the majority of the buildings in the proposed district, as denoted here in green on the map, have retained a high level of architectural integrity over the years. Throughout most of the 19th century, Morningside Heights remained largely undeveloped except for scattered estates along the river and mid-century frame houses clustered around West 110th Street, later called Cathedral Parkway, and modern-day Broadway. Three factors contributed to the area's delayed development. Its location on an elevated plateau bordered by rugged cliffs, the presence of two large institutions, the Leake and Watts Orphan Asylum of 1843 and the New York Hospital's Bloomingdale Insane Asylum in 1821, and the lack of public transportation. With the sale and closure of the orphanage and asylum, the land was purchased by a number of significant institutions, eventually leading to the larger Morningside Heights neighborhood being known as the Acropolis of New York. Prior to the turn of the last century, residential development in the proposed district had begun with row houses and small multiple dwellings, such as 625 and 27 West 113th Street and 606 West 113th Street, three of the 20 buildings of the period which are included and that make up 17% of the proposed district. However, the arrival of the IRT subway in 1904 spurred large-scale development in Morningside Heights, and by 1910, the area was rapidly being transformed into a dense urban neighborhood with apartment and flats buildings marketed to the middle class. The 74 buildings from this period, denoted in light green on the left-hand map, form 64% of the proposed district. During this period, large apartments in a variety of styles by some of the city's most prominent architects line the wider streets, such as Cathedral Parkway, Riverside Drive, Claremont Avenue, and West 116th Street, with these two buildings being the anchors at Riverside Drive, as well as some mixed-use buildings on the portion of Broadway. All smaller apartment buildings and row houses were constructed along narrower side streets of the district. After the initial burst of development, 18 residential and institutional buildings were built between 1911 and 1931, forming 16% of the proposed district. These are such like 420 Riverside Drive and 454 Riverside Drive, 425 and 375 Riverside Drive. And amongst the residential buildings, there were clubs and houses of worship, such as the Explorers Club, the Alpha Club, the Broadway Presbyterian Church, and the West Side Unitarian Church, now occupied by Congregation Ramat Ora. In summary, the proposed Morningside Heights Historic District reflects a period of remarkable residential development in Manhattan, with its array of well-maintained apartment buildings, houses, clubs, and houses of worship, designed in the popular styles of the early 20th century by some of the city's prominent architects.
Thank you, Marianne. Are there any questions? We can take testimony. Alec Peltz.
Good morning. My name is Ellie Peltz, and I'm here to deliver testimony on behalf of Congressman Jerry Nadler. I am pleased to offer my support for the proposed designation of the Morningside Heights Historic District. Morningside Heights is a neighborhood notable for its unique historical and architectural qualities. Situated between two Frederick Olmsted parks, the 115 buildings included in the proposed district largely reflect the residential development that took place in the area between 1890 and 1930 due to the extension of the IRT subway line. Morningside Heights soon became the first neighborhood with middle-class apartment buildings and currently maintains the highest density of early 20th century middle-class apartment buildings in New York City. The area includes an unparalleled array of residential building types, from neo-colonial townhouses to elaborate Parisian-styled apartment buildings. Furthermore, this neighborhood has long served as an educational hub with several of New York City's oldest institutions of advanced learning, including Columbia University, Jewish Theological Seminary, Auburn Theological Seminary, and Manhattan School of Music located within its borders. Recent development, out of sync with the surrounding community, has already jeopardized the neighborhood's unique character. We have witnessed the intrusion of new buildings considerably taller than the 12-story height of the tallest apartment buildings in the area, as well as the demolition of ornate lower apartment buildings alongside Morningside Drive and other parts of the neighborhood. Community members have advocated for special designation of the neighborhood for over 20 years, and I have strongly supported their efforts. By assigning historic district designation to a significant portion of Morningside Heights, the Commission will help preserve and protect the distinct historical and aesthetic elements of this neighborhood. I also commend the Commission for considering the landmark designation of the Cathedral Church of St. John the Divine and the Cathedral Close. The church, one of the most prominent religious institutions in our city and respected worldwide for its impressive architectural design, is clearly deserving of landmark status.
I've got to get in here.
My district is home to many of New York's most recognizable landmarks, neighborhoods, and buildings. In order to ensure their continued cultural and aesthetic impact, these sites must be properly preserved. As the member of Congress representing the Morningside Heights community, I respectfully request that the Commission support the proposed designation of the Morningside Heights Historic District, as well as the landmark designation for the Cathedral Church of St. John the Divine and the Cathedral Close. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Nicole Maliori for Assemblyman Daniel O'Donnell.
Hello. Again, my name is Nicole Migliore. I work for Assemblymember Daniel O'Donnell, and I am delivering testimony on his behalf today. My name is Daniel O'Donnell, and I am a member of the New York State Assembly, representing the residents of the 69th District, which includes sections of Morningside Heights, Manhattan Valley, and the Upper West Side. Thank you for this opportunity to comment on the designation of the highly anticipated Morningside Heights Historic District. My office and I have been listening to comments from neighborhood residents on this topic for many years. It is clear that the Morningside Heights community is largely in favor of this historic district and wants the neighborhood's history and sense of place to be recognized and preserved. Since the announcement of this proposed designation, I have received a deluge of letters, emails, and phone calls in support of protecting this treasured area of our city. As you may know, I am a strong proponent of protecting our city's historic neighborhoods. I have advocated on behalf of a historic district in Morningside Heights for over 20 years, first as a founding member of the Morningside Heights Historic District Committee, then as the Land Use Chair of Manhattan Community Board 9, and now as an elected official representing Morningside Heights since 2002. I speak to you today, however, as a proud resident of an apartment my husband and I own within the boundaries of this proposed historic district. Morningside Heights is a beautiful place. When standing on my block, West 111th Street, one feels an immediate and undeniable sense of unique grandeur and history. These wonderful apartment houses were almost all built in the same time period at the start of the 20th century, largely as a result of the expansion of the IRT subway train northward in Manhattan. This intense development resulted in the impressive cohesion of architectural style and the distinct sense of place that this district so clearly presents. However, these buildings are not only beautiful, but are also representative of the work of many prominent architects of the period, including Neville and Bache, Schwartz and Gross, and George and Edward Bloom. and with this area already facing a number of imminent threats of significant alteration or demolition, this district is in need of historic designation as soon as possible. We cannot and should not allow the piecemeal destruction of one of the most historic areas of our city. I sincerely thank the Landmarks Preservation Commission for their commitment to making this historic district a reality and for working so closely with the community to protect this important place in which so many of us live, work, and play. I look forward to working with you on the second phase of the historic district so that the entirety of Morningside Heights may be preserved for future generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Daniel Victor. If you can read into the mic, please. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Daniel Victor, and I'm a trustee of Congregation Ramado Ra, 550 West 110th Street in Morningside Heights, and I submit these remarks on behalf of the congregation. We were founded in 1941 by Jewish refugees from the country of Luxembourg who managed to flee Luxembourg after the Nazi invasion. And we are approaching our 75th anniversary. We are a very small congregation. We have 100 core members. We have no administrative staff. We have a part-time rabbi. Everything we do is done through volunteers. We barely break even on an operating budget, and we're in the middle of a renovation and capital improvements to the congregation, which required us to replace the roof, the boiler, and a lot of infrastructure improvements. We are still $250,000 short of our goal to replace what we think is the only artistically important part of our congregation, which is the stained glass windows. We are fearful that inclusion of Ramado Ra in this district will impose on us additional approvals and administrative requirements that will make the achievement of our goals even more difficult. What you don't know is that Ramado Ra is party to a zoning lot development agreement in 1996 with Columbia University, pursuant to which we agreed, we covenanted in perpetuity not to develop the site above its current height, which essentially means that the congregation, that it is economically infeasible for the congregation to develop this site. And accordingly, there is no way that we could ever do anything on the site which would be at odds with the architectural integrity of Morningside Heights, which we greatly appreciate. Therefore, we feel that the imposition of inclusion in the district is unnecessary. Finally, I just want to point out that, that all of the proposal and the speakers have all emphasized the residential aspects, the important residential aspects of Morningside Heights. And in fact, if you look at the borders, there are only 2 institutional buildings included in this designation. One is ours, and the other one is the Presbyterian Church on the corner of 114th. We feel that the inclusion of that and the exclusion of all of the hundreds of institutional buildings which are also meritorious of being protected is unfair, and we suggest that it would be very simple, in our case, to begin the border of the district 1 building east on the southern side of West 110th Street, so that we would not be included in the district. That's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Gail Beltran.
Good morning. I'm Gail Beltran, Vice President for Campus Services at Barnard College. Barnard is a liberal arts college for women founded in 1889 as an affiliate of Columbia University. We matriculate approximately 2,400 students annually. Barnard's main campus is bound by 116th Street and 120th Street and between Claremont and Broadway. Barnard also owns and operates 4 buildings just outside of the main campus that are included within the boundaries of the proposed Morningside Heights Historic District. These buildings collectively house approximately 800 Barnard students, in addition to providing faculty housing and limited housing for non-affiliated tenants. The first, 600 West 116th Street, is a 12-story apartment building located on the corner of 116th Street and Broadway. This building also has ground floor retail tenants. This building was constructed in 1911-1912, designed by Gaten Aiello in the Renaissance Revival style. 616 and 620 West 116th Street are both 10-story apartment buildings constructed in 1906 and 7 by the architectural firm of Schwartz and Gross in the Beaux-Arts style. 49 Claremont Avenue, aka Eleanor Thomas Eliot Hall, is a 6-story multi-use building that houses approximately 100 students, along with our Career Development Center and other college offices. This building was constructed in 1906 and designed by George F. Pelham in the Georgian Revival style. We are delighted that these early 20th century buildings, although altered over the years, are deemed to contribute to the architecture and history of the proposed historic district. We look forward to working collaboratively with the Landmarks Preservation Commission and its staff on any future restoration and alterations that will enhance and keep these essential buildings functional and up-to-date for Barnard College, its student body, and its retail tenants. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Laura Friedman.
Good morning again. My name is Laura Friedman, and I am still the president of the Morningside Heights Historic District Committee. I live at 400 Riverside Drive within the proposed district, and I support the designation of this district and my building's inclusion in it. I have lived in Morningside Heights for over 40 years, and for the last 20 years, I have been working with my neighbors toward achieving a historic district in this beautiful neighborhood. As we stated in our request for evaluation, Morningside Heights' special character is derived from its cohesiveness as a neighborhood bearing multiple imprints of Beaux-Arts, city planning, its diversity of historic buildings encompassing world-class apartments and neighborhood institutions and middle-class apartment buildings, and its elevated topography. Added to that is the cadre of esteemed architects working in the neighborhood from the late 19th and 20th centuries. People from all over the world come every day to Morningside Heights, one of the jewels in the crown of our proud city. It is a neighborhood that represents, through its architectural splendor, beautiful parks and many institutions, a unique community in the midst of a thriving city. The amazing thing about Morningside Heights is how this neighborhood exists in the current moment on so many historic and architectural levels. It has an exquisite beauty, which is both man-made and natural. As president of the Morningside Heights Historic District Committee, a group of the dedicated members of our neighborhood, which has organized a large community presence today, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Chairperson Srini Vasan, Executive Director Sarah Carroll, and the staff with whom we have been working for having this public hearing with the hoped-for result of bringing the first phase of a historic district to our community. We look forward to working together to complete the final phase of preserving our neighborhoods for generations to come. I'm sorry, I'm just overcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Laura. The next speaker is Victoria Mason-Ailey.
Good morning. My name is Victoria Mason-Ailey. I'm an Assistant Vice President for Planning and Community Affairs, and I'm here today to testify on behalf of Maxine Griffith, Executive Vice President for Government and Community Affairs and Special Advisor on Campus Planning, who sends her sincerest regrets for being unable to appear today before you. On behalf of Columbia University, and together with my colleagues in the Office of Facilities and Operations, we thank you for the opportunity to submit testimony regarding the proposed Morningside Heights Historic District. We applaud the work of the Commission for the time and the research put into this project, as well as your ongoing mission to preserve New York City's architectural, cultural, and historic identity. Columbia University is proud to call the Morningside Heights community home, and we recognize that the character of our neighborhood is a large part of what draws students, faculty, and researchers to our institution. Our campus is home to a number of landmark buildings, and an accomplished team of professionals within Columbia's Facilities Historic Preservation Group works to maintain and preserve these properties with the highest standards of policy and practice. Additionally, Columbia University is proud to have created the nation's first multidisciplinary historic preservation program. While we have admiration for the work of the Landmarks Preservation Commission, we have specific concerns regarding the properties located at 604-616 West 114th Street at the eastern edge of the proposed district. Given these properties' lack of distinguishable architectural features, and because a nearly identical set of row houses exists within the proposed district at 614-618 West 113th Street, we question the contributing nature of these properties and respectfully request that the Commission relocate the eastern boundary of the proposed district on the south side of West 114th Street to the west to coincide with the eastern boundary of 622 West 114th Street. As you know, all urban universities face unique challenges when housing students and faculty, and these challenges are exacerbated in New York City. Without the ability to provide housing now and into the future, Columbia cannot continue to contribute to the educational, cultural, and economic well-being of the city. We have long considered the Columbia-owned properties located at 604-616 West 114th Street, combined with the parking lot located between 605 and 615 West 113th Street, to be a site appropriate for housing that would be created in compatibility with the neighborhood. We believe an appropriate scaled and articulated development would also be compatible with the proposed historic district. The properties located at 604-616 West 114th Street are neither architecturally distinctive nor the best historic examples of the speculative row houses built prior to 1900, which the proposed district seeks in part to preserve. Row houses at 608 West 113th Street, 614 West 113th Street, and 415 Riverside Drive, all of which are also owned by Columbia, are far more distinguished by their Doric pilasters and bracketed hoods, decorative belt courses, and the intricate detailing which adorns the windows and door frames of the buildings. These properties better represent the proposed district's early residential development and feature design elements which provide illustrative examples of distinctive architectural details prior to the turn of the 20th century. These details, however, are largely absent from the structures at 606-616 West 114th Street. With the exception of their cornices and certain pilasters framing their doors, these structures have comparatively few of the decorative design elements present and noteworthy in so many other distinctive buildings within the study area. Dr. Andrew Dolkart, an internationally recognized authority on historic preservation in New York City and a longtime staff member of the LPC, echoed this sentiment in his book, Morningside Heights, a history of its architecture and development, when he wrote, and I quote, "Row houses erected in the late 1890s range from the exceptionally narrow to the particularly banal group at 604-616 West 114th Street, to the more typical 18 to 20-foot wide houses designed by architects such as Neville and Bage, George F. Pelham, and George A. Schellinger, all of whom specialized in the speculative row houses work, to the larger and more expensive dwellings constructed at 414 and 415 Riverside Drive," unquote. Dr. Dolkart is a professor at the Columbia University Graduate School of Architecture, Planning, and Preservation. These properties' location along the edge of the proposed district also diminishes their capacity to contribute to its overall cohesiveness and integrity. While planning orthodoxy today encourages shorter, less dense buildings mid-block, given the historical context, we note that this grouping of attached row houses is currently something of an anomaly along the block itself and indeed within the proposed district as a whole. Located at the edge of an otherwise consonant and congruent street wall, this tight stretch of houses is bookended by larger, bulkier structures. Viewed from the street level, they appear diminutive by comparison, resulting in the sense that these smaller scaled structures are orphaned from the distinct sense of place that is otherwise consonant or consistent throughout the rest of the proposed district. Unlike these row houses, the larger apartment buildings further west along the south side of 114th Street, included in the proposed district, are fine examples of the middle-class apartment house dwellings, which so compellingly situate the neighborhood within the broader history of New York City's residential middle-class development. They tell the story of the transit-driven population growth at the turn of the last century, which perhaps, more than anything else, accounts for the unique character of the built environment in Morningside Heights today. Again, we thank you for the opportunity to submit our comments and for all the important work this commission has done to preserve the valuable architectural and historic resources of New York City. This testimony is respectfully submitted, again, on behalf of Maxine Griffith, AIC Executive Vice President of Government and Community Affairs and Special Advisor on Campus Planning at Columbia University.
Thank you. The next speaker is Christopher Rizzo. And I just want to remind people that there's a 3-minute period for you to speak.
Good morning. My name is Christopher Rizzo, and my law firm represents Broadway Presbyterian Church, which is located in the proposed historic district. The church objects to inclusion within the historic district, and I've submitted a letter to each commissioner outlining those objections. You'll hear from the pastor in a moment, but I want to very briefly outline the basis for that objection. There are 3. Number 1, the church should not be included in this historic district. According to an excerpt from the designation report sent to the church, the purpose of this district is to recognize and protect a cohesive residential district that is comprised primarily of apartment buildings with a smaller number of row houses that represents the district's earliest development. The buildings display a mix of stylish ornament, including Beaux-Arts, Secessionist, arts and crafts, Renaissance, Tudor, Colonial, Federal, and Georgian Revival styles popular at the time. This church includes its Gothic Revival house of worship, parish house, and office building. These 3 buildings have no relationship to the residential buildings in this district and the architectural style cited in the draft report. For these reasons, the Commission properly excluded most of Broadway and the Cathedral of St. John the Divine, which is properly being considered as an individual landmark. Why should this church be treated differently? Number 2, the church faces an urgent renovation need. Designation could not come at a worse time for this church. This summer, a pedestrian was injured by falling masonry. The church has therefore commissioned an architectural report on urgent restoration needs well in excess of $1.5 million. The church is happy to consult with LPC staff about these plans, but anything that adds time and expense to restoration this year is very problematic. Moreover, the church's plan should not be judged in comparison to the other tall residential buildings in this district, to which it has no architectural relationship. Number 3, the church has not had adequate time to consider designation or this district proposal. The Commission notified the church of its inclusion in the calendar district about 8 weeks ago and informed the church of the hearing about 2 weeks ago. The church has not otherwise been contacted to discuss the implications of inclusion within this district. This is inadequate notice for a house of worship, and the church must have more time to review these issues before the district is finalized or this hearing is closed. I want to generally thank the commissioners for their consideration of these objections and concerns. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Chris Shelton.
Good morning. I am Chris Shelton, and I serve as the pastor of the Broadway Presbyterian Church at West 114th Street and Broadway. I've served as the pastor since 2011, and I oversee the church's worship and education programs, along with our extensive programming for our poorest neighbors, our soup kitchen, shelter, food pantry, clothing closet, and doctor's office for the homeless. I also live in an apartment that the church has long rented on West 116th Street, indeed looking at the view out of my window. It is therefore, as a neighbor, and on behalf of our Board of Trustees, that I object to the inclusion of the church within the proposed historic district. Our objection is not based on any desire to deface our building, quite the contrary. It is my job, indeed the center of my faith, to engage our congregation to be good, welcoming, inclusive neighbors. And in that work, our building is our largest single tool for ministry. And we share a deep commitment to maintaining its structure and its safety and to opening its doors to everyone. At the same time, churches like ours, particularly those that focus so much money, time, and energy on caring for the poor, face funding challenges in very different ways than residential buildings do. And being included in this landmark district will make my job and our work that much harder. Our church, our parish house, and our office building need immediate improvements. In recent years, we have done major work on our interior spaces so that the people who sleep in our shelter and shower in our restrooms are given the dignity that they deserve. After a terrible pedestrian injury this summer, we quickly commissioned a detailed architectural study of our exterior restoration needs. I'm happy to consult with LPC about the findings. We are not a congregation that has moved its money into endowments. We have always put our money into our community first. And so, though we do not know how we are going to be able to fund the needed improvements yet, we are committed to doing so as quickly, as expeditiously as we are able. It does not seem reasonable to me that we may have to have those improvements judged in comparison with the residential buildings around us. Our buildings do not bear a design connection to the residential buildings in this historic district. Indeed, it's my understanding that we are only one of 2 houses of worship and the only commercial property, solely commercial property within the district. Why is that? Lumping us together with tall residential buildings in the Beaux-Arts style is arbitrary, especially when most of our neighbors on Broadway are excluded. Finally, I ask the Commission not to act on this proposal until we have had time to meet with LPC staff. LPC notified me of the proposal just a few weeks ago, and news of this hearing came only at Thanksgiving as we enter our single busiest time of the year. I very much wish that the Neighborhood Committee had engaged us previously. This is not adequate time for us to discuss as our leaders, architects, trustees, and with our whole congregation. I thank you for your consideration of these concerns. I look forward to maintaining the beauty of this neighborhood, and I hope to meet with you in the days to come.
Thank you. The next speaker is Payman Lodi.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Payman Lodi, Vice President at the Real Estate Board of New York. REBNY is here today to express their support for the proposed Morningside Heights Historic District, and we'd like to submit our comments to the Commission for consideration. In many ways, the proposed Morningside Heights Historic District serves as a further continuation of the Riverside West End Historic District and its extensions. The proposed district is defined by the rapid development of a middle-class neighborhood characterized as large-scale apartment buildings at the turn of the 20th century. The handsome buildings along Riverside Drive largely define the character of this district, representing many examples of beautiful and important architecture. We want to commend the Landmarks Commission and its staff for producing and distributing their research presentation on the proposed district before the public hearing. In the absence of a draft designation report prior to a public hearing, the presentation offered important insight and transparency into the reasoning and research behind the landmarking process. The maps identifying periods of development and architectural integrity were particularly important, and we welcome these presentations prior to the designation of future historic districts. REBNY also wants to commend the Commission for its thoughtful approach in determining the boundaries of the proposed district. It is clear that careful consideration was taken in creating boundaries around intrusions that do not contribute to the district in any architecturally or historically significant way. This is best exemplified by the decision to exclude prime development sites along Broadway from the proposed district. We think it would be appropriate for the Commission to consider establishing non-contiguous boundaries in the future in order to prevent the inclusion of non-contributing buildings, as we've seen done in the Lower East Side East Village District. While the proposal puts forth a mostly coherent district, it does include a number of buildings that seem to depart from the architectural continuity that the district represents. We're submitting a map and a list of properties that we believe should be excluded. It's about 10 properties, some along 114th Street and 111th Street for a variety of reasons, some vacant lots, some lacking architectural integrity. We respectfully request that the Commission consider removing these non-contributing properties in order to make Morningside Heights Historic District as coherent as possible. We think boundaries should be drawn as narrowly as possible to only capture buildings truly worthy of protection and preservation and exclude those inappropriate and non-contributing properties. Thank you for the opportunity to share our thoughts and concerns about this proposed designation.
Thank you. The next speaker is Basha Gerhardt.
Good morning. I am Basha Gerhardt, and I am here on behalf of Manhattan Borough President Gail Brewer to express our resounding support for the designation of the Morningside Heights Historic District located in Manhattan's Community Board 9. At the first introductory meeting in October 2014 between the Borough President and the newly appointed LPC Chair, Meenakshi Srinivasan, we discussed the opportunities for preservation equity in the Borough of Manhattan and the hope that the designation work of the LPC would bring it north of 96th Street. Since that meeting, we are thankful for the Northern Manhattan designations of the Mount Morris Park Historic District Extension, the Uptown Backlog properties that are winding their way through the public process to designation. Excuse me. The work the LPC will undertake as part of the East Harlem Neighborhood Plan, the designation shortly of the exceptional Cathedral Church of St. John the Divine, which we support, and the hard work that brought us here today. The proposed and carefully crafted district before you deserves to be designated on both historic and architectural merit. The boundaries encompass a cohesive collection of structures notable for their distinct development period. Most of the structures were completed from 1900 to 1910 as a direct result of the IRT expansion in 1904. It is therefore important to maintain and preserve the historic integrity of the proposed district. While 97% of the district is residential in nature and use, its institutional buildings provide an added depth of architectural character and are an important part of the development story of this district. Therefore, we urge you to designate the proposed Morningside Heights Historic District. I also want to express appreciation to the Morningside Heights Historic District Committee, especially Laura Friedman and Gregory Dietrich, Manhattan Community Board 9, Councilmember Mark Levine, and Assemblymember Danny O'Donnell for their ongoing advocacy for this designation, and I thank the LPC for your time and consideration on this matter.
Thank you. The next speaker is Andrew Dolkart.
Hi, I'm Andrew Dolkart. I'm an architectural historian, professor of historic preservation at Columbia University, and author of Morningside Heights, A History of Its Architecture and Development. I worked 7 years on that book, and I'm really thrilled to be here. I think people always ask me, why did I write a book on Morningside Heights? And I think the reason is I had several questions I wanted to answer. One, why is it the only neighborhood in the history of development in Manhattan that was skipped by the typical development of Manhattan Island? Two is, why did it become an institutional center? And three is, why did it become such a cohesive residential neighborhood so rapidly, actually even more rapidly than was stated earlier? It's basically between about 1903 and 1912 that the area develops as a residential neighborhood. And I want to just say as an aside, there is no such thing as a residential neighborhood that's all residential buildings. Residential neighborhoods are mixes of residential buildings, religious buildings, and other kinds of institutional buildings. And that churches in particular, churches and synagogues in particular, are always designed to be distinctive of the architecture that they're near. If you look at West End Avenue, you look at Harlem, they were always designed in styles that were meant to be separate and seen individually. So I think and I learned a lot in this book, and I think the reason why it's such a distinctive neighborhood is, one, is that it's geographically isolated. Two was the presence of the asylums, because speculative developers didn't think that these asylums would make good neighbors. And three, and most important, was that this neighborhood was skipped by rapid transit. And so when the institutions were looking for places to build, this was the neighborhood that was available. And then the opening of the subway led to a completely separate development of Morningside Heights as this extraordinary institutional building neighborhood. And what I would argue is that it's perhaps the first neighborhood of apartment houses. So what do we learn from this neighborhood? Well, one, we learn that just because we build row houses doesn't mean they're going to come. We've seen a number of row houses. There were some in the introduction. Mostly they were a financial disaster, because why would you buy a row house on Morningside Heights if you could do it on the Upper West Side or Harlem, which were reached by mass transit? So they weren't a great economic success, even if many of them are beautiful visually. Two, they tell us about speculative builders in New York. This was a neighborhood built entirely by speculative builders, most of whom were Jewish and Italian immigrants or their children, investing in real estate and creating an early 20th century neighborhood. They also tell us about architects, many of whom were also Italian and Jewish immigrants. And interestingly, the world of immigrant builders and architects was quite fluid. As one would expect, Italian developers such as the Paternos, this building here is the Paterno, worked with Italian architects such as Gaetano Aiello, and Jewish developers such as Bernard and Hyman Crystal, who designed the buildings you're seeing off to the right, worked with Jewish architects such as Schwartz and Gross. But what is even more interesting is that the Paternos also worked with Schwartz and Gross. In fact, the Paterno was designed by Schwartz and Gross, and the Crystals worked with Gaetano Aiello. So there's this wonderful fluidity to the speculative architecture and world of both the builders and the architects. The buildings also tell us about apartment house planning, about the types of amenities demanded by the middle class at the time, about apartment house marketing, especially the wonderfully evocative names of the buildings. This is something I was very interested in when I was writing the book. Buildings called the Miramar and the Aqua Vista and the Bella Vista, and all of these names that were purely marketing tools to attract people to come and rent apartments. Although I would not have drawn the boundaries in the way that you are considering today, boundaries that leave out many excellent mid-blocks between Broadway and Amsterdam Avenue, and I would certainly have had public hearings on some of the institutions. I always keep in my head, what are the most significant buildings in New York that are not landmark? Number one on my list.
Mr. Dolkart, can you wrap up?
Yeah,
because
number one on my list is Teachers College. So I'm happy, though, that the Commission has finally turned its attention to this important neighborhood, and I look forward to its designation with more to come. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sean Corsandi.
Good morning, Commissioner. Sean Corsandi for Landmark West. Landmark West is elated to support our neighbors to the north in this essential historic district proposed for the Upper West Side, AKA Van Waters Heights, AKA Cathedral Heights, AKA Morningside Heights. By any name, it's a vibrant, distinctive, and significant historic neighborhood that should be protected without delay. In tumultuous times, it's reassuring to know that there will be some stability and coherence in the future. The late great comedian George Carlin grew up in Morningside Heights, yet another reason to designate it. His missives and one-liners resonate with this preservation advocate. While this family forum won't let us share all of his thoughts, one can look to his infinite wisdom for guidance. For example, to quote him, "I think the duty of the comedian is to find out where the line is drawn and cross it deliberately." Sage words for sure. The proposed southern boundary of Morningside Heights Historic District shares a southern tangent edge with the recently designated Riverside Drive West End Avenue Historic District Extension 2. Crossing this former boundary line connects Riverside Drive from 108th to 119th Streets. This new line will add protections for buildings by Gaetano Aiello, Simon Schwartz, Arthur Gross, as well as Benjamin and Benjamin in our district alone. It also protects a healthy swath of buildings recognized as, quote, the city's largest ensemble of institutional complexes, as well as an extensive concentration of early 20th century middle-class apartment buildings. Another nugget of Carlin wisdom: no one knows what's next, but everyone does it. Next, may we suggest Morningside Heights Historic District Extension 2, 2 blocks further north, including George Carlin Way and his childhood home on 121st Street. Another example, Carlin said, property is theft. Nobody owns anything. When you die, it all stays here. Such is the hope, at least. A preservationist in spirit, Carlin clearly saw that there was something greater than himself and his time here. Just as historic districts represent the endurance and sanctity of the collective, something we're all caretakers of and pass on to future generations. In closing, remember Carlin's words, the future will soon be a thing of the past. Landmark West supports this long-anticipated designation and wishes to thank the LPC for your attention to this special asset.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kelly Carroll.
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. The Historic Districts Council enthusiastically endorses the designation of the Morningside Heights Historic District. Local residents and preservationists have been advocating for a district here for over 20 years, as you've heard. HDC named this neighborhood one of our 6 to celebrate in 2012 and is proud to have worked closely with the Morningside Heights Historic District Committee to strategize for this successful designation. While the neighborhood may be best known for its world-famous institutions for higher learning, none of which are included within the historic district boundaries before you today, this is only one part of its fascinating story and architectural character. Its eastern and western borders consist of 2 designated scenic landmarks, the Olmsted Design Morningside and Riverside Parks, while all around is a fine mix of early 20th century residential architecture, from single-family row houses to Beaux-Arts-style apartment buildings. With the exception of 2 churches, this district focuses entirely on the neighborhood's residential story, but that story is well worth telling. Even before zoning laws were introduced to regulate land use, developers in this area constructed row houses and modest apartment buildings on side streets and grand apartment houses on the avenues, particularly Broadway, giving the neighborhood a heterogeneous yet cohesive character. Its sense of place is derived from the confluence of this residential development paired with that of the development of its institution, all just steps away from one another. In addition to steering clear of the neighborhood's large institutions, it is regrettable that the proposed district also cuts out quite a number of buildings included in proposals by locals and elected officials, including sections of the neighborhood stretching up to its northern boundary at 125th Street. In particular, HTC finds the omission of Morningside Drive, the neighborhood's namesake, in which with its stairs, and its adjacence to the park, to be a questionable decision. The less opulent apartment houses on Morningside Drive, constructed for a middle-class clientele due to relative distance from the subway, play a role in telling the story of the neighborhood and deserve to be protected. Additionally, the promenade on Morningside Drive features observation platforms, imposing stone steps, and a statue of a social reformer, Carl Schurz, all with a view down to the park below. As one of the neighborhood's most picturesque places, HDC urges the Commission to include it in another phase at some point in the not-too-distant future. And as a side note about Columbia's not wanting to include row houses in the designation, it's probably because a few years ago when I was a student at Columbia, they tore down row houses, which are still being used as surface parking and not housing anyone. Thank you.
The next speaker is Andrea Goldwyn.
Good morning, Chair Srinivasan and Commissioners. I'm Andrea Goldwyn, speaking on behalf of the New York Landmarks Conservancy. We're pleased to join residents, elected officials, and the tireless local advocates of Morningside Heights in support of this historic district. The district is a stately collection of approximately 115 buildings running down Riverside Drive from 119th Street and through side streets from 116th to Cathedral Parkway. These masonry-clad structures date primarily to the early 20th century in the revival styles of that period, including Beaux-Arts, Classical Revival, Georgian Revival, Neo-Renaissance, and French Renaissance. Many were built as transportation advances made this area ripe for new development when the IRT line opened in 1904. They maintain much of their historic volume and mid-rise height with original materials and details intact. While the composition of the district is mainly apartment buildings, it includes a group of charming 19th century row houses on 114th Street and the nearby collegiate Gothic-style Broadway Presbyterian Church and Congregation Ramath Ara. Most buildings within the district are included in the National Register eligible Broadway Riverside Drive or Cathedral Heights historic districts. Nomination forms for both of those districts comment on the integrity of location, design, setting, materials, workmanship, feeling, and association. Clearly, this group of buildings is well deserving of local recognition as well. We look forward to working with building owners in the district and offering the Conservancy's financial and technical assistance for homeowners and historic religious properties. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Gregory Dietrich. And followed by Christopher Goff and Paul Schneier.
Good morning. My name is Gregory Dietrich, and I reside at 615 West 113th Street within the proposed district. I'm also the principal of Gregory Dietrich Preservation Consulting and an advisor to the Morningside Heights Historic District Committee. I am pleased to support this district's designation and my building's inclusion in it. I believe that this district captures the prevailing architectural style and building typology of the early 20th century apartment house as manifested in mostly upper middle-class apartment houses along the avenues and more solidly middle-class apartment buildings and flats buildings along the cross streets. It also captures the smaller scale residential buildings along the cross streets that are so indelibly linked to the development of the Upper West Side. From the row of elegant townhouses at 621-627 West 113th Street, designed by C.P.H. Gilbert in a style evocative of Charles Bulfinch's work in Beacon Hill, to the more modest and quirky late 19th century row houses at 604-616 West 114th Street, designed by Frank A. Lang in the Neo-Renaissance style. But beyond these residential buildings, this district captures the authentic fabric of the New York City neighborhood, as emboldened by its religious buildings. The former West Side Unitarian Church, now Congregation Ramat Orah, designed in the neo-federal style, and Broadway Presbyterian Church and its associated building, designed in the collegiate Gothic style. These institutions not only tell the story of the neighborhood's ecclesiastical development during the first decades of the 20th century, but also of the people who lived and worshiped here. And of course, it goes without saying that these buildings' inclusion are as essential to understanding the historical development of Morningside Heights as the dozens and dozens of religious buildings found in so many of the other districts across the city. I congratulate the Landmarks Commission on taking this important first step in recognizing Morningside Heights' historical and architectural legacy, and I look forward to the next phase of recognition. I would also like to just personally dedicate this effort to the late Carolyn Kent, whose tireless work in advocating for the Heights protection lives on in all of us who support her efforts. Yeah.
Thank you.
I would like to just submit a petition from residents from my building, as well as some residents from other buildings in the proposal.
Thank you. The next speaker is Christopher Goff.
Christabel Goff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. Sometimes it takes so long for an historic district to come to fruition that its most enthusiastic proponents have died while waiting for it. So you today are to be thanked especially for seeing the importance of this and bringing it to the table at last, although as Gregory just said, there is a certain sadness regarding absent friends. 100 years ago and more, there were high hopes for the rising land here, then known as New York's Acropolis, and not all of those hopes have been dashed yet. Especially the residential side overlooking the Hudson has held up, and the grand apartment buildings stand just as they did, framing the park and the academic sites, creating a unity of fantasy-active styles and gracious boulevards, and in fact, reminding us of Paris. And if you look at the style name designations, they're all French, basically. Beaux-Arts, Art Nouveau, Art Déco. So this is a little corner that reminds us of Paris, as I'm sure it did the original designers. So this is something New York needs to keep and cherish, and we are here to add another voice of support to the many who are asking you to designate Morningside Heights. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Paul Schneier, followed by Robert Stern and Thomas Martin.
Thank you. My name's Paul Schneier. I'm a long-term resident of Morningside Heights, having lived there from 1976. I want to stand here just in support of the designation and share a few thoughts as a parent, now a grandparent in the neighborhood. I realize and have observed what a long process This has been with the hard work of the community, the elected officials, and you, the LPC, and your staff. Unfortunately, there have been long delays in the process, and we observe changes that have taken place in the neighborhood while these delays occurred, specifically changes, for example, at St. John's. However, this phase is being completed and hopefully will be implemented real soon. I just hope that for my grandchildren, as they are raised in this neighborhood, that the next phase that is needed is also undertaken, and that I don't have to return here in 20 years, but in a much shorter time to stand up supporting the next phase of the designation and in growing the borders so the entire neighborhood is included. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Robert Stern.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Robert Stern. I am testifying today on behalf of the Morningside Heights Community Coalition, MHCC. Neighborhood residents, co-op owners, and tenants who have come together in recent months to ensure that rapidly increasing luxury housing development does not destroy the architectural and social fabric of our community. Hundreds of community members have united out of a common love for our neighborhood and a shared concern for its future. And we have won the support of our elected officials and have drawn the attention of city agencies. The MHCC includes residents of all Morningside Heights, from 110th to 125th Streets, from Morningside Park to Riverside Park. We join together today in enthusiastically supporting the proposed designation of a historic district in the southern part of the neighborhood. We support this district designation because it recognizes the unique character of Morningside Heights, its cohesive grand scale along the avenues and drives, and its intimate scale along the cross streets, giving it visual interest, its European architectural character evoked by its signature Beaux-Arts style buildings. This rare urban environment is invaluable not only to longtime neighborhood residents, but also to visitors, including tourists from all over the world and students and scholars drawn to its various academic institutions. Approving the proposed historic district designation is an important step in preserving our neighborhood as an international treasure. We congratulate the Morningside Heights Historic District Committee on 20 years of tireless advocacy on behalf of our neighborhood. The MHCC looks forward to more phases to come in recognizing this distinct and essential part of New York City's history, the character of which is now threatened by uncontrolled real estate development. Members of MHCC living north of 116th Street look forward to the time when the distinctive architecture of the northern section of Morningside Heights receives official recognition from the Landmark Preservation Commission. But in the meantime, all members of MHCC join in enthusiastically supporting today's proposed designation, and we thank the Landmark Preservation Commission for considering this proposal, and thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. The next speaker is Thomas Martin.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Thomas Martin, and I'm here to speak on behalf of my family. I've been a resident of Morningside Heights since 1973. My wife and I live at 390 Riverside and have raised 2 children there who are now adults. Both of our children attended the then non-denominational nursery school at Broadway Presbyterian, and they both attended Bank Street College School for Children up through the 8th grade. Both of them love the neighborhood. They have been in Little League, playing both at Morningside Park and Riverside Park. And to the dismay of the groundskeepers, they often played their touch football games on Columbia's lush green quad. We're here to support the Morningside Heights Historic District, and our daughter is so much in love with the area that she's now a resident of Morningside Gardens. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. The next speaker is Shelley Martin, followed by Suki Terada Ports and Simon Thorson.
Good morning. I really don't want to take much of your time. That was my husband. We are very much in support of designation of the historic district for our neighborhood. We love the neighborhood, and we'd like to keep the nature the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Suki Terada Ports.
Good morning. It's once again my honor to speak before you. The last time I spoke here as a lifetime resident of Morningside Heights, who played in Morningside Park and whose children also played in Morningside Park. I am so pleased that you designated our Central Park as a landmark. Thank you. In 2018, the New York Garden Club will celebrate their 100th anniversary. They've decided to celebrate it by helping to remove some invasive plants and some trees and invigorate the waterfall covering Columbia's dynamite scars with their $150,000 gift. At their ribbon cutting last month, some children from the nearby public school recited poetry, including what will be a vision next spring of a host of golden daffodils. By designating the park a landmark, you have enabled this uncommon respite, including turtles basking in the sun, to exist for many generations to come. Morningside Park forms the longitudinal border with Riverside Park and the Hudson River, creating a mirror border, each with summer's cool, lush green turning into fall's multicolored, followed by the silence of a snow-covered fairyland broken only by the squeals of our children in both parks racing down the hills on their sleds or plastic dishpans. In the spring, we see the feathery light green with the new life of pink and white cherry and apple blossoms. We are here today, though, to discuss what is happening in the sandwich between these precious parks. I wish the facts were more encouraging. Trying to balance maintenance and preservation costs of centuries-old buildings with student tuitions or patient payments or churchgoers' contributions haven't kept up with increased expenses. We are too late at this hearing to stop the 30 and 40-story buildings newly occupied or those in various stages of demolition being built by institutional selling air rights. The cost of maintaining grand examples of what is housed, and my apartment is right there in your view, looking at gargoyles, sun streaming through the magnificent stained glass rose window at St. John's, and the sunrise along Morningside Park, seen by the St. Luke's balconies. Union Theological Seminary and the Jewish Theological Seminary. The price paid by the institutional neighborhood expansion is the replacement of precious land, lower structures, or clusters of low buildings, which will disappear by luxury or so-called affordable housing. We can't maintain that diversity if we don't get together and plan, and so I thank you for this preliminary hearing. And we just cannot have our neighborhood lost in the hodgepodge of potential developer greed in an area of institutional need, where creative architecture has by chance made a community that should not be lost now because we did not act upon the inevitable. Housing that is affordable to meet the needs of the many levels of income we presently have could be lost in some criteria for development if all of our communities are not met. We would be happy to take you on a neighborhood tour. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Simon Thorson.
Good morning. My name is Simon Thorson, and I live at 440 Riverside Drive, which you see in front of you. I've been a long-term resident of the area, and my wife's been there even longer, since 1972. I'm representing my building in part. I circulated a large number of petitions, which everyone signed very enthusiastic, which I have to hand in to you, all in support of the historic district. Morningside Heights was largely developed after the subway opened in the early 20th century and has an unusual mix of buildings dating from that time, including institutions, St. John the Divine, St. Luke's Hospital, Jewish Theological Seminary, Union Seminary, Columbia University, Barnard, and several others. The avenues, particularly Riverside and Claremont and Morningside and Cathedral Parkway, are lined by fine 10 to 12-story apartment buildings. The side streets are a mixture of townhouses and small apartment buildings, giving a delightful contrast to the area. All are interspersed with many green spaces and bracketed by Morningside Park and Riverside Park. The result is a variety of harmonious buildings and a very pleasant, livable environment. We believe that development is inevitable, but it should be consistent with the existing urban fabric and harmonize with the surrounding buildings. And I believe this can be achieved in part by creating a historic district.
Thank you. The next speaker is John Lipset, followed by Howard Hartig and John Weiser.
Yes, good morning, members of the commission. My name is John Lipset. I'm a member of the Morningside Heights Historic District Committee. I live at 535 West 110th Street, which is in the district. I've lived there since 1969, and I am an original member of the Morning Heights Historic District Committee. The members of the committee are thankful we have reached this occasion to have designated a part of Morningside Heights as an historic district, and it does represent a lot of activity on behalf of the committee, dating back to 1996. I wanted to point out that over the 20 years that have elapsed since then, much of the committee's work has been trying to oppose the many discordant developments and buildings in the district with a certain success, mixed success, which has been very difficult because of the lack of a historic district and lack of proper zoning and so forth. And we do hope that the district can be enlarged because of the threats which have been mentioned of much development that is really reaching a greater and more frightening stage than anything in the past in terms of height and a lack of any consistency with the texture of the district. So again, thank you for your consideration and efforts, and we hope for another such day as this soon.
Thank you. The next speaker is Howard Hartig.
Good morning, and thank you for this opportunity. I'm here simply as a private citizen, a longtime resident of Morningside Heights. That's my block on Claremont Avenue. Lived there for 37 years. And I've spent most of my career in the administration at Columbia University. When people back home in the Midwest would ask me what it's like living in New York City, I would say, actually, I live in a college town. And that is the way I've always looked at it. We don't have the expanses of green grass and the high, wide sky that characterize this stereotypical college town, but we do have that. We have a cohesive environment, a cohesive community environment that includes students and faculty and administrators and community residents and former faculty and former students. It's an evolving community, and that makes a college town what it is and makes it the kind of environment that I think New York should be proud to offer to people coming here to experience New York. So thank you very much.
Thank you. John Weiser.
Good morning. I'm Jack Weiser. I'm a 42-year resident of Morningside Heights. I'm a member of the Morningside Heights Historic District Committee, proud to be so, and I'm here simply to offer my voice in support of this historic district. It's been a long time coming. I want to remember Carolyn Kent, who began this effort over 20 years ago, and I want to applaud your efforts and wait to see the next addition to this historic district. So I'm going to cede my following 2 minutes to whoever needs them after me. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Anne Armistead, followed by Harry Schwartz and Donna Vermes.
Good morning. My name is Ann Armistead, and I have lived at 375 Riverside Drive at 110 since July of 1976, 40 years plus. I want to applaud the Landmarks Commission for their efforts in beginning to recognize this historic district and the contribution that it has made to the community. I am daily distressed by the vertical trailer parks that are sprouting in my neighborhood and neighborhoods all over the city. And I hope that Landmarks will succeed in this wonderful beginning to designate a historic district in Morningside Heights. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Harry Schwartz.
I'm Harry Schwartz. I've lived in the Morningside Heights for over 50 years. Although I'm not related to the eminent Morningside Heights architect, I'm one of the founders and continuing head of the 115th, 116th Street Block Association, and that runs from Morningside Drive to Amsterdam. Now, we were founded in the futile attempt to preserve the oldest residential buildings in the Heights, a row of buildings on 115th Street. We were unsuccessful. They are now a parking lot, a kind of lesson for us and a note for being vigilant on historic preservation. Hence, we strongly support the designation of this proposed Morningside Historic District. We believe it will bring protection to the architectural unity and coherence of the neighborhood. It will include a large set of very visible and important buildings. But we also recognize that there are other buildings in the Heights that deserve equal protection and of equal value. In our neighborhood, that would include the stately buildings on 116th Street between Amsterdam and Morningside, the curve, the gentle curve of buildings going up Morningside Drive overlooking the park, and smaller buildings on the side streets. So we strongly commend your efforts in designating this district, but we also urge you to give consideration to extending this district north of 116th Street to include other worthy buildings, and our association will strongly work with you and support that. Thanks very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Donna Vermes. Is she here? The next speaker then is Ilya Schwarzenberg.
My name is Ilya Schwartzberg. I own a one-bedroom apartment at 510 West 110th Street. I testify as an owner and community member, and I oppose this proposed historic district. I immigrated with my family as a religious refugee from the former Soviet Union. I'm now 28 years old, and I work as an attorney. Almost 2 years ago, I decided to invest my salary into the mortgage of the apartment I now own and occupy. When I received the notice of this proposed district, I was frustrated. Not only was my building proposed to be landmarked, but in total 115 buildings. I was further frustrated when I discovered the overwhelming concern, it seems, is simply to stop or to delay development. This disturbs my sense of where the future of my neighborhood lies and my sense of fair play and due process. After all, the sole concern of this commission should be to preserve notable architecture and history, not to aid in parochial concerns. Even to Upper West Siders, Morningside Heights tends to be overlooked. It is treated either as a northern extension of the Upper West Side or simply the area below Columbia. For me, the neighborhood has its endearing quirks and is conveniently accessible to my community. However, I chose to invest in the neighborhood's future primarily to be a part of its dynamic change, not necessarily its current nature. I personally think that the community will be more dynamic, exciting, and notable once young professionals like me move up there more often with more space made for them. My career has only started. I have hope and some anxious expectation of where it will lead me. So too, I draw hope and excitement from the unknown future of my neighborhood. Development does not simply mean out-of-place buildings, although I give modern architecture some credit. It means people. I've been lucky enough to afford my apartment, but many others my age cannot, or have to put their aspirations and families on hold for decades. I find it tragically ironic that supporters who choose to make their goal the preservation of the highest density of early 20th century middle-class apartment buildings in all of New York City also ignore the housing stock crisis this city and its middle class so painfully faces today. Our historic residential stock, I should point out, is incredibly common throughout Upper Manhattan, and I do not see its preservation as an immediate crisis. The development supporters are concerned with the university and increased housing stock. These are not problems. In my opinion, they further the community, spirit, and tradition of this neighborhood. With every student apartment that can move to higher density dormitories, that frees up one spot for families and professionals. But we shouldn't try to account for what benefits will come of development. They will come, and they will be a part of the city as a living and breathing thing. Not only does this decision implicate individual rights, such as my own Fifth Amendment rights, and the collective direction of this neighborhood, but the scale and generic nature of this project directly implicates the proper role of this commission. The mission is to protect and perpetuate areas of special character or special historic or aesthetic interest or value. Frankly, Morningside Heights is pleasant and pretty, but it is not special. It has its story, as every neighborhood does, but it is not notable. It is notable for what it did for the city, which was to provide housing for many people as they lived their lives. I think that is the value that should be perpetuated, but that is not a matter for this commission.
Thank you. The next speaker is Gretchen Borges, followed by Jim McKinn and Timothy Butler.
My name is Gretchen Borges. I live at 370 Riverside Drive, a co-op in which my husband Dan and I bought our apartment in 1992 after living in a house in New Jersey for 1 year, 1 month, and 3 days. We moved there after leaving Columbia Housing on West 113th Street, where we had lived for 10 years, as first Dan and then I worked our way through graduate programs, he in electrical engineering and I in architectural history at Columbia. So we have lived in Morningside Heights since 1981, with the exception of that one aberrant year. We are pleased to still be living at 370, a 14-story apartment building erected in 1922, designed by Schwartz and Gross, a firm responsible for many of the neighborhood structures. Back in 1992, we wanted to return for a number of reasons, but most of those reasons reflected on our appreciation of Morningside Heights and its positive attributes, even in the dark, crack-ridden days of the early 90s. Soon after our return, I began writing an account of individual buildings in the neighborhood, an opus predating that of Andrew Dolkart and fortunately lost long ago. But that activity led me to friendship with a number of local activists, including Carolyn Kent, the heart and soul of Morningside Heights for so many years. In 1996, I joined her and a core group of others, including Laura Friedman, Danny O'Donnell, and John Lipset, in forming the Morningside Heights Historic District Committee. And now, 20 years later, I voice my wholehearted support for the district designation. I still delight in the sense of neighborhood in the Heights, a sense that is fostered by the dignity and cohesion of its Beaux-Arts architecture. I like the scale of the neighborhood, where contemporary luxury high-rises are rare, though alas, due to become more common. And I like knowing that it was not built as an enclave for the wealthy, but rather as a place for the middle class. All of these things contributed to it still being a cohesive neighborhood, one deserving of this designation. I look forward to the day when additional areas can be added to the district, protecting all of Morningside Heights. And now I'm pleased to thank the Commission in pushing forward this first phase of the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Mackin.
Hello, my name is Jim Mackin. My family and I live at 370 Riverside Drive since 1989 and on the Upper West Side from 1971. I do touring in the neighborhood, and that includes neighborhood residents, but it also includes visitors from outside the neighborhood, outside the city, even outside the country, and many college groups as well. And people are just dazzled by our neighborhood, especially when they start walking the side streets. Much of the touring starts with our deep history, the Bloomingdale Road back to 1708, the Battle of Harlem Heights, later on the Bloomingdale Insane Asylum, many things that give us our character. As people start to walk the side streets, they're struck by the fact that they might have to walk up, they might have to walk down, and if they're on Riverside Drive or Morningside Drive, they'll probably have to accommodate the route of the streets. The footprint of many of our buildings accommodate Riverside Drive, Morningside Heights, Riverside Drive, and even the Bloomingdale Road determine that we have irregular footprints for some of the buildings. So as more people learn about the history of the neighborhood in great detail, they begin to know these names of Schwartz and Gross, who was the architects of my building, and they begin to brag that they live in a Blum and Blum building, or they live in a Georgia Pelham building, or they live in a Gaetan Aiello building. And I think the only thing I could say is we can't fully appreciate the rich history and wonderful architecture we have in our neighborhood. So thank you so much for your due consideration and hospitality today.
Thank you. The next speaker is Timothy Butler, followed by Martin Cohen and Janet.
Good morning. My name is Tim Butler. I've lived at 514 West 110th Street for the past 45 years. 4 years before that, I was a student at Columbia University, so I'm an old-timer in the neighborhood. The building I live in was built in 1911, designed by Schwartz and Gross, developed by the Paterno family, along with its twin, the Mark Antony, and its twin next door, the Prince Humbert. It's a gorgeous building. And you've heard a lot already about the sense of cohesiveness in the neighborhood and community and the special physical characteristics, and that's what we're here to consider. But I would beg you to consider this application very quickly, because the neighborhood is under enormous pressure. Now, while gentrification is not something that's within your bailiwick, it's a social consideration. We all live in the real world, and we know that gentrification is rapidly marching into Morningside Heights and puts tremendous pressure on the existing housing stocks there. In the past 20 years, I've seen my block change enormously. A gorgeous two-story neoclassical building that housed a bank and a methadone clinic was torn down so that an enormous condo could be built on the corner of Broadway. So one of the dangers that we face, and one of the interests that we, quite frankly, need protection from are real estate interests. The other interests that we need protection from are the institutions on the Heights. Now, currently, Jewish Theological Seminary and Union Theological are coming forward with plans to build enormous buildings. And that's not within your zone, but I would really ask you to also to approve the entire district. Columbia University, despite its lip service to community interests, has always placed its real estate interest before the interests of the community. And we heard one testifier testify to that regarding their tearing down of residential structures and placing parking places until they can assemble a plot to build another monstrosity. We have always tried to maintain a residential community, not a special Disneyland created for transient students, and we wish to coexist with Columbia, but Columbia should also support our interests, and the designation should be approved for all buildings as listed in the application. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. The next speaker is Martin Cohen.
My name is Martin Cohen. I've lived since 1995 at 603 West 111th Street, a building that was built in 1909. I first came to this area in 1952 as a freshman at Columbia College. Since then, I've moved around a lot. Most of my professional life has been at New York University. A previous speaker described the area as a college town. It was when I was here, and I can tell you the area around New York University is certainly not a college town. There's an entirely different feeling to the whole thing. Many of the speakers from institutions here have called for exemption because of their high-minded activities. But if we look at it, what it usually comes down to is what the institution, or rather the people who are running the institution at the time, no one running Columbia is 200 years old, need at the time. If you look at Riverside Church, there used to be a beautiful plaza looking up at the rose window. Now there is a huge building there blocking the whole thing. The building is of no particular consequence except for a few Gothic dildos hanging off it. But it blocks the rose window, it blocks a view of the tower, and from inside it blocks the light of the rose window. If we look at Columbia University, they put a building at Broadway and 120th Street, which at best I can say for it looks like the backside of an air conditioner. Barnard College put up a building on Broadway between, I think, in front of Millbank, which is covered in shiny vinyl material. It's a monstrosity. It adds nothing at all to the view of the block. I'm sure inside it's very efficient, but it's a dreadful appearing thing. And this is what we seem to see going on bit by bit. I have friends who live on the Upper East Side. I visited them. There's no sense of community there. There's one huge building after another. It's like walking down between a row of ice cubes. And this is what the future of this area will be with the new higher buildings. The people who are developing these buildings put nothing into the community. They take money out. There's nothing else involved in it. Having built their building and collected their money, they move on to somewhere else. Many years ago, Homer Winslow painted a painting called The Pioneer. It shows a man with a double-edged axe at the top of a hill. What he's looking at on the downside of the hill is a row of stumps.
Thank you. The next speaker is Janet Cohen.
That was my husband. We've lived here for about 20 years. We used to live on 14th Street and 6th Avenue. You couldn't even open the window and still listen to the radio. It was so noisy. It was the 14th Street crosstown for trucks going from the east side to the west side or the west side to the east side. They would hit the manhole covers in the middle of the night so that you heard boom, boom, boom all night long. We moved up here and it was like paradise. I could open the window, it was quiet, there were breezes from the river, and outside there were people. There were actual people that I got to know, and so I started working with the Morningside Heights Historic District Association, the group that was responsible for building the library, which is part of that building that Columbia put up. And it's wonderful. It's the kind of place where I wish that my family could live, but they're living all over the country, somewhere else. And I really hope, and I thank you for your consideration, and I hope that you will make this a district that is as wonderful as I think it is. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sarah Kent, followed by Polly Schulman and Alan Shepard.
Hello. My mother, Carolyn Cassidy Kent, co-founded the Morningside Heights Historic District Committee, and her life was dedicated to preserving the pre-war architecture of the neighborhood. When my mother died, her friend Michael Henry Adams lamented, "Buildings are like people. Once they're gone forever." My building, pictured above, is an example of the stunning architecture circa 1900, which can never be replaced. Developers such as Columbia University have demonstrated repeatedly that they are eager to deface our neighborhood with ugly metal structures. God forbid Trump gets into our neighborhood. which have no resemblance to the pre-war architecture of the Paterno as illustrated on the projected slide. On behalf of my mother, Carolyn Cassidy Kent, I respectfully urge the Landmarks Commission to designate Morningside Heights a historic district. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Polly Schulman.
Hello, my name is Polly Schulman. I live and own an apartment in the Britannia condominium at 527 Cathedral Parkway. It's better known as the building with the gargoyles. You saw a slide up a little while ago of it. The Britannia was designed by the architects Wade and Willauer and built in 1909. Morningside Heights has an extraordinary concentration of apartment buildings from the first 2 decades of the 20th century, when the laws changed to allow tall apartment buildings and the IRT came to the neighborhood. Unlike a lot of other areas in the city, Morningside Heights was relatively empty until the early 20th century, and then it got built up in a burst, so it has an unusual architectural unity. The architects and developers who built the neighborhood's early apartment buildings were trying to tempt middle-class New York families who, for the most part up until then, had only lived in single-family houses, mostly brownstones. The perception at that time was that multifamily dwellings like tenements and boarding houses were for poor people. So the developers were trying to sell middle-class families on this new way of living in apartments. So they pulled out all the stops to make the new buildings fancy and classy with lots of gorgeous architectural detail. They hadn't yet figured out which cookie-cutter designs would allow them to maximize space. They were still experimenting with appealing designs. Our building is a great example. It has an unusually wide courtyard to let in light. It has gabled roofs and endless, charming, whimsical details. The most striking and impressive are our just above street level gargoyles, making soup, cooking chickens, writing in books. Every day, people passing on the street stop to take pictures of our gargoyles. I look out the window and there's more people with their cameras photographing our gargoyles. The supplement to the apartment houses of the metropolis, published in 1909, says of our building, quote, "The trim and decorations will satisfy the most artistic tastes." And our building is only one of many in the neighborhood like that. When I look out my window down the street, I see a long vista of beautiful, well-preserved Beaux-Arts facades, and those are all included in the proposed district. Members of our community have been working tirelessly to preserve the integrity of our neighborhood, and designating the Morningside Heights Historic District will be a huge step forward. I speak for many of the owners and residents in my building who couldn't be here today when I say we wholeheartedly support the designation.
Thank you. Next speaker is Alan Shepard.
Good morning. My name is Alan Shepard. I am a resident of 622 West 114th Street, and in fact have been designated by the Board of Directors of my cooperative as an official representative to let you know that the co-op board has officially endorsed the historic district and the inclusion of our building within it. In addition, I have a petition signed by many of my neighbors to present to you. Initially, I was just planning on telling you that who I am and where I live, and that was it. But given the numerous comments about West 114th Street between Broadway and Riverside Drive, which is where I live, I do want to comment that as a resident, it is the inclusion of the buildings, the row houses, at 606 to 614 West 114th Street, and the Broadway Presbyterian Church are important to my sense of where I am and to keeping my street in the neighborhood. Walking from my Midtown apartment building to Broadway, I pass both buildings, one on my right and one on my left, or both groups of buildings. They are essential to the character of the street and of the neighborhood. I have been a resident of the city of New York since 1984. I've lived in a couple of different places, mostly on the Upper West Side. 9 years ago, I moved to 622 West 114th Street. And for the first time in all those years, I found I had a neighborhood and neighbors who care. That's the scale of the buildings is one of the main things that makes that possible, and the cohesiveness of it. I strongly urge you to approve this and also ask that the second phase be considered in a timely manner. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kyle Haver, followed by Marcia Powell and Russell Berman.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to come before you today. My name is Kyle Haver. I'm a resident of Morningside Heights, and I've been part of its tapestry since 1978. I come to you today at a time when our democracy and sense of community is being challenged and threatened by dangerous and divisive rhetoric. Our nation has been shaken by post-election mindset that has encouraged hate crimes, created unsafe communities, and threatens our definition of who is welcome to live and love amongst us. Words matter. Leadership matters. The Commission is in a position to enact and embody a set of principles that adhere to our democratic values, that are sure our communities reflect and celebrate the power of diversity and community engagement, or not. The Commission is in a position to enact and embody a set of principles and decisions that hold dear that communities can develop in a sustainable and respectful way that values the voices of citizens, or not. The Commission is in a position to enact and embody a set of principles and decisions that reflects our community's history of inclusion and commitment to family, or not. The Commission is in the position to embody and enact a set of principles and decisions that ensure our community is a model of diversity and equality, including small businesses, or not. At a time when the aspirations of our democracy are being brutally attacked, the Commission can act with humanity and leadership to make a statement that people matter, communities matter. The Commission can act upon and make clear a statement that New York City communities can work and live together. Of course, there are smart and sustainable ways to grow and develop without divisive rhetoric and towers of inclusion that cast dark shadows of those amongst us. Dark shadows of injustice are clouding our national landscape, as well as our local ones. You can, as the Landmarks Commission, stand up against the emerging swell of hatred, threat, and fear. You can illuminate our community with a vision of possibility. Yes, every small step counts. Every vote counts. Every voice counts. Our voice matters, your voice matters, your vote matters. Let our values and vision of a people tower above us all. I ask you to consider and support this proposal. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you. The next speaker is Marcia Powell.
Good morning and thank you. My name is Marcia Powell. I'm a retired architect. I've lived in 370 Riverside Drive since 1976. I came to New York about 10 years before that to get my BS in biology and have lived in various wonderful buildings in a large 3-block radius around 370. I later returned to school to get my architecture degree, inspired by many things, among them the stateliness and the charm of the neighborhood I lived in. A neighborhood whose name has changed many times over the years as its economic status has changed. And that brings me to concerns for its future. In upstate New York, I've built a wall of architectural artifacts obtained by paying a few dollars to construction crews who've been doing building facade work and demolition. Some of those pieces come from my own building, some come from the Columbia building across the way. I love those terracotta daisies that are in my wall upstate, but I love those terracotta daisies more that I look out, that are above my window as I look out my window in my building. And the thing is, these buildings need the protection of law and preservation to ensure that those daisies, those architectural artifacts, the texture of the neighborhood remain in the buildings and the neighborhood. They should not end up in dumpsters, landfills, or garden walls. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Russell Berman. Is he here? Russell Berman. All right. Are there any other speakers on this item? Any other speakers? All right, if no other speakers, we can close the hearing. And since we're running a little bit behind, we'll start our preservation items now. A little bit.
Commissioners, the first item on the Preservation Department agenda is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn. It's docket number 19-4327, 404 Grand Avenue, located within the Clinton Hill Historic District. This is an Italianate-style row house built in the 19th century. The application is to construct a rear yard addition and install rooftop mechanical equipment.
Good morning, Commissioners. Egbert Stolk, Preservation Staff, and I present to you an application for 404 Grand Avenue, located between Gates Avenue and Putnam Avenue in the Clinton Hill Historic District. The application is to construct a stepped, full-height and two-story rear yard addition with a deck and to install a rooftop railing. The rooftop railing and rear yard addition will be visible from a narrow view corridor from Cambridge Place. Commissioners, please note that the installation of rooftop mechanical equipment has been omitted from the application. Christine Harper, the architect of the project, will present the application on behalf of the owner. Thank you.
Good morning. So 404 Grand Avenue is located in the Clinton Hill Historic District. Yeah. The building is currently unoccupied, and it's actually unoccupiable. It requires extensive renovation to make it livable and restore it for the owners, the current owners. Currently, it's a 4-story building, basement 1, 2, and 3, and a cellar. And it is a 4-family, and we plan to convert it to a 2-family, which would be an owner's triplex and a garden rental apartment. Additionally, you can see here we have the slide of the historic photo, and we plan to restore the front of the building, and I'll go into that a little bit more as per the historic photo. As was mentioned earlier, the building was built in the late 19th century in the Italianate style, and it was built as a part of 4 row houses, including 398, 400, 402, and our property 404 Grand, which is the southernmost building. And you can see here, here's 404, which is the southernmost, and the 3 others that were built at the same time. Here are some contextual photos. This is looking south, so this is 406 Grand and 404. We're just using this to show the current condition of the building, and I'll talk a little bit more with things that I'm doing with the staff level to restore the current building. And as well, a view looking north. Okay, so I'm not going to get into what we're going to do on the staff level, but
Right.
we are restoring the front of the building and are really proud and excited of the work that we're going to be doing. Okay, so in terms of the addition, just give me 1 second. So this is our block plan. The building borders between Putnam Avenue and Gates Avenue. And as was mentioned on Cambridge Place, there is a view that you can see through here to the back of our building at 404, which is shown with the blue addition markers. And a few of the things that we wanted to point out about the neighboring buildings. So currently there is a 4-story addition right here, which is part of the 4 original buildings that were built. As I mentioned, we are the southmost, and this is the northmost of the 4 that were built together at the same time. And there is a 4-story addition currently in place of that building. Additionally, on our other side at 406 Grant, which you can see here, the building actually extends 4'6" beyond the back of our facade, and there is also a 2-story addition that is in place. And you can also see that throughout the block, there are various additions throughout. This photo here shows you the view from Cambridge and a blow-up to see. Mostly the top 2 stories are visible. So just to orient you with the photos, this is the this is 398, which is the southernmost building that was built as part of the 4. So you can see the 4-story addition that exists. And this is our building to the other side of us, 406 Grant, which you can see extends 4'6" beyond our facade. And these photos so these were taken from Cambridge Place, and these photos at the bottom were taken from our rear yard and show you the context of the space. So what we're proposing is the following. A 4-story addition that is 4'6" deep to align with 406 Grand Avenue on the south. And then in addition, a 2-story addition that would be actually shorter than the addition at 406 Grand Avenue. That would be about 9'9" deep. And a proposed deck, which is non-visible. And the 4th item is to restructure the roof of the existing building. Currently, the top story only has a 7'2" ceiling height, and by code, an 8-foot ceiling height on average is needed. So we would like to restructure the roof, but we're doing it in a way that is non-visible from the street, which I'll show you in the building section. So this is the 4-story addition, lining up with the neighboring building here. And then this is the 2-story addition and the roof deck. This drawing illustrates the existing building, which is the CADed drawing, and then the red outline is the proposed addition and the shape of the massing. And you can see how 406 Grand next to us actually extends higher than our building. So the restructuring of the roof that we're doing would be within that. We're not going to change anything on the front cornice. And then this is the 4'6" addition on the top 2 stories, and then the larger addition on the lower 2 stories. This slide gives you a little bit idea of our approach to the design. So this is the existing building, and actually I'll just use this larger slide. So what we're thinking for the 2 stories, at the upper 2 stories, is, as I said, to align with 406, to keep the cornice line the same as the neighboring buildings to the left, the 4 that it was built at. But we felt that it was important to retain the punched openings of the 6 punched openings on the top 2 stories, to kind of keep that as one face and one design element. And then on the lower 2 stories, here's our proposed addition next to 406 Grand, and then finally our roof deck. This slide is showing you the restructuring of the roof. These are the sidelines. This is the sideline from Cambridge. So basically what we're doing is just angling the roof at the back and bringing it a little bit taller in the center where it wouldn't be visible from the street. And finally, I wanted to talk a little bit about the architectural features of the rear facade and what we were looking to do. It was important in approaching this project that we would build back something that is in keeping with the neighbors and with the original building. So we've taken great strides to do certain elements, even though it's on the rear facade. For example, we want to put back the brick arches, and you can see them here in the neighboring building. We are going to put wood windows, so 2/2, and paint them in the historic colors. Additionally, the brickwork will be to match the existing brickwork, which is visible underneath the stucco of the existing house, so the brickwork and mortar. The cornice lines will align in height, and all the railings are to be painted black in the historic colors that we would work with Landmarks on. Finally, this is a quick slides on the roof railing. As was mentioned, for the 1968 code, when doing a project, you're required to have roof railings. So these are photos from the roof of the railings. And this is a mock-up of what you can see from Cambridge. Here it is. And then from across the street on Cambridge here.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Any questions? All right, we'll take testimony. Kelly Carroll.
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. This project proposes to nearly align with its neighbor, number 406. To accomplish this, the work would entail a 4-story demolition of the rear facade, sparing only the primary facade as the original historic fabric. The drawings demonstrate that this demolition on the upper 2 floors would gain only mere feet. What's more, in terms of appropriateness, this building should remain in plane with the row it is actually a part of, not its neighbor, which belongs to an entirely different row house group. Aligning with its own row would allow for the retention of the 2 upper floors, which should be preserved. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Okay, Community Board 2 recommends approval. Do we have any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing. All right, comments? Any comments? Yes. Yeah. Go ahead, Fred.
Yeah, I mean, I think traditionally when there's an intact rear facade and there's an addition being proposed, we usually require that the top floor remain, particularly when there's a row, and there is a row. So I would think we should cut that back to the existing cornice line and preserve those windows that exist at that level. And I don't know about this little kink in the roof. I mean, is that really necessary? And if it is, maybe there's a way of keeping the cornice and popping it up above there.
I think the kink in the roof is there for the extension, so that, you know, if you didn't do the kink in the roof, you'd have a ceiling height that was, 5.5 feet once you bring it out. I think once you eliminate
like all the neighbors.
Once you eliminate the extension, then I think it would not be necessary. Yeah.
Yes, Diana?
Yeah, I agree with the discussion by the other commissioners that, there's a sort of, it's a fairly intact row at the moment, and sort of trying to pair it with the buildings on the other side there to a degree, I think is not the right strategy. In general, I don't have a problem with the addition, but I think it needs to be modified, and I'd rather not see the roof change there, so.
Yes, Adi.
Just to clarify, in terms of the top story windows, haven't we in the past approved the reconstruction of the style, of the type of window, rather than having to retain the actual material?
Yeah.
Yes, we've done both, sometimes one way, sometimes the other way. Jared, do you want to add in?
Indeed, that's with the arch-headed window with the soldier course. That's a typical way of detailing that, and so it's a nice detail to have here.
All right, any other comments? So the commissioners feel that we should ask them to set back the top floor? Yes, I just want to comment on that as well. I think sometimes rows are different, and in this particular case, I don't feel compelled to ask them to do that, given that even though the adjacent building on one side of the row, which is another part of the row, extends beyond this plane, but they did say that on the other end, that the building where you see the L and it's 4 stories and extends, that's part of, I think, the original row. So, but if the other commissioners feel strongly, we can ask them to set back. Other commissioners? Okay, so in which case, let me, so then our commissioners, let me find out how many commissioners are okay with approving as is. Okay, all right, I was very bad at counting that. Okay, but, so I know that Fred, you feel differently.
I just think we do it, we just almost never do this. I think it's a very unusual concept.
But, well,
I think
we
the
have done it.
The consideration that
Yes.
I would bring to it is not as much a contextual planning one as much as a material one. We try to kind of keep the vestige of the physical material when it's feasible, and that's considered to be a kind of typical place where we do that for both context and material. So, I mean, even though here I think you could make an agreement, argument for the contextual planning move, I don't think that justifies the removal of the historic material.
Okay, let me see, I think there were 1, 2, John, where were you on this? I just have to understand.
Well, I wasn't looking at it from the point of view of the material, but I do feel that the design of it, following the original look of the windows, is good enough for me.
Okay. And Jeannie, I know you're okay. Wellington, I think you're okay. Okay, so I think we have enough. So why don't we go ahead and move to decision, and we will support it in full. Okay, Fred, you don't want to. Do you want to read it?
I'm happy to read it, even if I vote against it.
Okay.
Magnanimous in that way. In the matter of 404 Grand Avenue, Clinton Hill Historic District. This is an application to construct a rear yard addition and install rooftop mechanical equipment. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Clinton Hill Historic District. I recommend approval, noting that the construction of the proposed rear addition will not eliminate significant architectural features from the building, that the proposed rear addition and roof railing will only be visible from Cambridge Place through a limited view corridor, that the depth of the addition is in keeping with other additions which exist on buildings within the block, that the brick material, bond, pattern, window, lintel, and sill details of the proposed addition facade are in keeping with that of the surrounding rear facades and other facades in the historic district, and that although visible from the public thoroughfare, the overall design of the rear addition is in keeping with the scale and character of other rear facades throughout the historic district.
Second, all in favor? Any opposed?
Yes.
Okay, 3 opposed. This application is approved.
Okay. The second item on the agenda is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 18-1081. This is 135 Plymouth Street, AKA 143 Plymouth Street, and 1 through 15 Adams Street, located within the Dumbo Historic District. It's a factory complex built from 1879 to circa 1900, consisting of an altered vernacular style factory building designed by J. Irving Howard, built in 1879 and expanded in 1886, and in 1904, a Romanesque revival style factory building designed by William B. Tubby and built in 1891, and a Romanesque revival style drafting room and office building designed by Rudolph L. Dowse and built in 1900 through 1904. And the application is to replace windows.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. James Rusiello, Preservation Staff. The factory complex occupies an entire city block in the Dumbo Historic District. The application is to replace arch-headed wood windows with new arch-headed metal windows, which occur only at one upper floor on the Plymouth and Adams Street facades. The project architect is here to present the project and answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. 135 Plymouth Street, also known as 143 Plymouth Street, and 1 through 15 Adams Street is located in the Dumbo Historic District, bound by Plymouth Street to the south, John Street to the north, Adams to the west, and Pearl Street to the east. One whole block. It is a factory comprised of altered vernacular style building, warehouse designed by Irving Howard in 1879 and expanded twice in 1886 and 1904. A Romanesque revival style factory building designed by William Tubman in 1891 with a drafting room and office building located on the upper 2 floors facing Plymouth Street. Okay. Historic photos of the site. Along Plymouth Street are 6/6 arch head windows, originally wood, which have since been replaced with 1/1 windows over a period of time. Periods of these photos is probably in the 60s and 70s. As you can see along the Plymouth Street facing north facade, we are representative of the arched windows, which are currently installed 1/1s. And are in various states of, they're just conventional 1/1 windows. Some of the brick molding that's been existing has been removed. Some of them are not actually arched head windows, but square head windows that are installed behind the curved arched head window, arched brick facade currently. As part of the rehab of the interior apartments filed in this application. On the 5th floor facade along Plymouth Street, we're proposing to use metal windows in replace of the existing original wood windows, which are long gone at this point, to the arch window. We're proposing to provide metal windows in lieu of wooden windows. Based on the rehabilitation of the interior apartments, we're required by the Office of Environmental Remediation to provide environmentally and acoustically performing windows to meet the requirement of the OITC 45 window. As such, we're proposing to provide a dual configuration setup with 2 sets of windows that are adjoining that, 2 sets of insulated glass windows to meet the performance values of the OITC 45. These arched window and, okay, that's it.
Commissioners, just to clarify, what's under review is simply the request to use metal instead of wood. Because arch-headed windows are currently under the special window definition, staff's not allowed to approve a substitute material for replacing those windows. They don't currently exist. They've all been replaced with metal windows at this time. So the new installation will bring back the missing multi-light pattern and the profiled brick mold to match the historic. So this is simply a request to review the change in material.
I was just going to ask about the brick mold. Is that the historic profile of the brick mold?
I think it's hard to see in this detail, but it does have the sort of imitation of a small bead or quirk that is on the historic brick mold.
Okay, and yeah.
The outside window is a divided light or simulated divided light, and the inside window is just a
conventional 1/1.
Any other questions? Okay, we have one speaker, Kelly Carroll.
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. In exchange for these aluminum windows, HDC asks that wooden brick molds and areas of the special windows be repaired, maintained, and/or restored. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers? Okay, just to let you know, the Community Board 2 recommends approval. And just to clarify, the reason why they have to do the double window is because it has an E designation on it, is that right? And it's because of the conversion of the building.
Yes, and then they tested there's an OITC on the Plymouth and Adam Street facades, and any apartment that's fronting along that same street line, they're requiring 45 in OITC 45 and 35 on the John Pearl Street, which is further away from the Manhattan Bridge overpass.
Right, so this is a requirement based on conditions that were put in during the environmental review that allowed conversion of manufacturing buildings to residential buildings. It's because of its location, and therefore I think the double windows are done to mitigate impacts, including noise, air quality. It's next to the bridge, right? Close to, right. So it's a requirement that they have to do to have that level of ROTC? What was it? I'm sorry. Oh.
Outdoor, indoor transmission class.
Okay.
But the material is not required. In other words, it could be.
No, but the replacement is required. Right.
Correct, and it's a little unorthodox, but we are actually treating the interior window unit as the equivalent of a storm window. So actually, staff is reviewing that portion of the proposal as well. So it's simply the material change.
Okay. Do we have any other questions for the applicant? Okay, we can close the hearing. Are there any issues with this? I think it's limited. It's also much higher, you know, it's at a level that it's what's like the fourth floor, I believe, that they're asking for the window change.
And we haven't, we're not discussing the possibility of a master plan.
I think they're changing all the windows. Is that correct now?
All the perimeter windows as you see them.
So only the ones that they're doing here.
Wait, so
Yeah, it's a staff level approval. They're doing restorative.
As a master plan.
No,
It's not a master plan. Yes, go ahead.
Staff's already issued the permit to replace the remainder of the windows. We just could not do this one particular floor because they had the arched heads. But they're all being done at once. It's not a master plan.
Right,
So
so
the building will have a full multi-light window facade soon.
Right, so the master plan is there usually when you have multiple tenants, and each one is coming at different points to replace their windows, and so we want to ensure that people can come and it's consistent. In this particular case, because they're converting the building, they're making all these changes. So most of the windows are actually being approved at staff level, except for the arch-headed windows because they fall within the special window category.
Right, so the replacement of all of the windows is replacement from wood to
Yes, I
aluminum.
believe all the windows are going to be replaced with wood
They
to metal.
were historically wood, but there aren't any left or less than a handful or less
I
spread
see.
out. So almost all of them are replacement windows currently.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any concerns? Okay, Jeannie, you want to read that into the record, please? Thank you.
In the matter of docket 18-1081, excuse me, 135 Plymouth Street, AKA 143 Plymouth Street, and 1-115 Adams Street in the Dumbo Historic District. The application is to replace windows. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Dumbo Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed arch-headed aluminum replacement windows will closely match the historic wood windows in terms of configuration, operation, details, dimensions, and finish. That the arch-headed windows are located only on the 5th floor of this large building, and therefore the change in material will be imperceptible from the street level. That the proposed window replacements at the 5th floor in conjunction with the staff level approval for a building-wide window replacement and will bring the building closer to its historic appearance, and that the work will enhance the special historic and architectural character of the building and the Dumbo Historic District.
All in favor? Any opposed? This application is approved.
Commissioners, item number 3 is an application for a certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 19-2200. This is 30 Midog Street, located within the Brooklyn Heights Historic District. It's a federal-style frame house built in 1824, and the application is to alter the roof and modify window openings.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Julianne Wiesner-Chianese, Preservation Staff. 30 Middock Street is located on the south side of Middock Street in the middle of the block between Hicks Street and Willow Street in the Brooklyn Heights Historic District. The proposal is to raise the height of the rear of the gable roof to match the height of the neighboring building, formerly a twin to 30 Middock Street, but now highly altered, and to raise the existing ridge line. This photo of a recent probe, located up here in the top, shows a rafter that is likely original to the 1824 construction. Based on this condition, it appears that the rear section of the gable roof was previously increased in height. Additionally, the proposal includes creating new window openings at the side facade and modifying window openings at the rear facade in conjunction with replacing windows and constructing a balcony. The proposed alterations to the rear facade will be visible from Cranberry Street through a vacant lot. A small portion of the side facade is visible through a narrow alley. I would now like to introduce the architect, James Coster, who will describe the proposal in more detail.
Thank you, Julianne. Good morning, Commissioners. James Coster, presenting 30 Middock Street in Brooklyn Heights. We've already covered where it is. This corner of the Brooklyn Heights Historic District hosts a number of these very sort of elegant, early 19th century wood frame clapboard-clad townhouses. 30 is of course the gray one here with the dormer. The purpose of this slide really is to describe the subtle, but it's part of it's our main thrust of our proposal is to raise the roof at the back of the house, and of course because we're raising the ridge 8 inches, that would not really be visible from the street, but in the elevation view, of course, it is visible. It's also interesting to look at the historic photos that we've been able to uncover. This earliest one from 1922 shows that 30 Middock didn't have this dormer. By 1927 photograph, we see that it did. It's also noteworthy that in this era, the two twins still had continuous clapboard that covered the front of both of them, whereas by the 1940 tax photo, 30 Middock had sprouted a bunch of red asphalt shingles, which are less historic. Julianne already presented this sort of evidence about the probe, the previous gable rafter that we uncovered. That slope is found there. By 1922, that house had been, the attic had sort of been reclaimed to create a maid's quarters and maid's bath, which exists today on this upper level. And then, of course, the red is what we're proposing. And Julianne already described these windows. I would just point out that the house currently has 2 alley-facing windows here. We propose to reconfigure them as well as to add 4 more to bring light to the center of the house and light the stair. I want to just quickly go through this sort of reconstruction of the kind of the massing history of these 2 houses. As it's sort of, we assume that they were originally identical as built in the around circa 1820. The 1887 Sanborn map still shows this pairing, this twinship. By the 1904 Sanborn, the neighbor 28 Middock had put on some weight, gone both back and taller by a story. Our subject property 30, that addition I just described where the maid's quarters and bath are, was added by 1922. We have DFB records showing a further approval on some other work in 1922. By 27, it had sprouted this dormer. This commission approved by C of A back in 2005 this rear yard extension at 28. And our current proposal, which we're arguing is appropriate, is just to add a little bit more height to the rear roof on 30 so that we can get a more practical and comfortable use at the back of the 4th floor for the purposes of a master bedroom. And we're not seeing any work, we're not proposing any significant or impactful work on the front of the house or visible So, you know, our argument, of course, is that the history of these two houses together is the history of a steady change through addition. Here's a good view of the rear of sort of the whole block. The red one, of course, is 28. This gray one is 30 Middag, the subject property. It's, you know, I should say that our detail here sort of shows what we're proposing, very simply, to raise that line up, to meet the neighbor's roof, and bring it across. It's also worth noting that these windows on the back of the house are highly altered and sort of meander around, and we have a proposed solution for that to, while we increase and enhance the parlor floor with new French doors and side lights, that we sort of retain this window and create some others akin to it along the same line. We create a new opening, propose to create a new opening on the fourth floor that in proportion and scale still seeks to reinforce or not alter the window to wall ratio that exists presently. And then I guess lastly, there's a little small wrought iron balcony projecting off the back of the house that's a part of our proposal as well. We've been asked to provide a little bit more information about how that wrought iron balcony would be detailed and constructed, which we've done here, as well as you know, our structural review and aspects of how we would maintain the existing ridge beam and offset the ridge slightly higher to accommodate the new ceiling height, culminating in the goal to bring the roof line of 30 Middag up to meet the roof line of 28.
Yes, Michael, you have a question?
Yeah, the siding at the back is going to match the siding below it?
I'm sorry, say it again?
The new siding at the back and the side?
Yes, I should have mentioned that when I was looking at those elevations. We are proposing a cementitious clapboard that is a match for the wood clapboard on the front of the house, which is in good order. The back of the house is currently vinyl siding, and the side of the house is a red fish scale asphalt shingle, which are both to be replaced with the new cementitious clapboard.
And you can't use the wood for code reasons, but you can leave it on the front?
We intend to leave the wood on the front because it's historic and special and has that unique quality. I honestly think the cementitious clapboard is first of all, there's no historic fabric left, but we like the cementitious clapboard because it is a very low maintenance product. I think that it's not I don't think for the secondary and rear facade it is discernible, and we like it for the low maintenance aspect of it. And yeah, it might give us a fire rating, a little bit more fire protection on the side of the house.
But it's not, your interpretation is it's not required, it was a choice that you guys made?
That's correct.
Okay, thanks.
Julian also mentioned that the house is, at least for now, visible from Cranberry Street. Many here will recall that in 2011, this commission granted a C of A for a substantial infill townhouse to fill that missing tooth. And until that, you can see that work has begun. Here's the construction fence, but until that work is completed, we'll be able to peek over the construction fence and see the back of 30 Middag there. So for, it is.
One more follow-up question on the topic of the siding. The neighbor's building to your side, is that rear yard addition wood or cementitious? Do you know?
I believe that their entire. I believe that this is all. I think this is all wood.
Okay, thanks.
No, okay.
So I was talking about the visibility. I mean, I think we could see that it's.
Right, we understand, yes.
For now, and it was also pointed out for a very narrow, about a 7-foot slice along Middag Street, we would be able to see, if we knew what we were looking for, we'd be able to see that rear roof raise.
Okay. Are there other questions? Yes, Jeannie and then Fred.
So are you replacing the front windows as well?
We are not.
You're not. And then with the rear windows, I'm just wondering, what was this, you're replacing windows that replaced original windows, is that correct? on the rear?
You know, the back of this house is such a ragtag. It's difficult to say what was original. I don't think this was the original configuration.
That's what I'm asking. And that, do you know what the original configuration was?
We don't have any indication of that.
Because I'm just wondering about the size of the windows.
Most likely in a building of this age, it's probably 6 over 6 or a multi-pane configuration like that.
Okay.
I mean,
Fred, you have a question?
Yeah, my question is substantially the same. I just enlarged the question to the entirety of the front facade. Nothing is being changed except for that 8-inch thing at the top. Is that right?
That's correct.
Nothing at all. Yeah.
Okay, are there any other questions for now? All right, we'll take testimony. Judy Stanton.
Judy Stanton for the Brooklyn Heights Association. 30 Middag is a highly significant house, both on its own and as one of a fragile collection of early wood-framed houses found in the northern part of the Brooklyn Heights Historic District. The fact that it did not have its roof ridge altered pre-designation makes it especially unique. This original and highly visible condition is an important part of the historic fabric in the district and should be preserved. As such, we cannot support the applicant's proposal to raise the existing roof ridge. Additionally, we do not support the proposal to raise the existing pitched rear roof. The application makes reference to the adjacent property at 28 Middag Street as a justification for such an intervention by arguing that the two properties were originally twins. Our committee wasn't shown enough historic evidence of the claim, thus we can't be sure that it supports such a major alteration. We believe that mirroring modifications of adjacent properties for the sake of perceived parity is not a good standard for applications such as this one. The proposed scope of work also calls for the addition of 4 lot line windows, bringing the total number of lot line windows to 6. We believe these additional partially visible windows are inappropriate for a building of this style and era. As we are not aware of an existing condition or precedent that would justify this configuration, we do not support this alteration in the application. Lastly, the application proposes fenestration changes to the rear facade. The proposed changes call for the installation of French doors and an accompanying Juliet balcony on the 3rd floor, as well as an expansion of the 2 patio-style doors at the 1st floor level. One of the defining contributions of these early frame houses to the Brooklyn Heights Historic District is their modest scale, not bulk or height maximization, nor new door and window penetrations in excess of the current condition. As such, we find the French doors and Juliet balcony proposed for the 3rd floor to be inappropriate to the house. However, we could support the addition of more glazing at the 1st floor patio doors as long as the overall width of the proposed assembly does not exceed the existing outside width already established by the 2 existing doors. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Christopher Goff.
Christabel Goff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. It bears mentioning that it is regrettable to see this rather rare 1824 house moving further and further away from its original form, so that its federal typology, the characteristic double-sloped roof, is lost. Francis Guy, in his famous winter scene in Brooklyn, now in the Brooklyn Museum, painted houses like this, and the geometry of their sloping roofs in the snow. They were commonplace then, around 1820. Unfortunate that the few survivors are not more valued some 2 centuries later. And I'd also like to mention that I think you could consider, in looking at the windows on the back, that at least one of them reflects a position on the landing of an original staircase, a feature of these houses that Montgomery Schuyler found particularly charming. They could have flowers in the window and so on. There may have been alterations in the top floor, but we join with the Brooklyn Heights Association in not supporting the balcony thing. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kelly Carroll.
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. The 1920s roof alteration does not necessarily lay the groundwork for a full-on flattening of this roof, because this alteration that happened in the 20s still preserved a pitch, which is one of the most character-defining features of this early building typology. The proposed ceiling heights in the drawings are a generous 9'6", which could be reduced to produce a ceiling height that is livable, but also provides a slope which nods to the building's condition as an early row house. In terms of the rear design, this house retains what we think are original openings, most significantly the squashed windows at the top story. HDC asks that some rationalization of this facade be proposed, other than inserting a disproportionate Juliet balcony in the center of these openings. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? The Community Board recommends approval of this application. Yes, Adi, go ahead.
I do have a question, if that's okay right now. Because I tend to agree that the pitch is an important sort of remnant, if it's going to be, of the history of the building. And so I'm wondering if a rear dormer was considered, or might be considered, instead of a full flattening almost of the roof.
Do you want to answer that question? Yes.
Yeah, I should be happy to answer that. I think that it was suggested to us by the VHA's group that we might look at a rear dormer, but the stair runs up this side, of course, behind this elevation, and really terminates here, so we would not be able to achieve the stair. We wouldn't be able to achieve the stair if we had to box the entire geometry into a dormer. I mean, I imagine you're thinking that we leave this low and then have a dormer and then up, but then the stair doesn't work. And so that would be really impactful and sort of deleterious to the project.
Sorry, the existing stair work. What stair doesn't work? I don't understand.
Well, so our proposal includes straightening the last run of this stair that was included in the, so the current stair, this stair was built in 1922, this sort of center stair that made the way for these bathrooms at the back. Our proposal includes straightening that stair to the last run, that then allows us to create the larger master bedroom. And so if this is terminating under a dormer, or rather under the low roof, then it doesn't actually have a proper height for landing. So there were a set of reasons behind imagining that the whole project would be better served to bring the roof height up to match the twin next door. It's also significant to me, if we're talking about a preservation argument, that I'm fond of saying that a wood frame building will last forever if you can keep the water out of it. And as an architect, I mean, I think I and several other people know that having a continuous plane here makes for a much tighter envelope than any of these kinds of sidewall conditions. These are always problematic eventually. None of us may live to see it, but the water infiltration that already occurs has to be constantly remediated, constantly chased. I feel certain that if we simply raise that roof, bring it across, matching the adjacent roof, it becomes a seamless roof over the party wall that's shared by the two houses, and it just goes to the longevity of the house. I mean, in addition to obviously, enhancing my client's enjoyment of that space.
Okay, are there any other questions? Any other questions? Okay, if there are no other questions, we can close the hearing.
So,
Right, comments? Yes, Michael.
It's an interesting application on a remarkable little house. I think that, for me, I think that the raising of the rear roof is kind of okay. I think that if they can't, I think it should be brought down to a height that would be a little less tall than it is now. I mean, we normally are pretty loose on backyard stuff. but I think the reason to be perhaps a little more limiting here is because of the age and relative rarity of this kind of house. I think that full width rear yard could be okay for me, but I would ask the applicant to, it sounds like they're already leaving the framing on the interior. Maybe there'd be a way to express it on the exterior, even though it's visible only in the alley, but there would be some visible remnant and kind of recollection of the original profile while increasing the slope of the proposed addition. I think that the rear windows and the Juliet balcony are clear and don't really either recall the original condition or they just seem kind of bizarre to me. And I would ask, I think that there are lots of ways one could go at the rear with fenestration. I don't think that they have to stick with the original windows, but I don't think that the solution that they've come up with is particularly effective. I also think that the staff should consider whether or not this should be a wood structure or not. I think that the rarity of the structure is in its wood construction, and while I understand that the maintenance-free qualities of the cement board might be worth exploring maybe for the party wall, but for the rear facade, which is visible, I think that rear wood should be used.
Okay, other comments? Yes, Michael.
I agree with all those statements, actually. If there's an issue with water infiltration between the two buildings, if you install copper flashing, it lasts for 75 years, and all you have to do is occasionally monitor its condition. I agree with Michael completely about the Juliet balcony. It's doing something to this building that is very awkward. I have less of a problem with the hardy board siding. We have used it on a couple of restorations in the West Village. I believe the applicant will find that it is not, in fact, maintenance-free, and it does have to be repainted, perhaps not as frequently as wood, but it most certainly is a maintenance issue.
Okay. Other comments? Yes, Fred.
Better weigh in on my on neighborhood. You know, notwithstanding all the testimony from my friends and colleagues in the district, I don't really have a problem with any of this except the Juliet balcony, which I think is inappropriate. Probably should just be a simple window across there. But I don't mind eliminating the slope roof in the back since the neighbor's done it. Lots of changes to this little building over time, so I'm comfortable with everything else.
Okay, other comments? Yes, all right, other comments? Okay, so just why don't we take it issue by issue? I know, so the roof, I agree with Fred on the roof issue, that I think that it's not the original roof slope, and I think that they're taking it up, they're matching it, it's a small intervention, it gives them some space internally, and I'm not sure what the in-between thing would be, because you said you wanted reduced in height, but is that to get back a slope profile?
Yeah, you know,
So not where it's...
Even with an 8 foot or 8 foot 6, I think that by bringing it down a little bit, you have a little more evidence of the pitch, which can be seen from the side, even if it's secluded.
Okay, but the idea is to still have a pitch to the roof, because that's what's characteristic.
I was fine with having it all the way across too. It's just, I think it's just a matter of, as is at 9 feet, with a particular pitch of whatever it is, or making it a little bit steeper.
Okay. And I think, I mean, my feeling about that is that we could, and I think Michael sort of echoed that, I think we can, I think they can work with staff on allowing them the room to have a height which is habitable, but still maintain some incline which is reflective of typically the pitched roof of these types of homes. Does that make sense on that issue?
Yeah,
Yes.
I'm fine with that.
Yeah. You can get something in between there, right? You have, so right now it's almost flat, but it would have more of an incline than it has right
Some
now,
pitch, yeah.
as proposed, but it doesn't have to be at the steep pitch that it has currently. So currently you have at the ends, I think, a floor to ceiling height of 5 feet 6, and they're going to 9 feet 6, and there's something in between which will allow them, it could be 9 feet or 8.5 feet, which is habitable, but still will recall the memory of a pitch. Okay. I think so then it's the rear, and let's talk about the fenestration. I don't actually feel strongly about it, but I think it seems that people don't like the Juliet balcony if it's particularly out of place.
Yeah, I agree, they don't fit.
Okay, so, yes, John, you want to say something? Okay. Right, and I think that can be, I don't think it's an odd thing to put in, so let's ask them to modify that to remove the Juliet balcony. And in terms of the fenestration, the windows itself, I think at the lower levels we've allowed for more glazing, and maybe at the top level, I know they're increasing the height of the windows, but maybe at least, I guess if they don't have a Juliet balcony, you may not require to have doors in the center, but even if they won't have the glazing, that the lintel levels should be perhaps match. Yes?
They're tidying up the rear facade anyway. They're changing a lot of the windows, and I think that our threshold question is, should we allow that or not? Personally, I think that that's okay to allow them to reorder it, make them larger, but I think that they could work with staff to improve the layouts, that it was perhaps more typical of this style and age townhouse, and there's lots of room for messing with that. I mean, the building now has a kind of an A-B structure where you have like 2 bays on the left, which are bigger, and the stair, which used to be on the right or whatever. So they could go with that. They could go with 3 across. I mean, I think there's lots of ways they could approach it that the staff could work with them on.
Okay, do we have a problem with as it's proposed right now?
Well, the issue is the little Juliet balcony presupposes full-height French doors.
Right, so if that's removed, then basically they'll become windows.
Go to something more normative, yeah.
Okay, and does anybody have concerns?
I just want to make sure that's clear, that you're talking about basically, once you get rid of that balcony, you're talking about just a regular, matching the other windows. That's what I was talking about. I just think that there's not enough direction for the staff, and it'll be very difficult to control that conversation. So I think we just need to be more specific on that, what we expect.
Okay. And in terms of the material, does anybody have concerns about it, the material itself that they're proposing?
I can go.
You go along with that. Okay. All right, good. John, have you got all that? Okay, great. Thank you.
In the matter of docket number 19-2200, 30 Midoff Street in Brooklyn Heights Historic District. Application is to alter the roof and modify window openings. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Brooklyn Heights Historic District. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that the rear portion of the roof was previously altered and has a different pitch than the front section. Therefore, slightly increasing the height of the roof and changing the pitch of the rear of the roof will not eliminate an intact historic feature of the building, that the alterations will only modestly increase the height of the roof and will maintain its gable profile, that the building is not part of an extant row and its twin has been highly altered, therefore modifying the roof and the window openings at the rear facade will not detract from the unified grouping of houses, that the fiber cement board cladding will not replace historic siding or be installed at a primary facade and will replicate the appearance of wood siding when seen from a distance. That the multi-light configuration of the infill and simple design will help them harmonize with the scale and character of the rear facade. That the top floor of the rear facade will retain a pattern of 3 punched openings typical of houses of this type, style, and age. That the proposed openings and associated windows at the side facade will feature proportions, configurations, and a high solid to void ratio typical of buildings of this type, style, and age, and that the work will only be visible from public thoroughfares through a narrow alley adjacent to the building and within views of the rear at a distance through a vacant lot. However, I recommend that the applicant work with staff with regard to the rear portion of the gable in order to make it slope to recall the appearance of the historic roof profile, that the Juliet balcony be eliminated, and that 3 matched punched openings be installed at the top floor of the rear.
Good. All in favor? Any opposed? Application's approved. And why don't we take a lunch break, and we'll be back at 1:35. Is anybody opposed? I don't think so. So it's good.
Application for certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 190054. This is 150 Bergen Street, located within the Borum Hill Historic District. It's a Greek Revival style row house built circa 1849 to 50. The application is to construct rooftop and rear yard additions and replace windows.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Catherine Redd, Preservation Department staff. Staff wants you to note that windows and other work at the front facade will be addressed at staff level. The application is for work here at 150 Bergen Street, which is one of a row of 5, close east of Hoyt Street in Borum Hill. The architect Antonio Di Oronzo of Blue Arc is here to tell you about.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Antonio Di Oronzo. I'm the principal of Blue Arc Architecture. We are proposing, as explained, thank you. As explained, we are proposing a rear addition and a bulkhead addition and a few other things at the front facade. We are in the Borum Hill District, Historic District in Brooklyn. That yellow rectangle is the property in question. This is a closer view. You can see the block is outlined by Bergen Street, Hoyt Street, Wyckoff, and Bond Street on the eastern side. This slide shows a few things. Just to get you acquainted with the color coding, we have the yellow as the 4-story existing buildings, and then various shades of orange show 2-story with the darker orange, 3 stories addition with lighter orange, and then the pinkish color is the 1-story addition. Up top, the graphic shows the existing conditions of the 6 building historic row, which is on the upper left, at the upper left corner, outlined by the green dashed line. The red dashed line is instead offering the bounds of the property in question. You can see that the existing additions present in at the neighboring buildings vary between 2 and 3 stories, with the corner building at the corner of Wyckoff and Bergen being having a very deep 1-story addition. The graphic below shows a close-up view of what you see above, except that it also shows our proposed addition. We are proposing to increase our addition by 1 story up, therefore increasing it by 2 to 3 stories. We are further proposing to have a 1-story addition, again, at the rear. The blue shaded line at the center of the yellow area, which is the 4-story building, also shows the bulkhead addition. These are several sample maps showing several phases of several changes as they occurred through the years. You can see that the last one, the lower right corner, right-hand corner, shows additions already present in 1904. This is a bird's eye view of our block, our donut. You can't really make out the red laser here, but the donut is the one taking over most of the slide. You will see the yellow dashed circles show especially at the left of our property, shows the additions at the other properties, the neighboring properties within the historic row. Just as I mentioned in the previous slides, They are ranging between 1, 2, and 3 stories. The blue circles, dash circles, show, for example, the lowest of these blue circles shows a penthouse with a landscaped area. You have several other penthouses, especially on the upper portion, in the upper portion of the slide. We are proposing not a penthouse, but a bulkhead.
Do you know if any of those were approved at LPC, or were they grandfathered?
I'm assuming they were grandfathered. The historic photos we are showing you range from the 1940s all the way to the 1970s, and then this is the existing front facade on the right. The rightmost image is the existing conditions. We are proposing to restore the stoop, which was existing, which is consistent amongst the 6 houses within the historic row. You can tell from the center image and the rightmost image that such stoop is no longer present. Therefore, once again, we are proposing to reintroduce it, and we'll show images as to how we are proposing to do so. But basically, we're simply matching the neighboring properties. This slide shows you the existing bulk. At the right-hand side of the building, you have Bergen Street. You can see the line of the existing entrance, the red dashed line. Currently, you go into the building, you enter the building via the basement. We are going, once again, to propose the restoration, the reintroduction of the stoop as per the neighboring buildings. We are at the left-hand side of the slide. You'll see the existing addition and the new line of the proposed rear extension. That would be in blue. We are further proposing, as mentioned, the addition of a bulkhead and the raising of the roof line to allow for code-compliant occupancy at the rear of the building. You will notice that such roof extension does not go beyond the cornice line at the front. This is an axonometric view of the rear side of the property. At left, you have the existing conditions, and you will see that the existing additions in all 3 buildings within the historic row. The uppermost building is the first not part of the historic row. That would be 152 Bergen Street. The graphic, the axonometric at the right-hand side shows the extended deck at the property in question, the floor area underneath the deck, and the extension of the rear addition. We aimed here to stay within the tone of the massing and I guess the scale of the existing additions by staying within certain roof lines and certain heights and certain depths. As a matter of fact, our 3-story addition is not as deep as the existing 3-story addition at 146, and the same goes for the 1-story addition, which is an extension of the deck plus the floor area underneath it, which is far less significant than the one at 140 Bergen Street, which is the building at the corner of the block. This section shows everything we are doing in a much more extensive way than the previous section. You will notice the sight line from across the street at Bergen Street, but we will go more in depth as to what is visible and what is not visible. This section and the picture at right show that if we were to stand right across the building, we would see none of the proposed additions.
Do we see the addition from anywhere?
Yes, you do. You see the addition slightly from, and I'll show you pictures. You'll see the addition from the east side at Bergen Street, basically, it is a very limited view, and there is a further limited view from Hoyt. We have pictures, we have graphics. I will show you extensively what that looks like. Here we are showing a comparison in scale between between the building in question and the building at 152 Bergen Street, which is the red dashed line. We are not as deep as that building. And on the other side, we have a comparison towards west between 150 Bergen and 148 Bergen. We are slightly beyond the depth of that building. These are close-up views of the mock-up. You have the bulkhead right in the middle of that image. On the right-hand side of the larger image, you see the red portion of that plastic, the red plastic material, that sort of fencing material, shows you the height of the new roof line, whereas the blue line, the blue material shows the railing, and we're talking about the rear side of the building. These are further images. You can see the larger image on top that further that basically offers a new view of what I just described. This is again a front view of the building with the bulkhead not visible. The mock-up is not visible. These views are from the west side, and there is a slight view there of the parapet. There is a mandated parapet for fire rating between two adjoining buildings. Such parapet needs to be at least 24 inches tall. It is that little orange thing, this little orange square you see here. This is the slight view I was speaking of from the east side of the building. You'll see, these are here, how it works. You'll see there's a slight view of the railing, there's a slight view of the railing here, and here's a slight view here. So as you go farther away from the building on the east, on the east side of the building, you'll see these slight projections. This is a front facade of the building with the restored, reintroduced stoop and the new entry door. We also mentioned the areaway to be consistent with the neighboring buildings. All the alignments are preserved. The railing is transparent and is also recessed several feet. Obviously, this is a two-dimensional line drawing, and it shows everything as flat, but the railing is, and I'll show you further sketches later on. As I was mentioning, the railing is recessed so to not be visible, or to minimize its visibility. At left, you have the existing conditions of the front facade. As mentioned before, the entryway is right here through the basement. We are restoring the stoop and the areaway. This is simply a drawing that shows the historical photo with our window matching the configuration. This is the entry door. We have surveyed the neighboring buildings in the historic row, and we found that design was offering the most consistent configuration. Well, it was Halloween time, so this picture shows decorations back. We also surveyed the areaways, we took measurements, we took several pictures, we drew and redrew, and we went through a certain amount of iterations to come to this conclusion. Again, with the aim of being consistent and respectful of the existing historic row. Understood. Thank you so much. So we are at the rear. This shows the facade at the rear. you will notice a certain unalignment between the top story and the story below. That's because those windows are existing, and we are not pushing to have alignments that were not present in the first place. The addition, the elevation of the raising of the roof line at the rear would appear as recessed and in a different material. So this is the difference in height that we would provide at the story below, which currently is 7 feet at the rear portion of the building. This is, again, a slide offering a view of the existing conditions left and the proposed facade. We wish to point out that not only did we look to stay within a certain massing, a certain scale within the extensions already present at the rear, we also reintroducing the brick material, which is the original material used for these buildings and was present before they were all expanded and extended at the rear. This is a view, again, showing the top portion. It's a standing seam material that will cover and offer immediate recognition of the added or changed as opposed to the brick material of the building, existing building. This is a detail of the wall section. This is a rendering which shows further what is being proposed. The building next door, even though this is gray, but this is again an addition, and this building is far beyond our, maybe you can appreciate it here a little more. These are further pictures of.
Can you focus on the visibility? So you showed us some from the front. From the rear, is the rear visible from anywhere?
I'm going to skip over these. These are, anyway, these are rear images of, you can see the state of things at the rear. This is Hoy Street, and our building is this building. This is basically a rendering showing what would be. This is a picture of the actual photograph of that railing, of that walkout. That's basically all that is visible. And obviously this was taken in a month where leafage was not significant. This is, I'm sorry.
Okay. Are there questions for the applicant? I have just a question that, on your enlarged plot map with proposed building profile, I think it's, I don't know if it's numbered, it's like the third
Would you like me
page.
to return to that?
Yeah, it's the plot plan, which has.
It's at the very beginning.
Right, so I just want to understand the bulkhead that you have, which is in blue.
Yes.
Are there other bulkheads on these buildings that
Not
you
in the
haven't
his-
shown?
Not in the historic row, but within the donut, yes.
Okay, but that doesn't show up in your analysis?
Because this particular, no. Well, I mean, you can see it probably here, but we made a we produced a bird's eye view. One is this, at least within the donut, this is the one that I mentioned that also has a landscape area. This is actually a penthouse. There's another penthouse here, all within the district, the historic district. We are proposing a bulkhead, simple access to the roof.
Okay.
Well, could you do me a favor and just go to the floor plan?
Yes.
So we all see that simple bulkhead? Right. There we go. Keep on going.
It's the next one.
Next one.
It doesn't go
All
forward.
right.
Yeah,
No,
there.
it does. I see.
It takes a while. Go back.
Yes, I'm trying.
Good. Slide share doesn't want to show. There you go. So it's got a glass elevator and a stair and a beverage center, right?
Yes.
Okay. And the glass elevator's coming to the roof. This is a single-family house, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Are there other questions? Any other questions?
No bedroom, just a
All right, there are speakers on this item. Sorry, did you keep me this? Is this it? Oh, sorry, okay. This isn't it. Okay, just give me a minute.
speakers underneath
Here, got it. Okay, so there's speakers on this item. Christabel Gath. Sorry about that.
Christabel Goff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. We think that it's a good goal to be able to reduce bulkheads, particularly in neighborhoods where there are not many. And the 327 West 4th Street item last October, which you may recall involved a rooftop addition of extraordinary magnitude over a federal house on a prominent corner in Greenwich Village, was revised and much improved. Commissioner Goldblum noted one of their solutions to the roof-head bulkhead problem was a low-rise transparent hatch door. This is a product available from several firms, including one called Daylighter, originating in England, but available here, advertised as a luxury fixture which can open automatically, in use in preservation architecture in other jurisdictions. It is no longer necessary to break the historic roof line of a block like this with a huge stair bulkhead structure in order to have roof access. A case also needs to be made that an elevator is essential in this small 3.5-story house, or that it is impossible to use an hydraulic one not accessing the roof if there is a real need. Of the third component of the giant bulkhead, the so-called beverage center, perhaps the less said, the better. These blocks of Borum Hill are little altered. The addition is set back, but will loom over the neighbors' gardens and disrupt their views and their lives. This project need not be so disruptive. It could be rethought and reworked to modernize it and bring it back into the context of the historic district. People have been using their roofs since the time of John Sloan. It can't be done without huge structures, and that is what we would like to see. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Carroll.
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. While not listed in the docket and perhaps staff level, the doors proposed are inappropriate, especially the hardware, which is completely modern and out of character with the facade. There are many original doors in Borum Hill, and the examples provided of other replacement doors in the district are unsatisfactory as a basis of comparison. The elevator mast is extremely visible and will be visible from Hoyt Street, which is not surprising because it is an overscaled feature for a modest 3-story building. There are no rooftop additions present anywhere else within this pristine block. And regarding the rear yard addition, it is also it is of a scale that is also unprecedented within the block, and the upper 2 stories, as we often ask and as you often grant, should be preserved. Collectively, these features as proposed are alien to this block, and the proportions take advantage of the house for an egregious outcome. Thank you.
Are there any more speakers on this item? Okay, Community Board 2 recommends approval. Do we have questions, additional questions for the applicant? Okay, then we can close the hearing. All right, comments? It seems to me that the bulkhead can be reduced in size, and I think there are, I guess, a couple of ways of doing it. You can make the footprint smaller. You can think about where you want to locate it. So I would suggest that they work with staff to just make it as minimally visible or invisible, if possible.
I think a threshold question on that score is, does the commission want them to have the elevator at the top floor or not? Because I think the thing that's driving this rather sizable bulkhead is the elevator. And there have been examples in the past where we've said, you know, We don't think that that's a good thing, to have an elevator bulkhead come up to the roof for a single-family house. And there have been times when we said, no, it's okay. And I think that, without the elevator, you wouldn't need a big bulkhead, and you probably would, that little beverage center thing, he would probably just drop off, because it's not, it's just there because you can do it, and it's pretty easy, and he's got a little house already.
I think for me, it's that if it's not visible, then if they have their elevator, it doesn't matter. But I think if there's visibility that's associated with putting in the elevator, then probably they should take the elevator off to reduce the visibility. I mean, if it doesn't have any street presence, then, at least for me, I'm less concerned than with the program of that space.
The only thing I would suggest as a modifier of that is that this is one of those blocks and one of those districts where there are relatively few, if any, post-designation rooftop additions of any kind. And as we saw in I think, a nearby district, on 1 week we approved a rooftop addition on one, and then, the next week we were looking at another one right next door to it, where there were less mitigating circumstances, but it became complicated for us to say no to number 2 when we just said yes to number 1. So I don't know. Because I don't believe any of those bulkheads were post-designation, I don't know, I'm feeling a little reluctant about saying yes to a sizable bulkhead, even without visibility, if it's the first one in the row, or first one in the block, or first one in this area.
Well, I think we could, other commissioners, do you want to comment on the bulkhead? Yes. John, you want to say something?
Well, the bulkhead, it doesn't have, I think we've looked from the photos from the front of the house, there's only a small piece of it that's visible. And it seems to me that there are a lot of ways that you could eliminate that visibility without killing the thing entirely. There may be some situations where you would have to get rid of it because of that visibility, but here there's very little. As far as being the first bulkhead, if the bulkheads are invisible, as this one could be, I'm not sure I know why I'm concerned about it. It's going to be hard for me to find it inappropriate if no one can see it.
It's, you could say it's uncharacteristic of the entire, block, but it is a piece of normal furniture also, so to speak, roof furniture. Mark was about to say something?
Commissioners, that the issue of visibility is one factor, and the issue is, does it affect architectural features? And I think that to the extent that a rooftop bulkhead isn't visible and therefore doesn't detract from adjacent architectural features and doesn't affect any architectural features on the building itself, I think it's the law would sort of say, this is probably an appropriate thing, because, and the issue that Commissioner Goldblum was saying is, what that requires is us to be just, when the next one comes that is visible, just to be able to say no, if we find that in fact it does detract.
Yes, Dan.
I had just another concern that really have a problem with the the main addition on the back, but the first floor addition is going out beyond the both buildings on both sides. That seems to kind of interrupt the row. I think it's beyond that 152 as well as.
It's beyond both.
Is it or not? Oh, I've got this stuff here too. Yeah, there you go.
You can see that 150 Bergen is...
Oh, I'm sorry, you can't speak. I think we've already closed the hearing. That's fine. We can, the first floor, it's proud of the building that's to its right. Well, I think that if you look at sort of, I'm looking at their diagram, and so you have some situations where you have a 3-story full lot encroachment or addition. You have others which are full lot and it's 2 stories. You have others which have decks as well as 2 or 3 stories. But this one seems to have 3 stories and 1 story. And I think from that perspective, I think that at least a very minimum that the first floor should set back to the line of the adjacent building, even if there are others that go deeper, because it's both a combination of both the extension into the rear yard as well as the height and massing of the roof, rear yard addition.
What is that, 2 or 3 feet?
I think it seems like it's 2-3 feet, that they could at least align it with that.
And then the parapets.
Yeah, it's kind of out of.
And the parapet at the rooftop?
Very odd situation.
Yeah, I mean, I think normally when we see this kind of trick done for the top floor, that vertical panel is at an angle, like a kind of a
Right, so
45-degree type angle where it's kind of blending into the roof. Here, it's just going to look like a weird fascia. And I think the staff comments were also relevant when you see the image of the rendering from the rear yard, that the parapet, it's hard to tell on this image, but you can see it a little bit, that the parapet on the 3rd floor is half brick and half railing, and as such, it blocks the visibility of the top floor windows that we try to preserve, so that the staff recommendation was to lower it, and I think that's a good idea.
Redesign.
Okay, so it's just at the roof line at the rear, there's a better solution than this, right? Because I think it does.
Just take it and cant it back. That's what I would say.
Okay, can't we that?
Right, because what.
That standing seam metal at the very top.
I don't know, is that the way we've done it in the past?
What's your recollection? No. I remember we did that somewhere.
Well, it seems to be done a lot, I just can't remember the detail.
Look at that.
They kind of just made it, it's like a vertical thing. Well, no, this is just for the parapet at the very back, which has like a standing seam fascia.
32, Catherine?
That, there, yeah.
That thing. Back, go this one. Oh, sorry, the other way. There you go. So you see, going from the top down, you have a new bulkhead, and you have a railing, and you have an area with vertical stripes on it.
Sure,
And
better in the
That's
section.
a vertical panel.
Do we have a section?
At an angle.
We have a section.
Short power,
It's almost like a,
yeah, it's like
almost like a cornice.
there's a section
Okay,
shows.
the way it looks, I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah, there was those 2 sections, one was pretty detailed. There you go.
Okay, redesign.
No, it's not going.
No, there's a-
There it is. You see, yeah, see proposed rear facade to be set back 8 feet, top left there. You see the black rises up about 8 inches behind the brick.
It usually sets back, first of all.
Yeah.
Is it set back? By 8 inches?
8 inches.
Okay. So, redesign.
And then finally, the central window at the top is turning into a door. Do we
I think we've allowed that many times.
Yeah, we have.
So we have,
To allow one of the windows, as long
That's-
as the proportions are the same as what it was historically.
yeah, so I think the real question, especially in looking at this rendering, is the parapets, the brick parapet. Generally, it's either, it is
They
true
say-
that
right, it's
it's
not
either
brick, right?
railing, it's not brick. And that at the rear elevation, it would be, as been said, canted back or set back 2 feet.
And also the party walls between the buildings.
Right, that's also unusual and doesn't seem like that's necessary as well, at the top floor.
I didn't notice that. The lot line parapet, that should be eliminated.
Bring it down.
Yeah.
Okay, so how about if we recommend the following? that they reduce their bulkhead to be non-visible, and if that means removing the elevator, then so be it. At the rear, that the first floor addition should set back to be in line with the building to its right. The parapets, which are brick, should become metal and be more transparent. So that's at the roof level as well as at the third floor, right? And that would also eliminate the party walls. And finally, the detail at the top floor will be canted back or set back to ensure that you can have a clear reading of the cornice line, and so that the additional height behind recedes and they can work with staff on that. Okay, so those are the 4 conditions, and I think that's Addie's. You can, of course, phrase it any which way you like, but I'm not sure mine is the most articulate.
In the matter of 150 Bergen, plus I don't have my glasses, that's great. 150 Bergen Street in the Burham Hill Historic District, a Greek revival-style row house built in 1849-50, and the application is to construct a rooftop and rear yard additions and replace the windows. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the historic district. I recommend approval with some modifications, finding that the proposed raising and leveling of the building's main roof will not damage or eliminate significant architectural features at the building, including its historic front cornice, and will maintain the historic conditions of the visible portion of the building's eastern party wall, and that the replicative wood fascia and 8-inch setback installation of the proposed metal apron at the rear portion of the new raised roof from the rear facade will help to preserve. But we're going to modify that later,
We're going to
right?
modify that,
So I can-
with modifications.
Okay, with modifications, will help to preserve the historic uniform rear cornice line at this row. That the setback design, 1-story height, and seamed metal cladding of the proposed stair and elevator rooftop bulkhead, and the simple design metal material and black finish of the proposed rooftop railings will be in keeping with, also with modifications, right? In this case, will be in keeping with corresponding features of rooftop additions found traditionally at row houses in this historic district, and will help these new elements be visually unobtrusive. That the proposed rooftop, stair, bulkhead, and railings will not be visible directly over the building's front cornice, and its modest visibility, oh no, we don't want any visibility, right? Okay. That the proposed rooftop and rear additions will be visible only from limited, nope, right? We are not, no visibility.
I think the rear
That the
yard's-
proposed rooftop and rear additions will be visible only from limited vantage points through openings in the street wall from Hoyt Street to the west, and that the 3-story height of the proposed rear addition will be in keeping with the existing rear addition at the Bergen Street, at 145 Bergen Street in this row. The predominant 8-foot, 6-foot depth of addition will be comparable to that of the adjacent multi-story additions in this row, and that the top floor of the building's rear facade will be retained, thereby maintaining the building's relationship to other houses in the row and block, and maintaining the open character of the rear yards in the block in the district. That the design of the proposed rear addition, including its basement and third floor roof terraces, fenestration pattern, and red brick cladding, will be in keeping with the designs, fenestrations, and materials and finish palette of rear additions found traditionally at row houses. That together, these features of the proposed rooftop and rear additions will maintain the historic scale and character of the building as a row house and the harmonious visual relationship among the buildings in the row. That the presence of a paired entry door with single light transom is in keeping with entry infill found traditionally at other buildings of this type and age, and that therefore the features and the proposed work will maintain the special architectural and historic character of the building, the row, and the Borum Hill Historic District. However, I find that the ground floor portion of the proposed rear addition is projecting beyond the depths of the multi-story rear additions at adjacent buildings in the row, and the rear facade of the adjacent buildings to the east of this streetscape will not be in keeping with the predominant depths of surrounding rear facades, and will therefore diminish the historic open character of the rear yards on this block. and that the raised parapets at the roof and rear addition will add unnecessarily to the visibility from Hoyt Street and diminish the visual perception of the historic uniform character in the buildings in this row. Therefore, I recommend that the depth of the, I recommend that they reduce the bulkhead so it is not visible at all, that at the rear, the first floor in addition will be set back to align with the adjacent, right?
152.
With
152 Bergen.
with 152 Bergen Street, and to be consistent with the maximum depth of the rear facades within the block, and that the raised parapet walls will be reduced and replaced with more transparent metal railings, and that the detail at the top floor will be set back.
All in favor? Any opposed? This application is approved.
Commissioners, item number 5 is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 181666. This is 201 McDonough Street, located within the Stuyvesant Heights Historic District. It's an Italianate-style row house built in 1872-73. The application is to legalize the installation of windows without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits.
Afternoon, Commissioners. James Rosillo, Preservation Staff. The row house is located at the north side of the street in the Stuyvesant Heights Historic District, which was designated in 1971. The application is to legalize the replacement of windows without LPC permits, including the installation of aluminum 1/1 double-hung windows with straight heads and flat planning, and at the parlor floor, introducing transoms. The project architect, Michael Scuduto, is here to present the project and answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So 201 McDonough Street, the windows, the existing windows at the time that our client purchased the house were already replacement windows. They're these white windows. This is from a Google Street View from 2013. He, in conjunction with an interior renovation work, which you guys approved 2 years ago, he went ahead and replaced the windows that were badly damaged, that were in worse shape than we originally thought. We originally proposed to leave them as they were. And he basically replaced them in kind, but with bronze aluminum windows, keeping more of the color scheme of other houses and more historical color. In the 1940s tax photo, there were the original windows. In the 1980s tax photo, the windows had all been replaced already, and which we subsequently discovered in the designation photo from 71. The parlor floor windows did remain, but were, you can see, in very bad shape, where all the other windows had already been replaced. You can see a little bit of white here that the basement level ones had already been replaced. Of this block, of this row, of the 15 houses that are very uniform in this row, almost all of them have had their windows previously replaced with non-historic windows, including at the end of the row, there's a commercial space and shortened windows. There are a couple that are existing windows, but they're buildings that are in neglect and disrepair. So we would like to work with Landmarks to come up with some solution that is giving us, somehow allowing us not to go back to square one on this, but find something that's historically appropriate, maybe adding a brick mold or something similar. Thank you.
Are there any questions?
The architect said they were replaced as existing, but it sounds like from the staff comments that the original segmented arch heads or the brick molds were not replaced as, and could you just clarify?
There were no brick molds. Like the windows that were there when we client purchased the house were already replacement. They were replaced sometime between 1971 and 1980, whatever the 80s photos are from. There's no any historic trend.
Okay, so it wasn't there when the window was replaced, but it was there originally.
Well, only on, I guess it was there in 1882.
Yeah, whatever.
Yes, But it was not there in 1970.
At the time of designation?
Except for possibly on the parlor floor. Because in 1971, there already were.
I'll leave it to the window experts.
So it's just the parlor level?
Yeah.
Okay. Are there other questions? We'll take testimony. Kelly Carroll.
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. HDC is unclear how the owner was unaware that this building was landmarked. It's particularly vexing that there is a lack of awareness of historic district status given the early date of designation, 1971, and the widespread and well-reported community interest in this area of landmarking. Regardless, historic districts are attractive for a reason, enforcement. Ultimately, this aesthetic beauty convinced this owner that buying this property was a good investment. Now, there are aluminum windows which failed at fitting the actual shape of the windows, at first with ignoring the arch tops, and then again by ignoring the parlor floor and rigging a transom to force them to fit. This illegal work should not be permitted. HDC would also like to bring to the LPC's attention that many original details have disappeared from this house since its designation when compared with its 1980 tax photo to the designation photo. And some of these features include the stoop railings and newel posts, and also the door. Allowing the windows to go will further degrade this property. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? Any speakers? All right, Community Board 2, Community Board 3 recommends denial of the parlor floor windows, but recommends approval of the second and third floor. And the lowest level, I think, as well. Except for the parlor floor windows. All right, any other questions? All right, we can close the hearing. Comments? Issues? Concerns? Yes.
Yes, bring back something. The parlor windows, I think, parlor floor windows should be whatever the original ones were, even if they weren't there during designation.
The parlor, so your recommendation is the parlor floor window should go back to?
At least. I mean.
Okay.
I would have the padding removed on all the windows.
Yeah.
And I think you might be able to find a Taurus molding on the casing
I
on
agree.
the upper windows. They've just panned around it.
Okay.
And replace the parlor windows with a segmental arch head.
All right, other comments? Okay, so it's, let me see if I understand. So it's legalizing the other windows, but changing the panning, correct? And then on the second floor parlor windows to go back to what it was originally? Okay, great. Diana, I think that's.
In the matter of a certificate of appropriateness, Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 18-1666, 21201, McDonough Street, Stuyvesant Heights Historic District. Application is to legalize the installation of windows without LPC permits. I note that the building's style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Stuyvesant Heights Historic District. I recommend approval with modifications, finding that most of the aluminum windows installed without Landmarks Preservation Commission permits match the historic windows in terms of configuration, operation, and finish, and if a profiled brick mold were added, the flat-headed sash would be less perceptible. That the windows are in keeping with modern grandfathered windows found at other buildings in the row in terms of materials and details, and therefore their presence does not detract from the overall streetscape. However, I find that the windows do not match the original segmental arch heads or profiled brick molds, which is most conspicuous at the parlor floor close to view, and that the inclusion of transoms at the parlor floor diminishes the architectural character of these prominent windows in the facade. Therefore, I recommend that the paneling at the exterior of the windows be removed, and the historic brick molds be replicated, and that the parlor floor windows on both the first and second be replaced with segmental arch-headed 1/1 double hung wood windows.
Second, all in favor? Any opposed? Application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, item 6 is an application for a certificate of appropriateness to the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 192211. This is 178 Halsey Street, located within the Bedford Historic District.
Thank you.
This is a Queen Anne-style stores and flats building designed by John S. Frost and built circa 1888. The application is to extend fire escape balconies.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. James Rosiola, Preservation Staff. The building is located at the southwest corner at Halsey Street and Marcy Avenue in the Bedford Historic District. The application is to extend the fire escape landings on the Marcy Avenue facade. Project manager Sarah Holzer and Mary Ellen Cooper are here to answer any questions that you may have. I'm just going to, in the interest of time, run through this presentation. So the application is to extend the existing fire landings which are currently 2 windows wide to 4 bays. And this is on the Marcy Avenue facade, which is brick, and the Halsey Street facade is brownstone. So this is the more utilitarian side, corner building.
So, and this is because to provide egress to a different unit count, that's?
It's responding
Okay.
to an adaptive change in residential layout.
Okay. Are there any questions? Any questions? All right, are there any speakers on this item? No speakers, and Community Board 3 recommends approval. So if we have no other questions for the applicant, we can close the hearing. Any concerns with this?
Refreshingly modest. Thank you.
This will comply with the code, and it's a very simple intervention. Yes, Kim.
In the matter of 178 Halsey Street, Bedford Historic District, application is to extend fire escape balconies. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Bedford Historic District. I also note that while the fire escape is not an original feature at this 19th century stores and flats building, the proposed alteration is necessitated by code requirements related to a separate application at the Department of Buildings for interior alterations to divide existing dwelling units and is related new certificate of occupancy. I recommend approval, finding that the retention of the existing non-decorative fire escape at Marcy Avenue facade and its extension in each direction to become 4 bays wide will be in keeping with the existing fire escape in terms of location, configuration, finish, and simple picket style. That the scale of the enlarged fire escape installed on the longer and less developed brick side facade will not overwhelm the building or the streetscape, and that the proposed work will maintain the special architectural and historic character of the building and historic district.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application's approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item is item 7, which is an application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 186777. This is 118 Rutland Road, located within the Prospect Lefferts Gardens Historic District. It's a neo-Renaissance style townhouse designed by Benjamin Dreisler and built in 1911. The application is to install a bay window and replace windows.
old style.
Prehistoric. Until just a few years ago, they were all like this.
Halsey Street, no, Rutland Road.
You could, we could start.
Yes. Okay, great. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. James Russillo, Preservation Staff. The row house is located at the southeast corner at Rutland Road and Bedford Avenue in Prospect Lefferts Garden Historic District. The application is for various alterations to the rear facade, which is visible from Bedford Avenue. Project architect Patricia Kelly is here to present the project and answer any questions. Cheers, please.
Hello, thank you for your time, okay. So this is a lovely corner property at the corner of Rutland and Bedford Avenues in the Prospect Lefferts Historic District. And we are doing lots of wonderful things to the exterior, but I'm not going to tell you about any of them because I'm here for two things. And I'm going to talk about those things. This is the existing exterior, the rear facade facing the yard. And the proposal, and the reason I'm here, is that we are proposing taking these two openings here, existing openings, a window and a door off the kitchen, and creating a large bay window with a fixed transom above that would be stained glass. There's a stained glass transom in the dining room window next door. I also should point out, I got distracted because I almost knocked these over. This is part of row of 5 buildings that were designed by Benjamin Dreisler along Rutland Road. And the other part of the proposal that I'm here for is there are 2 windows. One is an existing bathroom window here, and then a new bathroom that's being created on the top floor that we would also like to put stained glass windows in. And that is the existing Bedford Avenue facade, and then details of the windows that we're proposing.
Are there any questions? Questions? All right, we have one speaker, Kelly Carroll.
Historic Districts Council, Kelly Carroll. HDC supports this project. It's rare that there's an application which proposes to beautify a rear facade in an historically appropriate manner. The proposed design of the rear porch seems equal to the quality of details and craftsmanship of the early 20th century. This alteration doesn't simply respect the house, it elevates it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? All right, the Community Board has no objections to the Landmarks Preservation Commission moving forward. They didn't actually vote on it because they didn't have a quorum, but they don't have any objections with us moving forward. Okay, any additional questions? You can close the hearing then. All right, comments? It's nice.
Very nice.
I know.
It's even appropriate.
It's, yes, right. It's appropriate. Okay, all right. Cool.
Okay. Regarding 118 Rutland Road in the Prospect Lefferts Gardens Historic District, the application is to install a bay window and replace windows. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Prospect Lefferts Gardens Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed oriel window featuring profiled wood trim and paneled base with wood double-hung windows and stained glass transoms will be well scaled to the facade and in keeping with features of this type found in rear facades in this row. That the proposed cast iron stairs at the rear yard, as seen through the decorative iron fence, will be simply designed and in keeping with historical design features of this type. That the lowering of an existing window sill and installation of wooden glass door with stained glass transom and wood shutters will be in keeping with typical alterations of this type at the parlor floor level, at rear facades to access stairs and decks. That the replacement of the clear glazing at 2 windows at the upper floors of the rear facade with stained glass panels will not significantly alter the character of the rear facade of the row, for which stained glass is a feature found at the ground floor at other buildings. And that the proposed work will not distract from the special architectural and historic character of the building or the historic district.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? This application is approved.
Okay, Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is item 8. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness, the Borough of Brooklyn, docket number 191050. This is 615 Eastern Parkway, located within the Crown Heights North Historic District 1. This is a Chateau-esque style row house built circa 1899 by Frederick L. Hine. The application is to construct an addition, modify the entrance, and install a canopy.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Michelle Shivrani of the Preservation Staff. The application before you is for 615 Eastern Parkway, which is located at the corner of New York Avenue in the Crown Heights North Historic District extension. The application is to demolish the existing second story of this rear extension and to construct an enlargement. So the application is to add a connecting piece here and a new addition here. The application also includes creating an asymmetrical projecting terracotta portico above the entrance and cladding the stooped sheet walls with the same material. The Commission should note that the presentation appears to show single pane windows. However, the applicant is willing to install the historic one-in-one configuration at the historic building. The architect, Eric Lifton of Mesh, is here to discuss the proposal.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and LPC staff. Okay, so this is the house at 615 Eastern Parkway, and when our client, the owner of the house, Moshe Malabud, bought the house, it was in very poor shape as it remains today. It was not occupied. And he has a very large family, so he charged us with enlarging this house and, of course, renovating the interior, which is also in bad shape. And you can see that it needs quite a bit of work. But to make it, to also enlarge it so that he could use it for his large family. And you have to keep in mind also that while the house looks very large, you're looking at the broad side of it. On the end of it, it's skinny, just like a normal row house. So again, the interior is quite dilapidated and needs pretty much everything. So right next to it is a parking lot, driveway. So we resolved to add the space needed to the side by taking away the shed that's on top on the second floor and redoing that, and then adding in a new piece on the left-hand side. Just to remind you of where it's located, at the corner of New York Avenue and Eastern Parkway. It's at the very edge of the Crown Heights district here. See the outline of the district. And this is a zoomed-in shot of the site. Oops, sorry. And again, you can see this is the existing house, and then this bit here is the additional piece. These are some historic pictures that that LPC gave us to look at. You can see that this entry portico appears to formerly have been of wood. You can see that in these pictures as well, in there, and in these drawings here. This gives a little bit of this is like the zoning diagram. You can see again the additional piece here with the existing house and the existing piece down here. So again, this is the existing conditions of the house. This shows on the left-hand side here, our issue here is what to build in this spot. And obviously, we're not building around the turn of the century. We're building in modern times, and so the question is how to make something that's both sensitive to the existing historical context, but of course, it is going to be modern construction. And you can see here that the driveway itself also is not in good condition, and also note that the side of the house here is also not really a finished material. So this is a pretty unfinished site, so to speak, as it is today. We tried a bunch of different things here. We came upon, as the best massing, something that had a piece of scale of the rest of the block, had the same kind of overall proportions as the houses along the row, but then something also that connected from the house to it as an addition. We tried different things along those lines, and then hit upon the idea of trying to weave together these, because we have a reading at the same time of a piece that's here in the space of the driveway, but also connecting from the house, going across. We wanted to connect it across too. So weaving these things together, that's how we arrive at this design, which is executed with the terracotta facade that we get cast. And so it's connecting with the older materials of the limestone and the brick, but in a new construction, and in proportions where the window proportions match up with the existing windows. The color of the facade matches up with the color of the facade. We have a nice, very tactile material in the terracotta on the facade. And of course, the scale is corresponding with the scale of the house and the other buildings on the block as well. And we also get this kind of rhythm of the house, and then this kind of a space, if you will, just a little break. And obviously, there's a building there, but this rhythm allows us the addition to attach to the house in a kind of continuous way, but at the same time, not to be kind of glommed onto it and have its own rhythm.
Just, can I just ask a quick question while you're still here? You said that that was the zoning diagram. So are you not permitted to build higher than the 2 stories in that interstitial space?
Oh, we are, yeah. This is a small fraction of what not a small fraction, but it's much less than you could build under normal zoning conditions. You go up to 65 feet. Maybe I misunderstood the question.
Why did you make it 2 stories in the middle?
Why do we make it 2 stories?
Yeah.
Well, this story down here, of course, is the existing story, and we wanted to connect it through so that the house felt like one house, not like 2 separate houses with just a little connector. But at the same time, this makes it feel less massive and more with rhythm and scale to have this space between them at the 3rd floor. I'm not sure that's a satisfying explanation. We tried many different things. And this is the most harmonious.
Since you've tried different ways of massing this, I'm just curious whether I think it's sort of intriguing, and if it was an institutional building, I think it would be one thing. But I'm just wondering have you sort of looked at the patterns of residential developments on these corner lots, and do they usually go
There really aren't any that. We were working on this for
You have, but the corner lots are not all institutional, right? They're residential buildings also on corners.
Right, but they generally haven't been enlarged.
Okay, they haven't been enlarged.
Right.
Just, and the empty lot that you're putting the 3-story building in, was that historically a townhouse or a row house? In other words, did it face the street?
Not as far as we can tell.
So it was always belonged to this bigger building, this property, as an open space?
Well, it's, their lot is, I think, I don't know how the width is, but it's a depth of 100 feet, which is your standard residential lot.
Right, which is, so that's why I'm asking, was it
Right,
was it
right. I
something
don't
else?
think it was a part of, a part of a row house. So that's also an interesting question, that the approach has been to kind of continue the row when the block patterns don't actually, are not about a row or another row
Well, yeah,
house
some
there.
of them, I mean, if you're talking about when does the road continue versus when is there a gap?
Right.
We did an extensive survey of that too, and it's a mixed bag. Obviously, some places it's been filled in, and some places.
Well, do you have any examples of where it's been filled in so we can sort of
Sure.
understand that?
Yeah, these are, I mean, I don't know if you guys have seen this stuff or not. I know you've had it. I don't know if everyone's got a chance to look at it. This just to show the building in context, the before, the before and after, existing and proposed, from different angles.
Just 1 second on that image.
Sure.
The infill, first floor is existing brick to remain. The second floor, the new bridge between.
This right here?
Yeah, what's that made of?
This is the same, this is new construction.
I know.
Yeah.
Is it made of, is that yellow stuff terracotta?
It's,
stucco,
yeah,
brick?
yeah, all the facade of the new.
Is all
is
terracotta?
That's correct.
Okay. And it's in big panels such that it doesn't have any joints or anything, or you're just in drawing?
Well, you can, they're actually there.
I didn't see any joints in that middle.
Sometimes
piece,
it's just
that's
the
why I was
projection,
wondering.
you'll see in some images.
Yeah, I don't see any joints in that middle zone at all.
Yeah.
And that's why I was thinking that
Right.
you might not need it to be terracotta.
Right.
But if you do, then it's.
Yes. You? These are some up-close details of the existing brick and terracotta, limestone. This is a view from Lincoln Place, which is behind, the block away from Eastern Parkway, showing through this gap here. So this is an example of, the kind of reciprocal condition, if you will, right? Where there's a little gap right here. And then this is just to make clear, which is sometimes hard to tell from the projections, but what we're doing here is in the existing, you saw that there's the limestone with the brick, and the limestone forms this banding, and we are using, if you see here up on the right, there's brick, and then there's the limestone bands. We correspond with that with the terracotta detailing that has the lines in it, the grooves that conform to the proportions of the brick. This just shows you the kind of block and the heights of the block. And typically the houses are about 40 feet in height, and that's what we are using for our heights as well. Obviously, you have some of these institutional buildings down here that are a little bit taller. This shows here, around where we are, where the blocks have been closed and where they are open. So these ones over here are closed for the most part, and wherever you see red, it's a closed block. Wherever you see blue, it's an open block. These are just some, as I said, there are not a lot of precedents in the neighborhood of enlargements at all, so we had to reach a little bit further afield. These are some recent projects. This is one on the upper left. That's the same an end of block condition in Prospect Heights. This is another kind of edge of district condition, and this is another one with a historic building that was recently approved. These are some nearby institutional buildings. Obviously, there are some modern and historic buildings in close proximity. Again, I know everyone's familiar with terracotta, but just this is some things by the company that were in Boston Valley, which does this stuff very well. The windows that are existing there are all, for the most, except for a few exceptions, are all pretty cheap replacement windows of aluminum that we're all going to replace with new wood windows. But we'll keep, there are some of these examples of these historic windows here which we would keep. And as Michelle said, our initial scheme was to have single pane windows, but the staff told us that they would much prefer to have double hung, and we agreed with that. And the renderings will still see double hung because we didn't redo all the renderings, but that's what we would do. And this is just the site plan. So again, this is the overall site is 50 1 by 100. It's quite a large site, so it's very, very small. The FAR as built and as proposed is still extremely small. These are some of the elements around the site that are going to be cleaned up and restored. As you can see, this portico, of course, is in extremely poor condition, and that will be restored and rebuilt. Then there are all these other elements that have been added over the years, and those are going to be, these kind of eyesores are all going to be taken away, and we'll redo the front here.
Do you have any drawings of the facade on the other side?
On the backside facing
Yeah.
Lincoln?
Because that can be viewed, right, through
Yeah.
through an opening?
Yeah, I mean, this is the view that we have. It's a very obscured view, so we haven't really focused on it very much, but that's kind of what you see right there.
Oh, is that, okay, and that's supposed to be your building?
Yeah, that's
I see. But the building doesn't seem, why doesn't it attach to another building on the other side? I'm not sure.
It's going to the left.
Right, but.
From the back.
Right, but doesn't it connect to the row?
Yeah. I think it's the actual house here is hidden behind this tree.
I see,
So it's
okay.
we artificially kind of, I don't think you actually see
Right,
it at all.
okay, all right.
So we just kind of, it's a
Got
photo.
it.
We just kind of
You-
photograph
You
it.
kind of open it for you to see.
Okay, all right. All right, are there questions?
Comments?
First, we'll take public testimony, and then we'll move to comments. Okay. Kelly Carroll?
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. While an overall handsome solution to adding a new building to an old one, there are some design decisions which should be modified to become more appropriate. The new addition tries to take a design approach which defaults to the old, such as its simplification of details and its toned-down composition, which is an appropriate gesture to the existing, older, and much larger building. However, the connector piece, which is partially recessed, should set back entirely, including its large spandrel panels, which occupy the same plane as the historic building. Similarly, this design element is repeated at the entrance on the historic building, applying the new design onto the old. This should be eliminated, and instead, perhaps the historic porch should be consulted as a solution, as it was attractive and fits this house and the adjoining opulent houses down the block. Instead of trying to unify these structures, this composition would be more successful if they were disparate from one another, with the connector serving as a reveal and transition between the historic and the contemporary. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? The Community Board 8 voted to withhold support for the application and raised a few issues. One was that the key design element, which is the cornices, could not be replicated in the new building. They had concerns about the alignment of windows in the addition that did not align with the windows of the existing house, and that the construction of the new addition is what is now the driveway and will block ventilation to the next 2 blocks. So that's what the community board said. Do we have additional questions for the applicant? Okay, so we can close the hearing. Right, comments? Fred, I know. Okay. Go ahead.
Okay. I think this is a really juicy design problem, and really fun, actually. I wish I were designing it myself. I have no idea quite what I would do yet, and that's not our role. Just want to point that out. So I don't want to prescribe a series of things. I mean, you've shared with us more than almost any applicant I've ever seen share the sketchbook of ideas to come up with where you are. So in a way, I appreciate that. And in the end, you've given us 2 alternatives. So I don't think any of them are there yet, but I appreciated seeing them all, and I can appreciate the journey you've been going through to try to figure this one out. I do think there's somehow back in here or still to come, some wonderful solution to this. I think it's just a really interesting problem to have. And and I think it can be done. Well, all I want to say is, rather than prescribing a series of little things to look at, that I think the big move is that or the big comment I'll make is that when you veer too far away from this existing massing and a set of combination of materials that the large house offers you, it becomes more difficult. I can imagine a very different glassy and steel or something like that, perhaps, but probably hard to do, and that's not what you're meant to be thinking about. So I think the solutions, in fact, alternative 3, which seems to be the most similar to the existing house, although clearly a different building of a different era, seems to me to be a little bit more on the track. I do think a second floor, where there's an existing second floor that you're removing, that sort of glassy room, that can be filled in. In other words, I think the massing that you're showing here can work. I don't understand those balconies or terraces or whatever they are. They seem to be truly alien.
The breezeways.
Those breezeways, yeah. So they seem to be alien. Anyway, I'm not sure I'm being very helpful to you, but in any event, I think I don't think you're so far off. I think there's a very interesting design that can come out of this, and but I don't think you're there yet.
Okay, Dana, then Adi, then John.
Just
Michael.
sort of not an architect's perspective, but I think some of the issues are we most concerned about it relating to the original building as an addition? It's really almost like a new building. It's so large and needs to be so large. And it's got a relationship to the row as well. And obviously the architect's attempting to achieve that, to configure some kind of relationship and make the addition somewhat subservient to the original building by having the lower breezeway between. I was thinking about the issue of maybe having the second building, I'll call it, be larger and the connector be smaller and be something like glass or really recessed or something, just so that it really appears to be a new building, a different building, rather than, I do like it, it's attractive, the color and so forth, but it really does look, obviously at the moment, it looks like a significant addition to the existing building. And the question is, I'm struggling with the same kinds of issues and questions that I guess Fred is. How can that be achieved in a way that fits in the context, respects the original building, and yet there is plenty of space to allow for a substantial structure here.
No.
So I'm just making some comments, but I'll.
Adi?
Yeah, I think that sort of a lot of the, in all of the iterations, there's something that's missing. And so I would approach it very differently from what you just proposed, Diana, which is that I think you take a clue and a cue from the style or the named style of this house, of this building, chateau-esque style. And what you say is that the thing needs to read like an individual building rather than row house, that it's like a chateau, it kind of distinct and singular, which would mean, I think, that what we're going to call, if we call the original 1 and what's now the connector 2, that 1 and 2 should actually be the same height. Those are the ones that get, so that the original building, in a sense, gets bigger. Number 1 grows, and it's bigger. And it's, in fact, number 3 that's allowed to be a gap or something else entirely, or a smaller building in the way that the original has a secondary kind of smaller building, right? So the whole thing, so what's 1 and 2 actually turns into a bigger 1, and then you have a smaller, connector gap or something, a gap or a smaller building as number 3.
Is number 3 in the middle?
No.
No, number 3 is the one connecting to the road.
Little townhouse.
Yeah, so it's number 1 and what is now connector would be one
large
bigger,
building.
large building,
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. Well, I'm for kind of having 2 clear buildings almost. I agree with
Yeah, I
you.
don't think 2 clear buildings. I think a chateau-esque, which means
Chateau-esque.
1 clear building.
With a large addition to the existing building, and then a kind of a smaller building, or additional addition, or whatever.
Right.
Okay, I just want, thank you.
Different approaches. Yes, Michael?
There you go. And it's so interesting because clearly this has been a provocative project and really fascinating for us to consider. Thank you very much for bringing it forward. I want to first of all state that in context of the district as a district, which is relatively young, and the history. I'm sorry, not. This is an unusual project for this district. And for any district, really, this kind of infill extension of an end building. But I think it's really to the applicant's credit that he's doing this and coming forth with this very ambitious and very interesting and yet very modest and reasonable proposal. I think Adi said something that really crossed my mind as I was thinking of it, but I would have gone further than she did, but. In terms of kind of making it symmetrical, if it's really going to be a villa, then you view the chimney bay as the center, the bay on the right as the right, and you do your new thing on the left as the left, and then you do it all one height, and it would be a kind of version of a kind of like a Jewish museum kind of extension, where you kind of correct the mansion. But I personally think that our job is to judge what's before us, and I think that what's before us is darn close. I think that I can accept this approach to the addition. I think that for me, the weakest part of it is the second floor of the connector. Kelly Carroll stole all my ideas, so I think she's completely right. I would say that the second-story connector need not be set back, but certainly the balcony over it should be removed. And the texture of that second floor, as you do see sometimes in these kind of end building tails, could be either more glazed or more perforated or more open, such that it really looked lighter on top of the tail connector. I think that her suggestion about rebuilding the portico would be a great improvement. I think that one of the weak parts is the kind of glomming on of the terracotta over the old balcony. I think you have good sources for it. I would say restore it, but otherwise, I really think it's not. I think it's appropriate, nearly as is.
Okay, others?
Yeah.
Yes, Jeannie.
I have to echo everybody's sentiments that this is it's a challenging project. And it's a challenging project because of the neighborhood it's in, and because of the style and the styles and the rhythm that of the streetscape and the buildings, and you need to add to it to meet your clients' needs. And I too appreciate your sharing your journey with us. I guess my feeling is that, in a way, I see a little bit of a disconnect in the styles, in the sense that I feel the addition reads as an institutional addition to this building, and it's a residential building. So while I feel like you're on the right path, I feel like texturally they don't connect. And I also feel like in terms of as others have said, the proportions aren't making sense. And the setbacks, to me, don't with the balconies, as you've heard, I just don't see it adding to the building, so that I'm not reading it as a building. I'm reading it as these two things, and, you know, it could be a museum because instead of a house, because of it, that addition looks so institutional to me. So, you know, Fred had said, you know, in a way, it would have been really interesting if you had done something very dramatic. That's possible. But since you didn't do that, I feel like you're in this like sort of in-between mode that doesn't quite make it. And maybe what you should do is, you know, speak more to the original structure and its textures, and then I do think, you know, readjust the bulk a little bit so that, I like the concept of it stepping down, or the concept of it's all being at one height, as long as it doesn't read as being incredibly overwhelming to the neighborhood. It's such a prominent position that it's in, and I have to applaud you for your efforts. I think it's a lot. It's a big challenge, but I feel like you do need a little more work.
Okay, I just want to say a few things. It's an interesting thing. I think the challenge here is because it's a fairly large enlargement. I don't think this is small. I think it's large. And therefore, how do you put that addition? Because I think the owners want it, and I'm not faulting that. But how do you mass it on the site? I think the design is honestly kind of neither here nor there. And I think that's something that Jeannie was saying. I think this idea of drawing from the row, which it wasn't historically, but not really being a part of that row, and then somehow connecting to this home. And I think I pointed at the beginning that it's a sort of an intriguing thing for an institution where the program is reflected, its architecture very differently than a residential building. My instinct is very similar to Adi's, that it's better to let the house grow, even if it's 4 stories, and find a way for it to sit together and actually find a decent and maybe a historical kind of transition to the row that we've seen. Either it's a gap or it's a smaller building. So the bulk is actually more towards the corner and not in the mid-block. However, and that's just the massing, I think that would be a more appropriate solution, and actually a simpler solution to the site. But I think I've often told commissioners that it's not, you know, it doesn't have to be the more appropriate. But I feel then the narrative, which honestly wasn't enough for me to take on a very, very different approach to this site of it's 2 buildings but being connected. And that concept, I think, of 2 buildings being connected is seen much more in situations where there are institutions than in residentials. I think residential buildings typically organically grow from its mass, and also historically was that as well. But if you want to take a different approach, then I think that, and perhaps it's something that has been echoed by others over here, how the treatment of the building itself and how to make that more residential. So even if it's massed differently, at least the vocabulary or the treatment of it still reads as a residential building. So I think, you know, there are small moves, like it's true, the connector is very odd, and but I'll be open to the idea that there's a solution here even with this approach, even though I would have preferred the other approach. Yes.
Yeah, I think this is great conversation. I just want to kind of amend my thoughts too. So clearly there are two appropriate massing approaches. I hadn't thought of the other one. I think the other one, which would be more typical or more usual, and maybe easier to solve. But I would want to solve, if I were designing this, I'd want to solve this one. It's just so intriguing. And it's not so different from that colossal project that we saw recently on Jane Street, if you recall, that we made less colossal by a lot. But nonetheless, I think, anyway, there are two approaches, and either one could be appropriate. I just want to say one other thing, though. There's a responsibility here to the street that's unusual, because this is Eastern Parkway, one of the great boulevards of the city. Frederick Law Olmsted, I mean, it's really just maybe the great boulevarded street in the whole city. So doing something that's appropriate, you know, and this is the side, we're seeing the so-called side of a building, you know, even though they've made it the front. The whole, this is a juicy project, really wonderful.
Right, and actually now that you mentioned, you know, that it is on Eastern Parkway, and therefore, does that allow for a different response in terms of exactly what you said, the front of the building? This is not a side street, and maybe there's a reason to, you know, there may be parts of Eastern Parkway which are not within historic districts, but about corners, and they may just, I think, even, you know, support the view that, or the approach that you're taking, because one may not have to look at a typical side street avenue kind of intersection. All right, so we're not ready to vote today, but there have been many comments. I think in general, it seems the commission is open to the idea of exploring the approach that you have. There have been some suggestions here today, so I think, you know, you're the architect, and so we're going to leave it to you to come back. But it'd be helpful when you come back to just discuss some of these contextual issues that have come up, as well as, you know, about, you know, and some of the details. I think if one went ahead with this approach, there were clearly some suggestions that will make the design better as well.
And just to be clear, we have no objections to the full lot coverage, which we've seen in other examples that he showed us, and we don't have objections to the massing, that is to say, the total mass that he's given us, as opposed to where it actually goes.
Right. I don't think I said it's a big enlargement, but I think that the general amount of square footages that they're trying to mass, I think we can work with. I don't think any of us have had a sort of immediate reaction that this building is too large and we should try and cut it down because it's inappropriate for those reasons.
I thought I heard Adi saying that it should get bigger.
No, she talked about the massing. Yes.
To shift it.
Yes, it was.
So there is a kind of consensus, though, they're trying to make it more clearly the addition and relating to the original building, that then two buildings, maybe, I'm not sure, or three buildings, but anyway, the connector, and the connector really, the concept of connector seems kind of alien.
Well, I think
that was what I was kind of getting out of it, and I do think the connector is troubling, and if you make it an actual addition to the building, that'd be the next step, and you do away with that problem in fact.
Right, let me suggest we don't try and redesign it over here. So right, so I think they've heard our comments, and
Yeah, I think there were two schools of thought on that.
yes, because there are two schools of thought on that as well.
Yeah.
Yes, Kim.
My only comment is really, we're thinking of it as one building. It is one building, not two, though it could be in volume that's sculpted. But since it's such a prominent corner, it seems like it should respond to both sides of the block and somehow match and fit into both sides, and not just take the heavy side of the corner and just stack up on there. And it's really got to respond to the Eastern Parkway side also. And scale down.
Okay, so this will not take any action. Thank you.
Thank you.
How do you feel about a penthouse, given that you were thinking about,
Make it a shelter.
Okay. No, I mean, I like the approach you're talking about, and I was curious as to how you felt about that.
All right, Commissioners, the next item on the agenda is item 9. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness, the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 194595. This is 55 Gansevoort Street, located within the Gansevoort Market Historic District. It's a store and loft building designed by Joseph M. Dunn and built in 1887. The application is to remove the fire escape, replace the canopy, raise the roof, construct a rooftop addition, and install window screens and mechanical equipment.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Derek Danderan, Preservation Department staff. This property is located in the Gansevoort Market Historic District on the north side of Gansevoort Street between Washington Street and 9th Avenue. The proposal before you is to remove the fire escape, replace the canopy, raise the roof, and construct a rooftop addition that's visible from various vantage points throughout the site. Install visible windscreens and mechanical equipment, and to legalize the removal of cast iron vault lights without LPC permits. The applicant here is to present this application. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Steve Sebastian. I'm part of the development team for Restoration Hardware, or RH as we're calling ourselves these days. And not gonna take more than a minute here, but over the last 5-6 years, the brand has been going through a transformation on not being your typical mall type of a legacy retail space. We've been identifying great architecture. If we can't find great architecture, we've been doing some ground-up construction in various cities around the United States and Canada. In addition to transforming our typical retail presence, we're also expanding into new businesses, which does include hotels and food and beverage. A historic building we did in Chicago this past year did open a full restaurant, and it's doing very well, and it was a great amenity to add to the neighborhood. We've had great success working with the state, local, and federal agencies on preservation projects in Boston, Chicago, as well as Greenwich, Connecticut. And we've done some very good work. Currently, right now, we're in construction here in Meatpacking, as well as an historic building in San Francisco, the original Bethlehem Steel building in the boat building area of San Francisco. But that being said, thank you for your time. Look forward to working with you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jackie Puduvallin. I'm the preservation consultant for this project. I know it's getting late in the day, so I'm going to read very strictly from my little script and try to be as succinct as possible. Thank you for hearing us today. This is 55 Gansevoort Street, located on the north side of Gansevoort between 9th Avenue and Washington Street. It has an irregular triangular lot, so that lends itself to this sort of flat iron shape to the building. Here you can see it in its historic photographs. It is a brick store and loft building constructed in 1887 by architect Joseph Dunn. It was built during the wave of commercial development in the 1880s that was brought on by the creation of the Farmers or Gansevoort Market in 1879 for regional produce at Gansevoort, Washington Street, just to the west. 55 Gansevoort was originally used by the New England Biscuit Works and, yes, Burnham Packing Company, which sold canned soups mostly. You can still see those signs on the facade of the building. In 1951, the building was purchased by a new owner and began used mostly for cold storage for meat by various tenants. At that time, the elevator was installed, hence the unsightly, how do I do this? Unsightly bulkhead that you see here toward the eastern portion of the roof. It's likely that the original pressed metal cornice was removed at the same time. There's also a separate staff level permit pending for restorative facade work, which includes the restoration of the cornice. Oops, let me go back for a second. So because the building stands closer to 9th Avenue, and because there's a lower building between it and 9th Avenue, it has a very prominent presence at the intersection of, that's become known as, thank you for that, it's become known as Gansevoort Plaza. All right, so existing conditions at the roof, looking west, looking north, looking east, and looking west again, kind of northwest. These are some streetscape photographs showing you to the west and to the east on Gansevoort Street, just to give you a sense of the typical buildings and materiality of the streetscape nearby. You find a lot of, throughout this district, a lot of brick buildings with dark painted cornices and of course, the signature metal awnings. So, there are some other existing conditions in the district that we'd ask you to keep in mind as you consider our proposal. There are a number of large and visible rooftop additions in the district, and these are very nearby to our property. First, we would like to show you 21-27 9th Avenue, approved by LPC in 2009, which is just up the avenue, up 9th Avenue. Over here is 22-26 Little West 12th Street, approved by LPC in 2012, which is incidentally stands behind our building within the block. Here's another image of that same large rooftop addition. Also 440-442 West 14th Street, which you see here, approved by LPC in 2005. And lastly, around the corner from us at 837 Washington Street, approved by LPC in 2011. The district also has examples of LPC-approved glass awnings, including at 440 West 14th Street and 401 West 14th Street. And there are also glass windscreens in the district at 29-35 9th Avenue, which is Soho House, seen here. The windscreen at Soho House was installed shortly before the district was designated, and it is 2 blocks north of our building. The windscreen at 28 West 12th Street, which you see down here, that was approved by LPC in 2010. So here's the before and after. So our existing elevation and proposed elevation. At the ground floor, the proposal is to replace non-historic infill at select locations, including removing non-historic doors and installing new paired doors and single doors with side lights to match the existing infill that was previously approved by LPC. Non-historic brick infill will be replaced, looking at this bay over here, will be replaced with a new column to match the columns throughout the rest of the ground floor. Discrete signage is proposed to be glued onto the face of a few of the columns as well as to glass transoms. And we're also proposing some globe light fixtures hanging from the underside of the proposed awning. Oops, I'm sorry, I should have gone on. The awning is proposed to be replaced in glass. The existing awning is deteriorated, both its truss, supports, and corrugated metal. The existing awning has seen a lot of impacts from trucks and ad hoc repairs over the last century. So the proposal is to replace it essentially in new materials replicating historic details and with corrugated glass instead of corrugated metal. Light fixtures would also be affixed along the top of the glass awning. The windows are being replaced under a staff level permit in wood. However, the commission has to approve or just review today the paint color for those windows. The proposed paint color is a light gray. The historic paint color was likely a light green. Also, the fire escape. We propose to remove the fire escape. It's not original to the building, and it's not highly decorative. It does have some filigrees, but not a lot. And we also argue that we don't feel the fire escape is a character-defining element of this district. By my count, there were 3 other fire escapes in this district. So therefore, the preference is to more fully restore this facade to its original condition by removing the fire escape. At the roof, this is the fun part. At the roof, the proposal is to construct a 1-story rooftop addition with mechanical equipment on top of it. And as I mentioned before, removing existing bulkhead here, removing an existing stairway bulkhead that you see on the more north end of the roof. The 1-story penthouse, the overall height will be 9 foot 8.5 inches above the cornice. The addition will be clad in gray concrete board with zinc panels with a perforated screen, partially obscuring the mechanicals. The cornice paint color, actually, before I move on from that, cornice paint color, that's another issue that the commission has to review. The original cornice, because this original pressed metal cornice was probably painted a dark brown or maybe a dark red to look like the brick on the facade. The commission staff has determined those to be the appropriate color palette, and the color palette that we're seeking is also in a gray family. So we're looking to paint that in a dark gray color. Let's see. So the proposal is also to raise the roof deck above the top of the cornice by 14 inches and to install a 7-foot 2-inch glass windscreen above the cornice, which will stand 6 feet above the roof deck. So here are the existing and proposed northeast elevations. The proposal is also to raise the parapet at the northeast elevation and to remove the existing stair bulkhead. The proposal is to keep irregular heights in the parapets as typically seen in industrial buildings. At the north and west elevations, the proposal is to remove existing ductwork, which you see running along the back here. To remove that ductwork and install mechanical units hidden by screens at 3 floors. So these 3 things, which kind of look like balconies, will serve to house mechanical units. Incidentally, this would be the only one visible from Little West 12th Street, the highest one. So also, the proposal of this facade is to block these windows, putting board in behind the windows. The windows would also be replaced, by the way, but that's at staff level. And at the west elevation, the proposal is to raise the parapet and install another section of glass windscreen, which you see here. So here you see the building in section, as well as a little, sightline study looking across the street to give you an idea of what you'll see just standing across to the south on Gansevoort Street. So please note that the rooftop addition would not be visible from standing across the street.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Look at proposed section number 2. I'm looking at the proposed section of the deck, which has 2 levels, it looks like. Am I wrong? You've got a raised level that's immediately adjacent to the addition, and then a level that's at more or less the roof level. Am I reading that correctly, or is it straight across?
You are. We can characterize it that way, right? Why don't I have one of the architects step up just to answer your question more?
Hi, my name is Caroline Otto from Anderson Architects. You're reading that correctly. There is a slab that creates the watertight seal that becomes the ceiling above the 5th floor,
Right.
and then there's a raised deck, and then a pool is embedded down into that deck.
This is a pool?
Yes.
And that raised section there close to the building is a pool?
This would be. That's correct.
Well, that's a pool. The
Yes.
lower section's a pool. So the pool is up against the parapet.
And it's
Yes.
flush with the deck.
Got it.
It's flush with the deck.
So basically, the surface of the roof is being raised in order to create a depth
For the roof.
of space for the pool.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. So here's the penthouse in elevation. So yes, you do see that raised deck there in the section. And here is the roof plan. So here are the 2 pools that are causing confusion, which I should have mentioned. So 2 pools here and here. A3. Something else to note here is that the penthouse addition is sent back 24 feet from the front facade of the building. So that's this line here. Typical floor plans. And now some renderings to show how the work would look if constructed. So viewed, existing view on Gansevoort Street, looking toward the east, and proposed. Proposed, looking toward the building from the east, and sort of standing in that plaza that's become Gansevoort Plaza. What you see of the proposed windscreen and the size of the bulkhead. I'm sorry, mechanicals on top of the proposed penthouse. Again, existing and proposed. And these are just photos documenting, oh no, sorry, these are not mock-up. These are as we walk up 9th Avenue.
Excuse me.
This is the proposed rendering, looking at it from Little West 12th Street. And again, from farther west, sort of mid-block on Little West 12th Street. So again, here's that balcony housing mechanicals that I mentioned before, the raised parapet that will have different heights to maintain a more industrial look that you find typically in this district. And just documenting visibility also from Little West 12th and from the High Line. And here are our mock-up photos on A4.7. Mock-up photos taken from the roof. And this is the rendering, showing the overall design for the rooftop. A5 is your materials board, proposed materials. The light gray concrete board at the rooftop addition, the zinc cladding, the proposed screen material for the mechanicals, the proposed lettering for the ground floor, and the proposed corrugated glass for the awning. This is a section showing how planters will work. Windows, these are window details. Excuse me, the only thing that you're reviewing regarding windows today is paint color and the fact that we want to block windows at that one rear elevation. So this is showing you the blocked windows. Now onto the awning. Here are some detailed photographs of the condition of the awning. So again, the proposal is to basically entirely replace it in new steel members with corrugated glass. And you'll notice that the existing awning has a slight difference in depth. Looking at historic photos, it looks like the depth of this section of the awning changed over time. It looks like in one photo I've seen, it looks like it's, which you see toward the front of your packet, it looks like it's a bit farther back in the 1936 photo. So this awning has been, it's been altered itself over time, and now the intention is to make it a uniform depth across. A7-4 gives you section details. And again, the close-up of the storefront details, lighting. These light fixtures would be on top of the awning. These would be nestled underneath, pointing down. These are the proposed glass pendants. And now we have to tell you about an issue that just came up in the last couple of weeks, which is that unfortunately for this project, Derek was doing his due diligence in researching previous permits on the building and saw that there was a file from 2005-2006 that showed that there were existing vault lights under the existing diamond plate on the sidewalk. So this is really all we have that documents the fact that there were existing vault lights. In 2005-2006, it's our assumption that a previous owner decided to do work outside of that permit, and instead of just replacing the diamond plate and leaving the vault lights there, which was what they were supposed to do, someone just decided to take out all the vault lights. But again, because this is the only documentation we have, we only have these photos showing us discrete sections of where there were diamond plates. So the question for us as the applicants is, were there actually diamond plates through the entire length of the building? And of course, this project has been progressing for almost 2 years without having replacement of vault lights as something that's budgeted. So we're asking the commission today to legalize the removal of the vault lights. I'd also like to say that I don't think we can say that vault lights are a defining characteristic of this district. There are no other vault lights left on any other streets in the Gansevoort Market District, just as there are no other concrete sidewalks left, and we have received a conditional approval already, if you were there a couple of weeks ago, to replace the severely damaged granite flags in kind. So with that, that's our proposal.
Thank you.
Welcome your questions and comments.
Okay, are there questions? Yes, Michael?
The new cornice is fiberglass?
Yes, we'd be putting.
What was the reason in choosing that rather than sheet metal, which would replicate the original?
I'm going to let one of the architects answer
The
that.
problem with fiberglass is you end up with those 3/4 inch joints every 3 feet that are really apparent, that you don't have with sheet metal.
Caroline Otto from Anderson Architects. We have been in conversations with a particular fiberglass fabricator, and they have actually devised ceiling elements that can be painted. Everything will be smoothed and painted over so that those joints won't be visible, and we'll be able to make a continuous seam. And that we thought that the fiberglass would age better over time than the metal would, although we will have a metal cap.
Yes, Michael?
What's the floor-to-floor height on the 5th floor? From the floor of the 5th floor to the, I guess, the floor under
The ceiling?
The ceiling height?
Well, floor to ceiling would be fine, yeah.
The ceiling height is 12'8".
12'8".
Yeah.
Thank you.
And it's roughly the underside of the current
Right.
joists up there now.
Got it, thanks.
Any other questions? We'll take testimony. Kelly Carroll.
Kelly Carroll, Historic Districts Council. There are programmatic elements which are making this proposal difficult to not be a glaring distraction along the streetscape. The desire to have 2 pools atop this irregular roof plan is driving the 7-foot-tall wind screens along the perimeter, which is not set back. The flat iron nature of this corner makes the appearance of the many angles of the coalescence of this screen even more noticeable, as if the cornice has suddenly sprouted glass. HDC suggests setting back the screens and therefore the pools to rectify this problem. The hot tub feature could also be constructed on a platform further back on the roof instead of wedged into a triangle at the edge of the building. And secondly, HDC understands that it's not the current owner's fault what happened to the vault lights, and that the previous owner illegally removed them when the LPC had asked that they be retained. We prefer that this feature be reincorporated regardless. With all of the work proposed for this property, most of which focuses on selling itself, this is restoration hardware. We think a feature like vault lights could be a positive move for business in attracting people to the building. Finally, we are curious to hear Commissioner comments on the proposed milk glass globe light fixtures proposed at the canopy. While attractive, we would like to see either a precedent in the district or an explanation why this design was chosen, other than a showcasing of company wares. Thank you.
The next speaker is Sarah Bean Atman.
Sarah Bean Atman, Greenwich Village Society for Historic Preservation. 55 Gansevoort Street is a uniquely important building, both in terms of its visually prominent location and its architectural and historic significances. Thus, any changes to this building need to be sensitive to the historic fabric, and any additions need to be discreet. Unfortunately, the additions at the roof are anything but discreet. Built in 1887, this flat iron-shaped building is located where the irregular 18th century street pattern of Northwest Greenwich Village meets the regularized grid of the 1811 Commissioner's Plan. As described in the designation report, this intersection of Little West 12th Street and Gansevoort Street, quote, creates an unusual piazza-like space that allows for panoramic views of the historic district, end quote, which is known, as has been said, unofficially as Gansevoort Plaza. Also, as described in the designation report, 55 Gansevoort Street was constructed during one of the major phases of the development of the area when buildings were constructed for produce and food-related businesses. It contributes to the visual cohesion of the district, not only through its facade elements, but also through its 5-story height, typical of the loft buildings in the district built during this time. The proposed roof addition is wildly inappropriate to both the building and the district. The roof deck should be below the parapet. This change alone would ensure that the maintenance of the height of the facade, but also lower the penthouse, which is way too prominent. Finally, the windscreen, which is arguably the most prominent element of the proposal, must be set back and reduced in size, or better yet, eliminated entirely. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Christabel Goff.
Christabel Goff for the Society for the Architecture of the City. Restoration, it's not. Redecoration, perhaps. the installation of a rooftop infinity pool and hot tub shielded from the prevailing winds by an extraordinarily tactless stockade of huge glass panels, totally visible from everywhere, is not what this already imperiled historic district needs. If the aquatic facilities and their attendant rooftop additions were not in any way visible, which may not be possible, there would be no reason to discuss them. But the corporate promotion policy of locating in an historic district should not bring blight. And blight today is not the same thing it used to be. In a district originally characterized by old, broken down utilitarian and industrial architecture and the traces of a former blood-stained wholesale meat market, blight is no longer at all a question of decay or abandonment. The damage to the image of the district comes from a quite different direction: conspicuous consumption, sophomoric attempts at luxury, totally out of place, forms and fixtures, and extreme renovation that belongs in a very different, very domesticated retail world. This district was once a perfect setting for a black-hearted black and white adventure film from the 1930s. Perpetuating that visual character is key to the district's continuing appeal.
Thank you. The next speaker is Zach Weinstein.
Hi, excuse me. My name is Zach Weinstein, co-chair of the Greenwich Village Community Task Force. First of all, the proposed facade changes seem both sensitive and beneficial. I don't imagine that they're particularly controversial. The addition is another story. There's a bit of an odd history to this addition. The applicant first appeared at Community Board 2 a couple of months ago with a very different proposal. That proposal was significantly smaller than the current proposal, and it was missing the prominent glass facade. That initial proposal seemed acceptable, in part because the new bulk of the addition was offset by the removal of the large facade bulkhead. And as a result, the apparent bulk on top of the building, there wasn't a significant change, and the impact as visible from the street wasn't that different. The new addition, on the other hand, is considerably larger. It's highly visible. The renderings that were shown are a bit misleading, I think, because the perspective is so wide angle and the building itself is so far in the distance of all the renderings. If you actually visit the site and look at the wooden mock-up, it's quite prominent, both from Gansevoort Plaza, from Washington Street, and from the High Line. It really now sort of dominates the building and distracts from the historic elements of that building. I think that the size of the addition is also exacerbated, or there's an additional problem because the mechanicals are now piled up on top of that addition, and that's something which I don't think has received enough discussion. The overall mass of what's now going to be visible on top of this thing is really quite significant, and both the addition needs to be reduced in size, and the visual impact of the mechanicals needs to be reduced, either by making them somehow smaller or moving them so that they're not stacked up. And then lastly, as a number of people have mentioned, the large glass screen coincident with the facade has now become a very prominent architectural element, and an element which is really not appropriate to the district and which really doesn't have any precedent. The only other example of a glass facade this prominent in the district, I think, is at Soho House at 2935 9th Avenue, which the applicant did briefly mention. I think it's important to realize that that's not an element that was ever considered or discussed or approved by Landmarks. It was actually installed a year or two prior to designation, and I think it could be argued that it was one of the changes, one of the sorts of changes that really helped spur the approval of landmarking this area in the first place, a concern that inappropriate changes were being made and that some kind of oversight was necessary. So just to sum up, I would suggest or request that the Commission do away with that glass screen and take steps to significantly reduce the visibility and height of the addition and its attendant mechanicals. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any more speakers on this item? All right. Community Board 2 recommends denial unless the roof elevation is lowered flush with the cornice to decrease visibility and the windscreen is lowered to the height of the typical rooftop railing of 42 inches. And the railing have vertical medical supports eliminated.
I think she wants to respond.
Yes, you can.
So just a few quick notes. Responding to Save Gansevoort first, I just want to clarify when he was mentioning the community board. We did show a very different proposal for the rooftop work to the community board in, I believe it was July 14th of this past year. Since then, yes, the proposal did evolve. So we showed it to them again on November 10th. So the community board has been fully apprised of all the changes, and they have seen everything they needed to see before we could present today. Secondly, the mock-up, it has gotten taller, but the footprint has not gotten any wider. And actually, it's been somewhat decreased since the community board first saw the proposal in July. So again, the height increased somewhat by about a foot, but the footprint of the addition itself has not gotten larger. Likewise, the mechanicals have not changed. The configuration of the mechanical equipment, the height of the screen, that had not changed, just the overall height of the addition went up. Also, yes, mentioning the glass windscreen at Soho House, it's true, that was not approved by the Landmarks Commission. That was built about 4 or 5 months before the area was designated. However, I do want to point out again that there is a glass windscreen at 28 Little West 12th that was approved by the Landmarks Commission, and that is entirely visible from the street. Other than that, yes, we understand that there are concerns about the light fixtures. Someone mentioned the light fixtures. We'd be willing to work with the staff on that. The light fixtures that were chosen were just to give a gentle glow of light under the awning. That was the concept behind those. And yes, we understand that there are concerns about the windscreen and the overall bulk of the addition, but to that I can only say that this team has worked very hard to try to satisfy many masters by keeping a floor height that they want, a floor-to-ceiling height that they want at the top floor, accommodating the pool, and decreasing the overall height of the addition as much as possible. Would you like to add anything?
Thank you. Are there any other questions for the applicant team? Okay, so we can close the hearing. All right, comments? Yeah, do you want to say? Go ahead.
So I agree with every bit of the testimony. And I'm recalling something that Commissioner Bland said, I don't know, a long time ago, which is that it's amazing the extent to which glass panels as railings or screens do not disappear. I mean, they're the opposite of transparent in a sense. They're remarkably opaque. I think that's the case. Here, I lived in this building on the 5th floor, the whole 5th floor in the 1980s, and I was struck every day by how stark and sober the figure of the building was. Maybe it was a period of time in my life, but I think it's more the building. And I just think that I would almost even say that adding back, and I'm so surprised that I'd ever even imagine this, even adding back the cornice takes away slightly from the quality of this figure, of this building. It's kind of, it's almost like a shadow of a form. And certainly the glass windshields absolutely should not be seen. If the whole thing needs to be pulled back so that only kind of where the addition now is, there might be something that can be added, but the glass screens are just absolutely wrong. And I do think actually that the vault lights, I can imagine asking for them to bring those back.
Yes, Michael?
Well, I think that when I look at the project, I think that we're looking at a very much self-imposed crisis, right? We have a rather tall 12.5-foot top floor. We have a 4.5-foot deep deck, which is there solely to flush out with the pool, so you can emerge from the pool on level. And that generates a penthouse that is 13.5 feet tall, 4.5 feet of which is inaccessible, again, so you can walk out from your airy onto your deck and thence into your pool without having to traverse a step. And so therefore, the glass screen begins, it looks to me like about a foot above the cornice line, and then vaults 6 more feet into the air. So clearly, there are a number of things that we've seen done in situations like this. It's certainly every American's right to have a pool in the sky on Gansevoort Street, but I think that, that considering that you've got plenty of room from the head height of the 5th floor to the top of the cornice in which you can suppress the slab to accommodate your pool, and you can certainly have, goodness knows, lots of America has above-ground pools. I think that you could probably work something out with that too, repositioning the pool so that it's not right against the parapet. There are lots of solutions here that would give you pretty much every programmatic element you wished. Planters instead of a buried set of trees. There are lots of solutions here that would allow for at least a 4.5 foot reduction, 5 foot reduction in the height of the entire structure, without even talking about modifying program, modifying anything. I think that, knocking out 5 feet of a 6 foot high screen means that the screen's pretty much gone. So I think there are lots of options for this applicant to pursue that would reduce the need for the glass screen or eliminate it entirely. And I think it's worth noting that also the applicant cited a bunch of examples of rooftop additions. This is not really like those. Those were either kind of contemporary architectural additions that were meant to be seen in contrast with the building below, or generally that's the kind that they were showing. This really seeks to more or less, be subordinate to the building, which is not inappropriate, but as a gesture that's trying to be subordinate, I think it's way too visible and way too prominent. I think that the modifications to the small facade with the air conditioners and the blanked windows is okay, and I personally don't have an issue with the vault lights because I think that they are, while it's sad and I think it'd be a great addition to the building and to the retail space, I think that they're not characteristic of the district.
Okay. I agree with you on all of it. I do think that the rooftop addition and really the screen walls are very jarring. The other situation where the commission allowed it, it had the backdrop of a building, and it was, which was the one that at least I recall is the 2-story building, or 3 stories with a restaurant, and I think we saw that recently, which had a screen, and it has the backdrop of its building. I think here, because while this is it's not really a flat iron building, but it does have, because it doesn't occupy sort of the full site, but it does, because there's a lower building next to it, actually, for all intents and purposes, functions like a flat iron building. But because of that, I think the screen wall at that intersection or at the apex is particularly problematic. So there are ways for them, as you suggested, to lower this entire the entire program by taking advantage of, instead of raising it, actually taking it lower, and we've seen people do that. It's a bit of a trade-off for them if their top floor has, floor-to-ceiling height, which is 10 feet or something. But I think that will sort of reduce the impact. But I think the other question is there again, in terms of just the railings that we've seen and allowed, I think the question for us is, do we think this is the appropriate railing at all? And whether we should be really, because of the footprint of the building and how it's viewed, whether we should really be looking at something which is more like a parapet. They've chosen to have a much higher screen in glass, and it's very attractive when you're there, but I'm just wondering when you're in the district whether it's that attractive. So it could be just a whatever code compliant railing in metal, and would be much more subtle, and I think would really reduce any kind of sort of visible addition that would otherwise be jarring to the district. Other comments? And I don't have an issue with the vault lights as well, and I don't even have issues with the light fixture. It looks interesting to me, rather quaint. But I think they should work on reducing the overall visibility of the addition. Yes?
Kind of a minor comment in a way. I just want to remind everybody, myself too, that this district was always seen as a more experimental, architecturally aggressive, or maybe that's not the word, but experimental, and that seeing things on roofs and so forth were more acceptable here. So I agree that what we're seeing here is not right now, but I just wanted to end on that comment that it's not, we're not in other parts of more sensitive historic districts where seeing anything on the roof particularly is kind of verboten. It's not necessarily here.
Right, and just to that point, I agree that is true, and maybe there is trying to strike the right balance. And there are peculiarities with this proposal that I think compounds maybe the visibility. One is that they've increased the height of where the deck is, and even though the cornice, and I think bringing back the cornice is a wonderful thing, it doesn't really shield what otherwise would be the height or mitigate the impact of actually having the full screen wall. So it seems to me if they do manage to reduce internally the height and sink down where the pool is, and then if they want to keep their glass wall, then it'll be significantly reduced and maybe feel like a parapet. On the other hand, if they're not being able to reduce that, then maybe they should really look at just reducing the screen wall and just having a parapet. So I think for me, it seems we'd want to see how that plays out, and they should come back and show us. Okay. All right. So we won't take any action today. We'll look forward to seeing the next iteration.
Okay, Commissioners, next, I'll read the next two items into the record as it says C of A and modification of use. So it's docket number 1576. This is 51 White Street, located within the Tribeca East Historic District, an Italianate-style store and loft building built in 1857-58 and later altered. The application is to remove a fire escape, replace storefront infill, alter the ground floor, construct rooftop additions, and modify the rear facade. And item 11 is the docket number is 192959. Also 51 White Street, Tribeca East Historic District, an Italianate-style store and loft building built in 1857-58. The application is to request that the Landmarks Preservation Commission issue a report to the City Planning Commission relating to an application for a modification of use and bulk pursuant to Section 74-711 of the zoning resolution.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Michelle Shabrami of the Preservation staff. The application before you is 51 to 53 White Street, which is located between Church and Franklin Place in the Tribeca East Historic District. There are two applications. The first is a request for a report to the City Planning Commission for a modification of use in bulk pursuant to Section 74-711 of the zoning resolution, since the building is only 39 feet wide and zoning requires a special permit to construct any rooftop addition. To support that, the applicant is proposing to restore the rest of the building, including replacing missing pieces of the cornice, the Corinthian capitals at the ground floor, masonry repairs with the scope to be determined, building-wide window replacement, and returning the ground floor closer to its original condition. The second application is for a certificate of appropriateness to construct a two-story rooftop addition, which is visible from the west, to remove the fire escape from the front facade and to remove storefront cladding and infill in order to restore the original cast iron fluted columns and install new wood storefront infill. At the non-visible rear facade, the applicant is proposing to modify the roof of the extension to create a terrace with new window openings and restore the metal shutters that are visible in these pictures. Jason Friedman is here to discuss the proposal.
Good afternoon. I'd like to just start with all the restorative work that we're doing, and make sure that we hit that point. The reason that we have to engage in 74/711 is because the building's 39 feet wide. A lot of other buildings that are wider on the very same block just have a laser. You have 2-story and 3-story additions, not visible all over White Street. So in order to do something like that, we need to engage in this restricted declaration with you guys and city planning to do a whole bunch of restoration work to try and enlarge the building even an inch because of the sliver law. So just to go over the basic building top, let's go bottom to top. We have an unusual situation where the existing storefront, in fact, is present as early as the 1940 photograph, but in fact we have evidence of the 19th century cast iron columns behind these piers. So this unusual kind of really crude Egyptian revival column capital here is hiding the 19th century cast iron columns. As part of our work, we're going to have to take those all back to strip them down, paint them the original color. We've done a paint analysis. I have some of the colors here. It's a tan color. It's what we came up for the infill. If you go over here for the infill areas, and we can zoom in later. Infill areas with a bulkhead, a transom, a large show window, double doors with thick, panel molding and window moldings with a double transom to make up the height that we have here, and then a residential entry and a office or commercial entry. The building is existing office and Class A apartments. There is no change of use being proposed under this MOU. It's not a joint working quarters for artist building. The only reason for the special permit is to waive the requirements for enlarging narrow buildings on a narrow street. So at the storefront, we're going to put these beautiful painted wood bulkheads in, windows, double doors. Moving up, we'll restore the cornice. We don't know the actual condition of the Corinthian column capitals, but because of this special permit, we are required to bring them back using cast iron. Hopefully there's a lot of good stuff there. If not, we have a lot of work to do. The cornice is missing a couple of modillion over here. They'll be restored in cast iron. Moving up, the facade of White Street is actually originally marble. Unfortunately, at some time that we don't know, the marble was scored and then covered in a gypsum coating. We've been working with a conservator. We have a couple of options in terms of what we can do, although after the preliminary investigation, we've already found areas of what's called sugaring, where the marble has reacted with the coating, and when you try to remove the coating, it becomes off in kind of like beads. But we're going to work with staff and some suggestions that you guys have for the best final continuing maintenance of this entire facade. Worth noting is at some point in the 80s or 90s, many of these cast iron, many of these window hoods and sills were recast completely with like a GFRC, some sort of masonry, not marble. So the appearance right now is some of these are actually like very white and crisp, and other of them look like marble covered in gypsum that's been winded over for 100 years. So there is quite a contrast between already what we have on the facade. So we're going to be sensitive to trying to make a continuous coloration of this facade so it looks as original as possible. We're removing the labor law fire escape, and the cornice is very good shape. On the back of the building, we have all of the shutters you see here. We have about 95% of them. They're all going to be scraped, removed of rust, painted with rust-inhibited paint, pinned back. All these windows, about 80 some odd windows in the front and the back, replaced with wood, double-hung windows. And that's the extent of the restorative work. So what we're then proposing on the top, and I'll go to plans, I think that's, so existing roof. It's a 5-story subcellar and cellar building. And for the existing roof, then we would be putting on a proposed 6th floor plan, which sets back so that there's a 20-foot rear yard in the back. We're seeking a waiver for light and air in the back so that we can have a 20-foot rear yard, which is characteristic with a lot of the buildings in the district. That would be the 6th floor. 6th floor is sunken into the building, kind of your typical try and sink a penthouse into the building. Let's go to this section. Okay? So you see, I've got this line here. It shows the existing building height. That's the top of the existing building height. And then we're seeking to go about 12'5", I think, from the top of that to try and squeeze a 6th and 7th floor into the building. So we sink in our existing 5th floor, and then with ceiling heights of approximately 9'6" there, we try and squeeze 2 stories, and we have a little elevator and stair bulkhead up there. And I'm going to say, for the most part, not visible. The only thing is, in order to create a non-visible situation for even the 6th floor, we are proposing the following, and this is probably the best way to look at it. So originally there was a mansard roof building here. It's no longer here. Now we have the White Street Synagogue, okay? Because of that, of course, we have kind of this missing building to block any sort of visibility. And we do have quite a bit of visibility of this area from White Street. What we're proposing is to mask the visibility, is to add to the parapet. And I have a couple, it's about 3'6" in the front, and then all the way in the back it gets up to 15 feet or so, but not visible. We're talking about back here. And this is kind of the effect that we're, this is the proposed. This is existing. This is what it was way back in 1940. There would have been some sort of a mansard roof blocking all of this. And today, and maybe tomorrow, depending on what you guys think. So this is the bulk here. This is our 6th floor sunk into there. Our 7th floor, which is razored like that to avoid any sort of visibility from this angle, okay? And then the only visibility, these are some mock-ups, okay? The only visibility is all the way at the end. And I'll say this while I'm going there. This proposed 6th floor, this is if you were looking at it standing with the parapet behind you, with the sunken in. You have a big double height space, kind of like the Tribeca Grand, visible skylight, and then some doors out there, and you have your rooftop equipment, elevator bulkhead, stair bulkhead way in the back, all not visible. Here's visibility that we're talking about. If we were to set back this 10 feet, okay, right now it's set back 10 feet, and the peak goes back another 3 feet, so it's 10 feet from the 6th floor, and then it slopes back to be 13 feet on the 7th floor. This is all the way from 6th Avenue, and we're zooming in, and that's what we get for visibility. We were working with staff because they were concerned that we were proposing a little bit too much, particularly parapet rebuilding in this area. So we pared it back and showed what it would be like, visible-wise, all the way from over here, 500 feet away, zoomed in. So in terms of this 2-story addition, it's really our strategy of what is appropriate for raising this parapet. And we feel like, because of it being stucco and because of the form and feel that's created by this, more modern piece of architecture, it actually doesn't, by extending it, doesn't really just detract from that view. If anything, it may, with a uniform re-stuccoed facade, add to the popping out of this building. And I'll leave it to questions.
So you're saying that the visibility of that piece of the addition is only from 6th Avenue?
Yes.
Nowhere along White Street?
Absolutely
It only
not.
pops out there?
Right. So
it's really only from point 5 on that diagram?
Really, yes. But that's all dependent on our raising of the parapet from this point back. It is true. And even here, what we were working with the staff was, as you get closer from the east, that we show that somehow you never get a view of this enlarged parapet here from this side, so it doesn't take away from the cornice ending the building, which is what was happening when we were filling in this space. So now we no longer, if you walk west on White Street, you would never know that we extended this thing until you got to the west side of the building. Okay? So it won't be any taking away from this big cornice that tops the building. And I think that's the bulk of it.
Okay, are there other questions? All right. Are there any speakers on this item? Oh, no speakers?
I'm with Beaver One, actually, and I wanted to, and I signed in.
You're a speaker? Do you?
I'm on Beaver One, and I'd like to just say that they loved it. And, no one could come. No one could come to read the resolution, but they liked it.
So anyway, right. So Community Board 1 does approve it, and let's say, the storefront renovation, the two-story addition, raised parapet, and window openings, but they disapprove the addition of 11 proposed window openings on the west facade. So those are those ones over there?
We have many, many.
Oh,
windows,
I see. Okay,
so we took that into consideration. None of these are visible. So just because it's a good, like, basically, nothing from this point back is visible from the street, just because of the street being 50 feet wide. So none of this is visible. I just want to say that this stair bulkhead, none of it's visible. Just really the parapet and this little nib that we have, up here, which you can almost see. The blue represents this zigzag I'm talking about. You see how it like zigzags to create no visibility from this area.
You have to go. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Any questions? All right. If there are no other questions, we can close the hearing. All right. Comments? So, one of the interesting questions is, this is 74711, and so I think when the commission looks at a 74711, they look at clearly the preservation purpose. There's a restoration plan. There's a continuing maintenance plan and restricted declaration. The preservation work will be done at staff level. Is that correct, Michelle? Okay. So then we look at also what the waiver is, and this is sort of an interesting issue. So the waiver is for the rear yard and for the height of the building. And one of the things we should understand is that we're looking at a height waiver, which allows them to build something which, in our most traditional way of looking at something, we're always trying to reduce the visibility. But here we have a situation where the waiver actually allows for more visibility, even though it's being masked with the extended parapet. So I think, for me, it's a sort of a fascinating question, because the grant really, at one level, is working against what we would normally allow. So we see different situations, but here there is a more, I think, a very focused sort of contradiction. The height, which they wouldn't get otherwise, so they'll get it only through us, but that height actually creates visibility. So as long as we sort of understand that. Now, there may be mitigating issues here. Clearly, the preservation plan is a good thing. So I just wanted to put that out there when we think about the visibility and whether we think that's appropriate. I think the rear yard is somewhat different. It's not visible. They're doing work in terms of the facade over there as well. Some of it's actually more restorative nature. But all right, I'm opening it up. Yes, Fred.
Yeah. I like the scheme, and I'm certainly going to vote for it. But let me just say that it's not unprecedented, but it's unusual to create a fig leaf here to hide something that maybe one wouldn't have ordinarily seen. But it cannot be a precedent. As I think almost nothing is a precedent, and here it's appropriate. Other places it's not going to be appropriate. But in the very unusual situation that you have here with the extraordinary, unusual building next to it and the exposed wall, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, it is appropriate in this case. So I think it's just unusual, and you don't see anything.
Okay, other comments? John?
On the same issue, I think it's even, if it's something more than appropriate, I think it's more than appropriate. It actually, I think, improves the way the side of that building looks in light of the oddity of the building next door. So it's actually, I think, in my book, it's a plus.
Okay. Yes, Adi?
I also think it's appropriate. And I just want to make sure that if, in fact, the marble is beyond sort of repair, that it's replaced in the same way and in kind. No? You say no?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm almost positive that it's Tuckahoe marble, which is next to brownstone, one of the worst building materials devised by God. And it is very likely that the sugaring is not a result of the reaction to the coating, but a reaction to the sulfurous atmosphere of the 19th and early 20th century in New York City. We have a Tuckahoe marble surround at the Merchants House Museum, and you can rub your hand over it, and the crystalline material comes out. Horrible matrix. You can stabilize it. You can stabilize it, but I don't know what the process is going to be. I don't know what the coating is that's on it now. So
if you want to see other failing Tuckahoe marble, you can go to the corner of right out here, Chambers and Broadway. That's the old original department store in the country, I think, A.T. White. A.T. Stewart.
Tweed Courthouse as well
and
was
the
done
Tweed,
with Tuckahoe.
And you can go uptown. Years ago, I worked on the what was called the Old Tiffany building at 36th and 5th. Similarly, these marble buildings in New York didn't work out.
Horrific stuff.
Okay, so what would be comparable then?
Well, what we are going to do at the Merchants House Museum is stabilize it. You can stabilize it with polymers, but it's intensive, it's labor intensive, it's temperature sensitive.
And if it's
again,
replaced-
I don't know the extent of the damage to this stuff, but
And what about replacing it with another marble?
you could replace it. You could replace it with full-face Dutchman applied to the Tuckahoe cut back.
That would look like Swiss cheese.
Well,
For
you'd
a
have
long
to
time.
you'd have to do the whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
the whole thing.
can't do it piecemeal. Yeah.
And we could let them work with staff to figure out a solution to that problem.
Yeah, I mean, I think
it's
that
important.
as a guideline, I would say that, I mean, this is a very extensive restoration
Yeah.
that they've bitten off here, and I think that given the extent of the restoration, I think the rooftop modifications are appropriate, but I think that the disposition of the stone facade is critical. I think that as a guideline, I would suggest that an exposed, stabilized, not by any means perfect stone facade that was original would be preferable to a replaced stone facade, just as a guideline to staff. Now, that may not be feasible. You know, you may rip the stuff off and see that it's a total bloody mess, and you have to go to option B, but I think option A would be preferable.
But they might be able to retool it, too, and we don't have the same issues with pollution that we had
Yeah.
50 or 100
And how much
years
do you
ago.
lose then? I mean, it depends on the
Depends
context.
on how bad
but,
it is.
yeah.
Yeah.
Can we incorporate that into the use and modification use of both the
And-
statements?
And if new marble, then at the same panel sizes? In other words, same? Okay.
Okay. All right, Kim, you wanted to say something.
I was agreeing with everyone that, normally I would not approve it because it seems like you're doing a lot to cover up what you're doing. But having had many seminars at the synagogue, and I love the synagogue building, and it is making a better background for the synagogue building itself. But yes, it shouldn't be a precedent. But for that case where the building, it fits right there, it is appropriate.
Okay, I will just say that I had some pause over this because I just thought that the multiple levels of So the zigzags to juxtapose with the cornice seemed very awkward, and it was almost like you wanted to actually see if they could work within what was the side wall and its parapet right now. But I think if, particularly if they're pursuing, looking at either replacing marble or somehow, stabilizing it, and that's a part of the plan, I think I can accept it as is as well.
But you're saying to leave it as it is and allow us to see more of the addition?
That's right. But I think, but they raised an interesting point today, which was about the backdrop for a very unusual building in Tribeca, which is the synagogue next door. Right. And I think
we have done that,
yes,
raising the parapet trick
we have,
a million
times. And we've done it many times, I think, in Tribeca as well. So I'm okay with that. All right, I think it's Michael.
So we're allowing all of that?
Yes.
In the matter of 51 White Street in the Tribeca East Historic District, an application to remove a fire escape, replace storefront infill, alter the ground floor, construct rooftop additions, and modify the rear facade. I recommend approval, finding that the removal of the stair bulkhead and chimney will eliminate elements which do not contribute to the special character of the roofscape. That the removal of the fire escape, which is non-decorative, not original to the building, not part of a continuous group of fire escapes on the block front, will restore the facade to its original appearance and allow for its full repair. That restoring the storefront base to reveal the 19th century fluted cast iron columns and installing recessed storefront infill will improve the building's relationship to the other buildings in the streetscape. That the design and materials of the wood and glass storefront infill, including wood panel bulkheads and multi-light transoms to replicate the historic transom found behind the cladding, is in keeping with storefront infill historically found on buildings of this age, type, and style. That the signage, consisting of bracket sign mounted on collars gripping the columns and vinyl letters applied to the glass, will not damage or overwhelm the facade and is in keeping with the types of signage historically found on buildings of this age and style. That the brick cladding of the addition is in keeping with the materiality of the building, and the new balconies at the rear facade will not be visible from any public thoroughfare and will not change the overall appearance of the rear facade. And the applicant will work with staff to determine an appropriate treatment for the front facade Tuckahoe marble.
Second. Already done. Second.
All in favor?
Aye. We going for two here? The matter of 51 White Street. Again, Tribeca East Historic District, an application to request that Landmarks Preservation Commission issue a report to the City Planning Commission related to the application for a modification of use in bulk pursuant to the section 74-711 of the zoning resolution. I recommend approval, finding that the restorative work will be approved pursuant to LPC 194877, including repairing deteriorated masonry and metalwork, repointing masonry, repainting metal and wood elements, replacing deteriorated windows, and masonry cleaning, as well as the storefront alterations to be approved pursuant to LPC 191576, will return the building closer to its historic appearance. That the restorative work will reinforce the architectural and historic character of the building and the historic district. That the restorative work will bring the building up to sound first-class condition and aid in its long-term preservation. That the implementation of a cyclical maintenance plan will ensure the continued maintenance of the building in a sound first-class condition. That the owners of the designated building, having committed themselves to establishing a cyclical maintenance plan that will be legally enforceable by the LPC under the provisions of the restrictive declaration, which will bind all heirs, successors, and assigns, and which will be recorded at the New York County Registrar's Office. Hold, please. Oh, okay. So now I mentioned the marble. And that the applicant will work closely, very closely, extremely closely with LPC staff to determine an appropriate treatment of the front facade marble.
All in favor? Any opposed? This application's approved.
The next application is the first of the public meeting agenda. It's item number 1 on the public meeting agenda. An application for a certificate of appropriateness in the Borough of Manhattan, docket number 19-50151, 44 Horatio Street in the Greenwich Village Historic District, Block 626, Lot 31, a row house built in 1848, and the application is to amend certificate of appropriateness 17-9846 for rooftop and rear yard alterations, window replacement, and excavation to include additional excavation and the construction of a subcellar. We're also reading it into the record for the adjacent house at 46 Horatio Street, and that also is an application to amend the same certificate of appropriateness.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Mary Service, Preservation Staff. 44 and 46 Horatio Street are 2 row houses originally constructed as a pair located on the south side of Horatio Street between Hudson Street and 8th Avenue in the Greenwich Village Historic District. Applications for facade alterations, rooftop and rear yard additions, window replacement, and excavation at the subject premises were approved at the August 11, 2015 public hearing. The applicants have since proposed additional excavation beyond the scope originally approved at the public hearing in order to construct a subcellar centered beneath the party wall of the 2 buildings. They are here to present this proposal.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Erin Ruley from Higgins Quaysbarth. We're the preservation consultants for the project. 4446 Horatio Street. It's located on the south side of Horatio Street between Hudson and West 4th Streets. The proposal, the existing approval is for approximately 3 to 4 feet of excavation below the existing cellar level, and that was approved earlier this year. And the new proposal is for a subcellar below that, and that would increase. So here's the existing approved cellar plan on the left and the proposed cellar plan on the right. The new subcellar would house the mechanical units that were previously planned to be located on the cellar level. So here is the proposed subcellar. It's centered between the 2 buildings. It extends approximately 15 feet wide and 52 feet through the length of the lot. It aligns with the rear facade of number 46. And you'll see that it's set in significantly from the sides. It's designed so that there would be no additional structural intervention aside from how it was approved previously. So there's no additional underpinning. So here is the existing approval is the area in green. That's the existing approved excavation area, and this is the proposed subcellar area. And this is a section through 46, showing that same condition, and you can see the rear wall of 46 here, and the new subcellar wall aligning with that. And here it is in east-west section that shows the actual inset.
I wasn't here when the first C of A was given, but the 2 buildings are being combined, is that right? So there is no party wall that's in the center between them, or is there?
There is.
There is, but so okay, and then...
So the ultimate condition would be this. The subcellar would be divided initially, and then it would, when the houses are officially merged, then it would be removed.
Okay. So, but it's just carrying that wall, and then it'll be, there's a beam, I guess there's some structural,
Yeah,
right?
The engineers have submitted an engineering report. We had to leave, unfortunately. But it's just a trench, because they don't need to do any footings or anything on the side, underpinning for the sides.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just wondering. Yeah, that's what I was because it's set in, so the side.
I think this is all being done, my guess is this is all being done to avoid having to shore the neighbors.
It's set away from the side
underpin the
lot
neighbors.
lines, so you don't have to do underpinning of the adjacent buildings.
Right. Huh?
It comes right down the middle.
Yeah.
Right, that was my question, which is,
But it's their structure, it's not the neighbors.
it's not, but we care about these buildings, and so,
That's
yes.
the weird thing about this, is that it really is forever undermining literally the two housesness of these two houses.
Well,
But we have allowed that in the past where people basically
Right.
blow out,
Right.
much of the interior, although I think it's an issue that we should think about.
I don't know, this is below grade and.
Yeah.
Are there any concerns? Shall we go ahead? This is a public meeting item, so if there are no other issues, we can move to decision. Okay. So there are two items, but we'll,
I'm going to combine them and read this one.
okay, great.
So this is for 44 and 46 Horatio Street, docket number 195051 and docket number 195052. The application is to amend the certificate of appropriateness 179846 and for rooftop and rear additions, window replacement, and excavation to include additional excavation and the construction of a subcellar. I should note that the block is 626, lot is 31 and 30. Noting that the 44 and 46 Horatio Street were originally constructed as one of a pairs of houses along with number 46, and the building styles, scale, materials, and details were among features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Greenwich Village Historic District. I recommend approval, finding that the proposed excavation underneath the shear party wall of both 44 and 46 will be completed under the supervision of a licensed professional engineer to protect the facade of the buildings and adjacent buildings, and that the proposed excavation work will occur within the new footprints of number 44 and number 46, approved under the certificate of appropriateness number 179845 and certificate of appropriateness 179846, both issued on the December 9th, 2015. That the excavation at the basement would not increase the exterior volume of the building or alter the scale and character of the building, and that the work will not detract from the special architectural and historic character of the Greenwich Village Historic District.
All in favor? Any opposed? Application's approved. And we have one last item?
Yes, one last item. So
I don't know where they are.
We now have,
Oh, here.
we already did it.
it's over 25.
Over.
Say over, yeah.
Okay, the last public meeting item is item 3. It's an application for a certificate of appropriateness, docket number 181027. This is 210 East 62nd Street, located within the Treadwell Farm Historic District. It's a row house designed by F.S. Barnes and built in 1870 and altered in the 20th century. The application is to construct rooftop and rear yard additions, replace windows, and alter the facade and areaway. This was first presented September 20th, 2016 public hearing, and is back today.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Michelle Shabrani of the Preservation staff. The application before you at 210 East 62nd Street originally came forward at the September 20th public hearing. The proposal was to modify the areaway, install new windows, and construct rooftop and rear yard additions. At that time, there were concerns about the visibility of the rooftop addition, the height and depth of the rear yard additions, and the configurations of the windows at the primary facade. The applicants have revised their design to set back the rooftop addition from the rear elevation, and they have modified the rear yard addition to be one less story. So previous proposals here, this is the current proposal. As well as changing the curtain wall behind the screen from metal to wood. And they have changed the window configuration of the primary elevation to match the fenestration pattern throughout the rest of the block with multi-pane double hung windows. And then finally, they are proposing to change the color palette of the primary elevation from the brownstone that exists currently to a limestone colored stucco finish. which is similar to other buildings in this row. And the architect Kaitaro May of Arctangent is here if there are questions.
Okay, are there questions? Yes, Michael. Do you want the architect to speak on this project? No. Okay. Or any of the commissioners. I just want to note for the record that we have received about, well, over 25 emails in opposition to the current proposal and one petition with 34 signatures. And people who wrote in opposition included Carnegie Hill Neighbors, Friends of the Upper East Side, and State Senator Liz Kruger. The community board actually supported it, but last time also at the public hearing we heard a considerable amount of testimony in opposition, and at that time the commissioners talked about the two areas. Well, there were a few comments we made. We talked about the visibility of the rooftop addition. We talked about the amount of extension into the rear yard. I believe at that time, was it a full height addition? So they've cut that back. And there were balconies. I think we raised issues of that as well. Yes?
I have a question about this rendering. It looks to me like on the site plan, the house to the right, 212, has a 2-story plus basement and a 1-story plus basement addition in the back, whereas in the rendering, I don't see it.
That's correct. They got an approval from us. It hasn't been constructed yet.
So there will be a 2-story and a 1-story, even though now is what we have. So rendering is now and not tomorrow.
Right.
Okay.
That's at 212, is that correct? So that's what we approved at 212. Okay. Yes.
I'm just still a little confused on where is the screen in the section? The whole back, the whole back wall?
It's the back wall.
It's like shutters.
Yeah.
No, it's metal, it's right there.
It's that right there.
This is a perforated screen, and then within that, there's a curtain wall that has wooden
So-
and glass setback behind it.
How far?
Would you like the, yes, why don't we ask the architect?
I think this is important.
That's fine. Why don't we reopen the hearing and allow the architect to just answer and clarify some of the design intent here?
So this is really only a few inches in front of the sliding glass windows. And these glass windows are roof right now. So,
And what's the spandrel made out of? That's in between the windows? The gray stuff?
which
From below
From-
the window sill to the head of the window below it?
below the window sill to the
The gray stuff?
Yeah, that.
The spandrel.
Yeah, that will be a, I guess it would be the same zinc finish that we have on the
So
side.
if the metal is like a standing seam material?
What are we saying on the top?
That's the fence, which is set back 3 feet?
It's set back 3 feet from the original design.
And it's not visible.
Oh, it's quite visible.
Oh, it is,
Right,
yeah.
It's quite visible from the back.
So this is the corridor of visibility from Third Avenue to the north, and then here is our rendering. This was what was previously proposed, and this is existing.
Current.
That's existing. This was originally proposed, and now we lowered it a little bit. Yes, so you can see it from a public thoroughfare, but in the context of things with the towers and all these other things going on, it's, back glaring.
But I'm just wondering, in your section, there's a lot going on here, so I'm trying to understand the mechanicals, or Because it goes up to 14 feet 1 inch. Just explain all that to me.
The HVAC units?
Yeah, do you have to put it there? Is it that, because isn't that increasing the height? Isn't it increasing the height or the visibility?
Yeah, it's set back further.
But we're seeing on the side.
You really won't, if you go back to the, see in the back of it.
Okay, so it's,
From this view, it's set back far enough, you don't actually see it from the street.
I'll ask, can I ask a question too? If you just go to the site plan page, your addition is still sticking out 16 foot 11 inches, right? And the neighbor is 12, and it looks like the other addition down to 12 until you get to 242, right? Which is quite a bit down the block. Explain to me why that's appropriate.
Well, I mean, we looked at the entire block. and
Right.
there's-
So you're saying this is good because of that?
Well, I mean, there are various,
Right.
is this a laser?
Yeah,
The top one.
So you can see there's all kinds of extensions and additions, and, you know, even on this side, we have, this one, I think, went up full stories, and there's numerous structures throughout this block that already exist. Okay.
Yes.
Could I ask the chair,
Oh.
if there's there's continuing opposition of significance, is there, do they mention issues that engender the continuing opposition, or is it just opposition?
Lauren?
This is to the revised, I can speak.
Yes, go ahead. Just, Lauren will just summarize. No, that's okay. Just generally.
No, in general, I think even to the revised proposal, people were concerned about the depth of the rear yard and the continued height of the addition, primarily, and generally just the encroachment onto the block.
Was there discussion about the design element, the unusual design element?
Yeah, the materiality and the design features were also problematic for many who wrote in. I can give you some more details. Hold on.
So there's not much left.
So basically, yeah, we worked pretty hard to try to increase the massing. Even though this family has certain requirements, because they will be living there, it's not.
Can you please speak into the mic, sir?
This is a single-family private home. This is not a spec housing that they're going to flip or anything like that. So they have certain requirements for their family in terms of the space they need. So based on their programmatic requirements and based on what we hear from the community, we try to reduce it as much as we could.
Okay. Okay. All right, are there other questions for the applicant? Okay.
I would like to say that we're I guess open to variations of this proposal. We would like to have some kind of direction from the commission. So if that's a discussion that the commission would like to have, we would.
That'll be part of the discussion. Did you want to say anything into the record?
Actually, hi, my name is Fuad Alian. I'm representing the owner.
I'm gonna be moving in, it's my family's home. And just hearing from the commission itself, a few concerns, one of them being the extension. We're proposing a little over 16 feet, and the neighbor to our left or right, 212, they were approved, to my understanding, that it is 12 feet. And every other home on the block is a little more set back until you get to 242, I believe, which is slightly longer. And I know it's not to sound biased or one-sided, but I understand from your point of view that the extra 4 feet could be problematic or could be, uncharacteristic of the block or the neighborhood. But, from a practical standpoint, the 4 feet, I'd like to say, it's not much. We're not really, obstructing anyone's air or light passage. And we have a very large family, just to throw that out again. So the 4 feet, it seems like nothing, but once we reduce that, the whole entire layout of the house or the rooms facing the rear end, which would mostly be bedrooms, would have to be set back a little bit. The kitchens would have to be decreased. And not only that, as the architect suggested, we're open to variations. So, for example, if the extension on the roof is something that's an eyesore, or if it's something that you guys want wiped out completely, we're willing to, if you may, to take that out in its entirety if we could compromise on keeping a little bit of the 4 feet, if not the whole amount.
So
it's carrying costs for the property. We've been going back and forth with a bunch of city agencies for about a year now. It's getting quite costly. And we're just really trying to make it work. We just don't know, what we're hitting.
Okay. Yes, do you want to ask him a question?
No question. Just
Oh, okay. Do we have any more questions for the applicant? Okay, we'll close the hearing. Thank you. Yes, Adi.
I just want to note that, from what I remember, the last time we saw this, at least I was convinced of the artistic prerogative of the architect, as it has to do with the screen, and I was in support of that and continue to be, and think that there's something kind of lyrical about it and pretty. I am of a completely different mind about the rooftop addition.
And just in terms of the last hearing, our comments overall was not, we didn't raise the issue that they should think of a different design approach. So while we understand that there's testimony that perhaps commented on it, actually the community board sort of supported the design and as something creative. So it was sort of a balance of both. But I think, it's a very interesting question. And in terms of this, in some ways, the visibility of the rooftop seems more critical than the depth at the rear. And, anyway, I would have wanted them to reduce it. But whatever is going to be built on top will be seen from the public thoroughfare. But whatever's in the rear will not be seen except within the donut. And I'm just looking at some of the others. It's, this one I think goes to 16 feet, and there's one that's slightly deeper, which they talked about at 242. So I'd be okay with it if they remove the rooftop addition. Yes.
Again, you'd be okay
if they remove the rooftop addition.
The whole thing?
Well, I think they're willing to do that, or to significantly reduce the visibility of it. Yes.
I respectfully disagree. I think that you have a row of five townhouses here that are from this, I think from this, looks like they're from the same, built at the same time, in a block that is relatively consistent for the Upper East Side. I think that the depth should be limited to the 12 feet, which is already considerable addition. My preference would be to have it match the neighbor, but I could accept the 12 feet, and I agree that.
Isn't that matching the neighbor?
No, the neighbor is 12 feet at the first floor. The second floor sets back even further to what looks like around 5 feet. So it's stepped. It's
right,
not,
and then further down at 220, you have 3 stories in basement.
Yeah, but this is a row of 5 that are all, you know, the same, and I don't know. I personally feel that it's a lot. And I also think it's important to note that whatever one thinks of the leaf thing, what it basically is a shutter. And if you want to have a view from that shutter, then the actual physical space that is occupied by the addition is now that much deeper when the panels are in the open position. So the impact of the addition on the rear yard is even greater than the position of the facade. Which, I mean, I understand the aesthetic desire for something creative like that, but I think that it just further exacerbates the extent of the addition. I do think that the rooftop, again, you know, you have a row here. It's the first rooftop addition on that row. I would say that it should be reduced or eliminated.
Well, there are other rooftop additions, both on both sides.
There are definitely other rooftop additions on the block, but.
All right, understood. Other commissioners, how do you feel? Yes.
I actually like the aesthetic. I just want to reaffirm that. I think it's very unusual. It is disruptive, I grant you, but many disruptive new designs we've allowed all over townhouse districts all over the city. So I don't think this is terribly unusual in that regard. I would like I would like it pushed back to the neighbor. That's 4 feet. I hear the owner saying it's a hardship, but I think we can't think that way. We just have to think what the hardship is within the donut, and I would say it shouldn't come out further than the neighbor, which I can't read it off, it's too little, but I think it's 4 feet less. And I would somehow reduce the impact, the visibility of the rooftop addition. It doesn't have to go away in my judgment, it just has to become considerably less. And I don't know what that means exactly, but less.
Right. Other comments? Yes, Kim.
I agree the rooftop addition should be reduced some, but I'm fine with the depth. The 16 isn't bad. There's that huge building on the corner. There's 2 stories coming back like 30 feet, a building away, so he's not blocking anybody's light more than that is. So I'm fine with the addition on the back, but they should try to reduce the rooftops if they can, especially at AC unit at the top.
Okay, others? Yes. Okay, so I think that,
I also agree with Kim.
okay, so I think that, I know some of the commissioners think that the depth is, okay, I think that, okay, so I think we're generally, it seems that we can support the depth as they've proposed, that in terms of the architectural aesthetic, it seems as, I think the commissioners seem like they can get behind that. And the rooftop addition, they're willing to take it out completely, but I think that why don't we ask them to work with staff to minimize it to the best extent possible? Okay? All right, great. Yes, it is.
The wait is over. Okay, in 210 East 62nd Street in the Treadwell Farm Historic District. This is an application to construct rooftop and rear yard additions, replace windows, and alter the facade and areaway. I note that the building style, scale, materials, and details are among the features that contribute to the special architectural and historic character of the Treadwell Farm Historic District. I note that I recommend approval, noting that the proposed work will not alter, eliminate, or conceal any significant architectural features of the building. The proposed 9/9 wood replacement windows on the primary facade will match windows which were installed when the building underwent a significant later alteration, and will match windows at adjacent row houses in terms of configuration, operation, details, and material. That an adjacent building in the new row has a sunken areaway, therefore excavating and adding a skylight will not interrupt the building's relationship to the rest of the row. that many houses in the historic district, including the adjacent two houses, were restuccoed in a light color when the stoops were removed, and that the change from a brownstone-colored stucco to a limestone-colored stucco is in keeping with this history of facade alterations characteristic of the Treadwell Farm Historic District. That the proposed rooftop addition will be seen from the west over the building and its neighbor in context of a tall apartment building at the edge of the district. That a few other houses in the district have visible rooftop additions. That proposed zinc cladding is neutral in color and a typical finish for rooftop accretions and will blend with the skyline. That the building already features other visible rooftop structures, including a rooftop elevator bulkhead, which will be removed. Therefore, the installation of a visible penthouse will not significantly impact the pristine roof line. That the work at the rear facade will not be visible from any public thoroughfare. That the proposed rear addition will not rise to the full height of the building, and that the top floor will be retained, thereby maintaining a sense of the building's original volume. That the rear addition will be in keeping with existing rear additions at neighboring properties in terms of height. That the design of the proposed rear yard addition, excuse me, consisting of a curtain wall screened by operable zinc shutters, will add a visual interest to the facade and will not compromise a unified row, and that the proposed top floor masonry openings will match the pattern and size of the historic punched window openings, and that the corbelled cornice will be restored. That the rooftop addition is taller than it needs to be as it contains screening for mechanical equipment that can be located elsewhere, and that the mechanical equipment, and that you'll work with staff to relocate mechanical equipment and lower the rooftop addition to a more acceptable height.
Second, all in favor? Any opposed? One opposed. This application's approved. And thank you. It's the end of the session. Thank you. It's a long session.